Chapter 874. A girl who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The hoarse voice coldly snorted. As soon as the voice fell, the surrounding space-time turbulence began to riot. Xianxia didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered and said, "Can you stop talking nonsense? If you don't want to offend me, hand over that guy. I will definitely eat her." She raised her hands, causing the surrounding space-time to fluctuate visibly. In the blink of an eye, the entire space-time turbulence was wantonly twisting like countless water dragons surging. The scene was very spectacular. The black vortex suddenly shrank and quickly turned into a black ball with a diameter of only 6 feet. It was flashing with a faint red light. A figure emerged from the surface of the black ball. It was an old man with disheveled hair. He looked like a ferocious ghost. His expression was horrifying. His eyes were full of stones, making people shudder. Upon seeing him, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. She asked in a deep voice, "Are you the legendary Black Demon Xianxia?" Black Demon Xianxia. As soon as she thought of this person, she didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. "Little girl, since you know my name, do you still want to eat her?" Black Demon Xianxia looked at Xianxia coldly and asked in a cold voice. His voice was so hoarse, filled with endless killing intent. Xianxia suddenly laughed and said, "Well, I admit defeat." After saying that, she turned around and left, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. Black Demon Xianxia stood on the black ball. He raised his right hand and the green light appeared in his hand. He murmured, "What is the origin of that girl? She is hunting grand sovereigns everywhere. Is she related to that person?" His expression became solemn. He pondered for a while and finally chose to leave. The black ball shrank and disappeared into thin air with him. As soon as he left, Xianxia appeared in his previous position. "Humph, Black Demon Xianxia, do you really think I am afraid of you? I happen to be looking for you. As long as I refine you, I will be able to transform. At that time, I will devour the soul source and surpass Grand Sovereign." Xianxia excitedly muttered to herself. She shook her body and disappeared. Kunlun Origin Court, Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. Behind him, there were countless huge barriers coiling around him. He looked majestic and domineering. The hall was wide and was filled with immortal mist. Then, giant pillars emerged from the mist, rushing into the clouds above. The air of an immortal, the lofty sentiments of a supreme being. Senior Mei stood in the hall and rubbed his hands. He asked with a smile, "How do you feel, Sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "I can sense endless Dao energy flowing toward me. This feeling is very good. I'm very satisfied with this palace. I will reward you in the future." A supreme being was the faith of all living beings. Once he became a supreme being, a single word from him would be enough to abolish the 12 law ancestors, and no one would dare to object. "Only I am supreme." This was a grand supreme. When Senior Mei heard this, she couldn't help beaming with joy. He rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you rest here first? I'll go back and prepare for the ascension with the other ancestors. We can't be careless about this. We will definitely make this the greatest event of the Kunlun Origin Court and let the name of the Sword Emperor spread throughout the world, forever engraved in the river of history." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and Senior Mei left immediately. After his aura completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the laws of the mortal world that he had obtained earlier. The Origin Fusion Divine Lord was already superior to most living beings, but he was still far from being comparable to a Grand Supreme. He wanted to become stronger. At least before the next time he met Xianxia, he had to have the power to protect himself. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, making it hover beside him. Little Sovereign's soul flew out as well. "This place is really magnificent. It's even more magnificent than my Supreme Palace," Little Sovereign exclaimed. Little Sovereign sighed with a face full of envy. Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes, "Do you want to be resurrected?" He also had the help of the souls of 9 powerful cultivators. All of them had been resurrected and reincarnated by him. Now, they were wandering around the world. He had always been grateful to Little Sovereign. Therefore, he was willing to resurrect Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. But the next second, his eyes dimmed again. I will not be resurrected. Once I am resurrected, how long will it take for me to cultivate again? I might as well follow you like this. I believe that you will surpass all the other sovereigns. Maybe you will have the ability to resurrect me and restore me to my peak state, Little Sovereign said with a proud smile. Little Sovereign smiled proudly. His expression was as annoying as ever. Zhou Xuanji opened one eye, glanced at him, and asked curiously, "Do you really have that kind of ability?" Little Sovereign was a genuine Grand Sovereign. It wasn't easy to resurrect him, let alone directly raise his cultivation to the pinnacle. Wasn't that too difficult? As long as you dare to think about it, it may not be impossible. Little Sovereign said with a smile. There was some expectation in his eyes. He once heard his master say that the end of cultivation was omnipotent. The mind could transform everything. As long as one thought about it, anything could come true. Zhou Xuanji began to look forward to it. If it was really as Little Sovereign said, what kind of realm would it be? But then again, your little wife seems to have obtained the inheritance of an immortal existence. She can even hunt great sovereigns. This is incredible. You must be careful. She is no longer the same as before, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. His tone suddenly changed as he spoke in a solemn tone. He shuddered at the thought of his soul being scattered by Xianxia. The little girl from back then had already become a great evil demon. She could even threaten his life. Zhou Xuanji asked doubtfully, "How strong is she? Compared to you, who is stronger?" Little Sovereign glared at him and said in a bad mood, "My cultivation is not my greatest strength. My knowledge, my experience, my calmness, my wisdom, these are. She is stronger than you? I already said it. I rely on my wisdom. You are weaker than her." Okay. Little Sovereign was rendered speechless by Zhou Xuanji's retort. Zhou Xuanji was even more curious about Xianxia's experience. How did the once unreliable lass get to where she was today? Just as the two were chatting, the Void Boundary Palace made another move. Zhou Fa flew out of the Kunlun Origin Court with 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns and headed toward the Lower Realms universe. "Where do you want to go?" A cold voice came, startling Zhou Fa. He immediately stopped and looked around. He saw a figure descend. Surprisingly, it was Beast Sovereign. Beast Sovereign's face was expressionless as he said, "Zhou Fa, it's time for us to settle our grievances. If you don't resist, this sovereign will make you feel better." Seeing that it was him, Zhou Fa smiled disdainfully and said, "I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the famous Super Range Master, Beast Sovereign. How is your evil Sky Divine Range now? Has it become a Sovereign Divine Range?" The Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns became nervous. They had grown up listening to Beast Sovereign's prestige. They were naturally afraid. Beast Sovereign let out a cold snort. He then stretched out his hand and grabbed Zhou Fa from a distance. Zhou Fa's expression drastically changed. His body flew uncontrollably toward Beast Sovereign. Chapter 875. Beast Sovereign's right hand clasped Zhou Fa's neck. Zhou Fa's face instantly turned red. He stared into Zhou Fa's eyes and said in a cold voice, "Ever since you appeared and told me about the future, this sovereign has been tricked. Now, my evil Sky Divine Range has been destroyed. Tell me, how should this sovereign punish you?" In the distance, the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns widened their eyes. Their bodies were stiff. They were extremely nervous. Zhou Fa suddenly showed a strange smile and said, "Don't you want to know what has happened in the future?" Beast Sovereign frowned upon hearing this. "Now, our fates are actually connected. Zhou Xuanji has become the sovereign. I have no place to live in the Kunlun Origin Court. And your evil Sky Divine Range has been destroyed. The 12 ancestors are behind it. They pushed Zhou Xuanji. And with Zhou Xuanji's character, he will definitely repay them in the future," Zhou Fa continued. Zhou Fa continued. His words made Beast Sovereign's brows furrow even tighter. He knew very well that Zhou Fa was deliberately trying to fool him. But he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope in his heart. He wanted to know what his future would be like. Zhou Fa saw his hesitation and couldn't help but continue. The future is not fixed. It can be changed. Zhou Xuanji has successfully changed his fate. The past has already happened. It's useless even if you kill me. It's better for us to join hands and create a new future together. Beast Sovereign directly twisted his neck and turned to look at the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns, saying, "A bunch of worms at the mercy of others." Beast Sovereign disappeared with Zhou Fa, leaving the 6 void boundary heavenly sovereigns behind. They were really afraid of facing Beast Sovereign. "What should we do now?" asked a void boundary heavenly sovereign cautiously. He looked around, fearing that Beast Sovereign would come back. "Run." Without Zhou Fa, the Void Boundary Palace will be controlled by the Origin Court sooner or later. We must leave. That's right. Once the ancestors find out what we have done, we will definitely die. After the 6 Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereigns discussed, they quickly made a decision and retreated. In the Sovereign Plane, Zhou Xuanji was sitting on the golden throne. He supported his cheek with his right hand, looking very lazy. He murmured, "Beast Sovereign, this is the path you have chosen. You have already regretted it. Why do you continue to sink?" He couldn't understand Beast Sovereign's excessive trust in fate. In any case, Beast Sovereign was also a super vain master. How could he fall into such a swamp? He was hesitating whether he should help Beast Sovereign or not. But facing the current him, what kind of mentality would Beast Sovereign have? Forget it, let him be. Zhou Xuanji let out a sigh. Beast Sovereign had changed. When the evil Sky Divine Range was in trouble, he didn't appear. Previously, he even wanted to harm the Emperor Sword Divine Range. In such a situation, Zhou Xuanji couldn't persuade Beast Sovereign at all. Everyone had their own fate. He couldn't care less. Right now, he had yet to truly become a supreme being. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji slowly closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the rules of the mortal world. Recently, he had a deep understanding of the rules of the mortal world. Somehow, he had already touched the realm above the Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He had once asked Little Supreme how to break through to the Grand Supreme Realm by himself. Little Sovereign answered. He needed the guidance of Supreme Force. Every generation's Supreme Being would leave behind a strand of Supreme Being's power for generations to fuse with. This would allow the Supreme Beings of the later generations to have a better foundation. Logically speaking, the higher the level, the stronger the Supreme should be. But the environment was the biggest factor that determined one's strength. The worse the era, the stronger the Supremes born. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Sovereign's ascension had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji stood on the top of the mountain. Behind him was a dense immortal mist that blotted out the sky. The 12 Law ancestors were kneeling in the void below the Sovereign's plane. Below them was the Kunlun Origin Court. Tens of millions of Origin Court divine soldiers were kneeling before the 12 Law ancestors. Every inferior divine soldier's face was filled with fanaticism. It was a great honor for them to be able to witness the ascension of the Sovereign with their own eyes. At the same time, close to 10,000 divine ranges were silent. Countless living beings were raising their heads in anticipation. All the creatures could see Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure when they looked up. This scene was created by the Sage Manifestation Array. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Father's figure is so mighty. How did he do it? Does he already have the strength of a sovereign? Zhou Xiaoxian asked excitedly. Zhou Xuanji had been away for some time. She thought that he had broken through again. The others standing on the hillside had the same thought. Xiao Jinghong sighed in amazement. Revered teacher is indeed revered teacher. I thought that my breakthroughs outside were already big enough, but compared to him, it's nothing. His face was filled with admiration. Zhao Zongjian, Lin Chang'e, Ning Zifeng, Chen Bantian, Meng Tianlang, and the others were the same. They were all excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's strength. Jiang Shui looked up with a smile. She had been looking forward to this day for a long time. When it really came, She realized that she wasn't too excited. Instead, she felt that everything was reasonable. He deserved all of this. Today is the grand event of the Kunlun Origin Court that only happens once in a billion years. The new sovereign is about to ascend. A law ancestor's voice resounded across the entire Kunlun Origin Court. His voice was so majestic and awe-inspiring. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji was born in a mortal world. His starting point was lower than all living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court. But with his extraordinary aptitude, he became the sovereign in less than 2,000 years. Ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court, he showed his brilliance and soared into the sky. The law ancestor began talking about Zhou Xuanji's past. His voice was full of emotion and stirring up the crowd. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. They couldn't hold back their excitement. All kinds of phenomenons bloomed at the top of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji stood before the cliff. Listening to the law ancestor's voice, a smile appeared on his face. The sovereign's position, he really did it. Once upon a time, he even fantasized about what he would see if he became the sovereign. Now he saw it. All living beings bowed down to him. Everything was under his feet. Rumble, the Tao energy in the sovereign's plane began to riot. More accurately, the Tao energy in the entire Kunlun Origin Court was rioting. All of it surged toward the sovereign's plane. Above Zhou Xuanji's head, purple clouds gathered, and an immense pressure descended. A violent gale swept up, stirring up the surrounding celestial mist. Zhou Xuanji looked up. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, covering more than half of his face. He peeked into the purple clouds with his exterminating divine eyes and mumbled, "Could this be the sovereign's power?" The sovereign's power existed everywhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. Was this the reason why the law ancestors couldn't use it? He took out the lesser supreme sword and asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" Little sovereign's soul flew out. As soon as he saw the purple clouds above, he smiled and said, "You don't need to do anything. Just wait for its arrival." A look of relief appeared in his eyes. It could be said that he had watched Zhou Xuanji grow step by step until he became the sovereign today. This was the first time he had seen a junior. He was optimistic about becoming the sovereign. Chapter 876. The technique ancestor's voice was still resounding, solemn, and majestic. All living beings were listening carefully. Listening to Zhou Xuanji's growth experience, all of them felt their blood boiling and their fighting spirit soaring. Putting aside his current achievements, who would have thought that Zhou Xuanji would become the sovereign? Zhou Xuanji had written an inspirational story with his own opportunities. For all living beings, this was a story that happened around them. It was very close and very real. Under such a feeling, all living beings had an extreme sense of worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even those geniuses who hated or envied Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The technique ancestor's speech lasted for a long time. The billowing purple sea gathered above Zhou Xuanji's head. Countless purple qi fell like stars and quickly poured into his body, transforming his muscles and bones. Zhou Xuanji accepted the baptism of these purple qi with a smile on his face. Awesome! He could feel that his sovereign divine power was transforming. It wasn't just becoming stronger, but it was changing qualitatively. Faintly, he saw countless figures descending from the purple sea like a group of immortals. It was a very artistic conception. Even Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but immerse himself in it. Little Sovereign, floating behind him, excitedly said, "They're here! They're here!" Great Sovereign is also known as Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. Every 100 million years, a court can only give birth to one Court Realm Lord Great Sovereign. If you were a little later, I'm afraid you would have to wait for 100 million years. And this is a special case. Generally speaking, the sovereign reigns for billions of years. Zhou Xuanji didn't care. His eyes were focused on the purple sea with a calm expression. Those sovereign divine shadows drilled into his mind. In an instant his consciousness exploded. Purple halos flew out of his body, wrapped around him, and quickly circled around him. The origin of battle, the will is firm, indestructible, indelible, the will transforms into God. The origin of time, the past and the future are close at hand. Invert time and space and only respect one's heart. The origin of radius, the stars revolve. 10,000 worlds are a square, the vertical is a circle, the radius and the circle are one. The origin of change, the body turns into all things, all sources obey. One change, one source, one grace. Different majestic voices exploded in Zhou Xuanji's mind, one after another. Past sovereigns. He heard the voices of Little Sovereign, Sovereign Kong Xing, Sovereign Darkness, and Sovereign Wuzhou. The Supremes were all talking about their own origin laws in unison. At first, Zhou Xuanji only felt that it was very noisy, but he soon entered a state of enlightenment. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch. The ruler of a court, and the 3,000 origin laws were at his disposal. At the same time, the laws of the myriad realms of the Kunlun origin court rushed toward the supreme plane. The Tao energy that had drilled into Zhou Xuanji's body was assimilated and turned into sovereign divine energy. Then, it overflowed from all his pores and flew out of the sovereign plane, landing in the Kunlun origin court and turning into brand new rules. This was a kind of good fortune, using the transformation of the laws to control the Kunlun origin court. The ascension of the supreme martial artist has officially begun. The Sword Emperor will transform into a supreme martial artist. Everyone should celebrate together. The ancestor of technique raised his voice. Like thunder, it bombarded everyone's ears. Countless golden lotuses floated down from the Paragon Plain and landed on the various divine ranges. With the Kunlun origin court taking the lead, the spiritual energy of all the great heavens realms began to surge. The spiritual energy was boiling and his Tao energy was increasing wildly. Everyone was pleasantly surprised, and they all shouted the Sword Emperor's name. Sword Emperor! Long live Sword Emperor! Supreme Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! Sword Emperor! All the creatures of the various divine ranges were shouting the Sword Emperor's name. They gathered together as if they wanted to overturn the sky of each divine range. 3,000 origin laws were manifesting to celebrate the Sword Emperor. This day would be the most joyous day in the past 100 million years. At the border of the Kunlun origin court, in the void, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa looked up at Zhou Xuanji's majestic figure. They were silent for a long time. After a long time, Beast Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he murmured, "He really succeeded." At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had desperately cultivated Zhou Xuanji instead of Origin Court War God, perhaps his current situation would be completely different. The evil sky divine range might still exist, or even be stronger. After all, even the Emperor Sword divine range still existed, and its power was growing day by day. It's useless to regret. We no longer have a foothold in this court. Let's retreat, Zhou Fa said, shaking his head. Zhou Fa shook his head. He appeared calmer than Beast Sovereign. What was done could not be undone. Instead of regretting here, it was better to plan for the future. Beast Sovereign nodded, and the two turned around. He took out a scroll inlaid with red jade and waved it forward. Space fluctuated as a crack appeared. The two stepped into it one after another. The crack disappeared as if it had never appeared. On the other side, Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa shuttled through the dark void. A ball of light was suspended above their heads, like a small sun, illuminating the void within a radius of 100 feet. At the same time, they were vigilant of their surroundings. We have to be careful after leaving the Kunlun origin court. There are many unknown existences lurking in the darkness. You may be swallowed by them before you can even see their appearance, Zhou Fa reminded. At the same time, he took out a sword, ready to fight at any time. It wasn't the first time he had come outside the Kunlun origin court. He was very scared every time he came. Beast Sovereign didn't answer, but his eyes were very sharp. He was vigilant in all directions. The two moved forward at full speed. After an unknown period of time, a light appeared in front of them. Zhou Fa heaved a long sigh and said, "Finally, we are leaving this damn ghost domain. Next is..." Before he could finish his words, terrifying shadows that resembled dragons and flood dragons suddenly appeared from the darkness 1,000 feet away, surrounding them tightly. The two immediately stopped in fright. What are these things? Beast Sovereign cried out in horror. The aura of these shadows was very terrifying. It made his hair stand on end. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know. Damn it. He felt that his luck was really bad. He was besieged as soon as he came out. Are you from the Kunlun Origin Court? A cold voice came from above, startling them and making them look up. They couldn't see anything in the endless darkness. Who are you? Zhou Fa asked in a loud voice. His voice was trembling. He was obviously very scared. He was pretending to be calm. Bring me to the Kunlun Origin Court, or else you will die here. The cold voice sounded again. A soul-freezing killing intent locked onto Beast Sovereign and Zhou Fa. They didn't dare to refuse. Sovereign Plain, Zhou Xuanji was still enjoying the sovereign's inheritance. The preaching of the sovereigns and the sovereign's divine power had made a qualitative change in his cultivation. In terms of his own sovereign's divine power, it was more than 10 times stronger than before. The sovereign's inheritance wasn't an infusion of wisdom. It was a kind of traction that led his sovereign's divine power to transform. He was getting closer and closer to the true sovereign. Relax your body. Let your extermination immortal physique reach its most comfortable state. Don't offset it. Little sovereign's voice came from behind. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. The next moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the growth rate of the sovereign's divine power had begun to accelerate. Chapter 877. Boom! In the sovereign plain, the mountains shook, and the celestial mist billowed. Zhou Xuanji stood on the edge of the cliff. A powerful gale surrounded his body, forming a majestic tornado that swept away the clouds. His aura continued to rise, like a hot knife cutting through butter, unable to be stopped. The 12 ancestors, who were closest to the sovereign plain, looked up. They were pleasantly surprised. So fast. So powerful. He can accept the sovereign's power so quickly. Seems like he will become a true sovereign soon. Kunlun Origin Court will welcome a new era. I think he will become the most powerful sovereign in history. The 12 ancestors discussed among themselves. They were all full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Since ancient times, very few sovereigns had the same experience as Zhou Xuanji. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji had connections with several sovereigns. Such talent and luck were rare. Senior Mei smiled and said, It's time to promote the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Before the sovereign gives the order, we should take action. The other ancestors nodded. They did not hate the Emperor's Sword Divine Range at all. Since the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was established, other than Zhou Xuanji's wife, the other disciples had never caused trouble. Even after Zhou Xuanji became the first candidate to become the sovereign, they rarely left the divine range. All of them were cultivating diligently. Such a divine range was the favorite of the ancestors. After all, the Kunlun Origin Court needed a large number of powerful cultivators to deal with the previous predicament. Immediately, an ancestor left to arrange the promotion of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji was reborn. Everyone rejoiced. This kind of life lasted for several decades. This day, a majestic aura engulfed the entire Kunlun Origin Court. I, Zhou Xuanji, have been recognized by all sovereigns and have officially become a great sovereign of the court realm. My title is the Sword Emperor. I will protect the Kunlun Origin Court with all my power. I will help the Kunlun Origin Court surpass history and create an unprecedented era. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the world like a great bell, shaking everyone's soul. The peaceful Kunlun Origin Court was in a great commotion again. At the same time, the sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached the great sovereign of the court realm. Gotcha begins. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained the soul of court toppling origin, Kunlun sword, battle body explosion. Zhou Xuanji slowly opened his eyes. The violet light in his eyes made his eyes look like purple gems, mysterious and majestic. The ruler of the court realm was a grand autarch, grand supreme being. His supreme god force had already transformed. Compared to before he broke through, He felt that he was more than 10,000 times stronger. His exterminating divine eyes had also transformed. With a casual glance, his eyesight could penetrate the walls of space. The unprecedented power did not inflate his heart. Instead, he was very calm. "This is a grand sovereign," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a slight smile. Information about the Soul Kunlun sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Soul Kunlun sword level, court toppling description. This sword was created by the Soul Origin of the Kunlun Origin Court's Supreme Sword Emperor. Using the Soul Origin to power this sword, it possesses a terrifying sword power that can destroy an Origin Court. To use this sword, one needs to be the ruler of the Court Realm, Great Supreme Realm. Ding! Since the host has obtained the court-toppling Divine Sword, the Divine Sword's level will be updated. The Sword Spirit's voice came again, and Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Another update. It seemed that the Supreme Legendary Sword system was also continuously growing stronger. After that, he activated his inherited battle physique. A wave of memories flowed into his mind. This was a secret technique that could stimulate the potential of one's body, allowing one's power to increase explosively for a short period of time. This secret technique was extremely demanding on one's body. The stronger one's body, the greater the increase. Such a secret technique was very easy for the current Zhou Xuanji to master. He did not move his body. He easily learned it with his divine will. He did not try it. With his current ability, once he activated his supreme god force, this sovereign plane would most likely shatter into pieces. He changed into a brand new purple robe. The robe was embroidered with numerous legendary swords, forming the pattern of a divine steed. Then, he put on the Sword Emperor divine crown. His entire aura changed suddenly. At this moment, his aura was no weaker than Sovereign Wu Zhou's. He directly teleported into the palace and sat on his golden throne. "Come in," he said softly. As the sound of his voice faded, the 12 ancestors of technique appeared in the palace. The technique ancestors were stunned. They had just heard Zhou Xuanji's voice, and before they could react, they were teleported in by a mysterious force. So powerful! They looked up and felt deep veneration for Zhou Xuanji, who was high above them. They came back to their senses and knelt down. "Greetings, Sovereign." The 12 technique ancestors cupped their fists and said in unison. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Get up. Tell me everything about the Kunlun Origin Court." Having heard this, the technique ancestors got up and began talking about the various rules and powers of the Kunlun Origin Court. This lecture lasted for nearly half a month. The Kunlun Origin Court was too big. The technique ancestors had to take turns to talk about it. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt and listened quietly. After the technique ancestors finished talking, he grasped all the information about the Kunlun Origin Court. "In the future, you will still be the technique ancestors, and your positions will be second only to me. I need you to pick one person from each divine range to form a God Pillar. The God Pillar's position is only one level lower than yours. They are on the same level as the Range Lord. None of the God Pillars can be a Range Lord," Zhou Xuanji said. Hearing this, the 12 technique ancestors' expressions changed drastically. One of them asked cautiously, "Sovereign, what rights do the God Pillars have?" Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said calmly, "They represent the divine range and talk to me directly. Their positions in the divine range are on the same level as the Range Lord. They can only be executed if I give the order. At the same time, the God Pillars cannot interfere with the management of the divine range. They can only advise them." The technique ancestors' eyelids twitched wildly. Decentralization. This was to suppress all the divine ranges. They thought about it and realized that this was a good thing. Each divine range had someone who could restrain the Range Lord. For the 12 technique ancestors, it was more beneficial than harmful. For example, Beast Sovereign dared to order the Evil Sky Divine Range to defy the Origin Court. If the God Pillars were present, the Range Lord's every move would be transmitted to Zhou Xuanji. As for whether the God Pillars would be on the same side as the Range Lord, the probability was too low. After all, the technique ancestors were the ones who decided the God Pillars. As long as they had brains, They would not choose someone who was on the same side as the Range Lord. Also, the Great Elimination will continue. But I want you to send people to investigate the details of each venue. You can't achieve absolute fairness, but you have to be as fair as possible, Zhou Xuanji continued. After that, he told them about the other plans he had in mind. What he mentioned was the overall situation of the Kunlun Origin Court. He did not mention the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. The technique ancestors admired him in their hearts. Only such a sovereign was trustworthy. No matter what, for now, Zhou Xuanji really hoped that the Kunlun Origin Court would be better. His decision was also good for all living beings. Chapter 878. Okay, let's stop here. You can leave, Zhou Xuanji said with his eyes closed. Zhou Xuanji said with his eyes closed, and his tone became lazy. Having heard this, the 12 ancestor immediately bowed and left. After they left, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne in deep thought. Now that he was a supreme being, his perspective of thinking was different from before. He knew that the Kunlun Origin Court wasn't safe. So he wanted to improve the overall strength of the Kunlun Origin Court. He couldn't be the only one powerful. When he heard the 12 ancestors' explanation, he already had a huge plan in his mind. The Kunlun Origin Court can't be limited to my home, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He didn't finish his sentence. He continued to adjust his sovereign divine energy. The next day, the Origin Court spread the news of the God Pillar position to all the divine ranges. Most creatures expressed their support for Zhou Xuanji's decision. In their eyes, this was an opportunity for their future. It was also an opportunity to find Zhou Xuanji directly. If the divine ranges were in danger, the God Pillars could ask for help from the sovereign. If they became God Pillars, they could reach the sky in one step. For a moment, the Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. The Kunlun Origin Court had nearly 10,000 divine ranges. Each divine range had countless creatures living in it. It wasn't easy to choose a suitable God Pillar in each divine range. The 12 ancestors were extremely cautious about Zhou Xuanji's first task. Ever since Zhou Xuanji broke through to Great Sovereign, they had been feeling great pressure. If they didn't do a good job, Zhou Xuanji might really make them step down from their positions. Emperor Sword Divine Range, halfway up the mountain, in a courtyard, Jiang Shui, Xianxia, and Zhou Shaoxian were chatting in a small pavilion. Zhou Shaoxian leaned on the table and sighed, "When will father come back? I heard that the powerful cultivators of the Origin Court could go into closed-door cultivation for millions of years or even longer. Will he be like that too?" It had been so long since Zhou Xuanji ascended to the throne. Her excitement had faded. She wanted to go to Zhou Xuanji's supreme palace to take a look. But he still hadn't come back, which made her very disappointed. Jiang Shui smiled as she peeled the spiritual fruit. "Are you that free? Do you want me to betroth you to a good husband? That way, your attention can be diverted." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips and said, "I don't want to. My goal is not love. I want to follow in my father's footsteps. At the very least, I can't be left far behind by Tanhua." Jiang Shui rolled her eyes and smiled helplessly. This girl will never grow up. Xianxia swirled her wine glass, lost in thought. "Aunt Xian, what are you thinking about?" Zhou Shaoxian suddenly patted Xianxia's shoulder and asked. Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm thinking about the position of the godly pillar." Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian was speechless, and Jiang Shui could not help but laugh. "Aunt Xian, it seems that you are very dissatisfied with your son being the branch master." Zhou Shaoxian winked and smiled provocatively. Jiang Shui glared at her and snappily said, "Will you only be happy when you go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years? Zhou Shaoxian was terrified when she heard that. She was most afraid of boring seclusion. She had to rest from time to time during her cultivation. This was also the biggest reason why she was surpassed by Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua was completely different from her. He loved to cultivate alone. Unless he encountered trouble in cultivation, he would rarely take the initiative to leave the place of cultivation. Of course not. There are only a few Origin Fusion Divine Lords in the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Naturally, I won't decline, Xianxia said, curling her lips. She didn't have any thoughts of scheming against him. She just wanted to make a name for herself. Even if she couldn't become the first in the Kunlun origin court, she wanted to be the second. Jiang Shui smiled and said, "You should cultivate well. Don't go out and cause trouble for him. Maybe you can even become the sovereign in the future." Xianxia slightly furrowed her brow. She asked in surprise, "Why do you say that?" She could hear the deeper meaning in Jiang Shui's tone. "You still don't know him? When did he stay in one place for a long time?" Jiang Shui shook her head and said with a smile. She still remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her about Sovereign Wu Zhou. In her opinion, the seed of leaving the Kunlun origin court had already taken root and sprouted in Zhou Xuanji's heart. Xianxia thoughtfully murmured, "In that case, I won't be a god pillar anymore. I have to cultivate in seclusion. I can't fall behind too much." She wanted to follow Zhou Xuanji more than make a name for herself. She couldn't imagine what dangers there were outside the Kunlun origin court. Only by following him could she feel at ease. At the same time, she was also looking forward to more exciting experiences. "What are you thinking? I just became the sovereign and you are already looking forward to my downfall?" Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly drifted over, startling the three women. They saw Zhou Xuanji slowly walking down from the sky. His purple robe was fluttering in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, fully displaying the aura of a sovereign. "Father!" Zhou Shaoxian stood up excitedly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji. The more she looked, the more excited she became. After not seeing him for so long, she felt that her father seemed to have changed into a different person. Who would dare to question whether Zhou Xuanji was worthy of being the sovereign now? Jiang Shui and Xianxia were even more dazzled. This was their man. The person with the highest status in the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji walked up to Zhou Shaoxian and rubbed her head. Then, he walked up to Jiang Shui and Xianxia and opened his arms. The two women immediately jumped into his embrace. With his wife and daughter by his side, Zhou Xuanji smiled happily. Only in this moment did he feel real. "Don't worry, no matter where I go, I will take you with me." It was like this in the past, now, and in the future, Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile, and the two girls smiled happily. Zhou Shaoxian came up to his side and curled her lips, asking, "Father, I thought you had forgotten about us." She pretended to be unhappy, but the excitement in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "I came back to pick up your mother and Aunt Xian. As for you, stay in the Emperor's Sword Divine range and cultivate well." Having heard this, Zhou Shaoxian immediately put on a sad face. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood that she was acting. He just smiled and didn't say anything. After that, he pulled the two women to sit down and talked about the recent situation of the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Since he became the sovereign, the 12 law ancestors and many divine ranges sent gifts one after another. This caused the spiritual qi in the Emperor's Sword Divine range to grow continuously. The environment was getting better and better. The resources that the disciples could receive had also increased exponentially. With Zhou Xuanji in the lead, the disciples were all working hard to cultivate. Their cultivation was constantly improving. Ren Niming became the first person to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord after Xianxia and Zhou Tanhua. This guy was the incarnation of destiny. After joining Zhou Xuanji's banner, his destiny was connected to Zhou Xuanji's. And Zhou Xuanji was the sole sovereign, which made his cultivation soar. Fortunately, this guy didn't get arrogant. He was still loyal to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. In addition, the number of 9 vast heavens and Dao ancestors was also increasing rapidly. They were bound together for good or bad. After Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, the destiny of all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine range had also improved by leaps and bounds. It could be said that when a man achieves the Dao, even his chickens and dogs rise to heaven. Chapter 879. The news of Zhou Xuanji's return to the Emperor's Sword Divine range didn't spread. The Emperor's Sword Divine range was also in harmony. The disciples still didn't know that Zhou Xuanji was back. The reason for this was that Zhou Xuanji didn't want to cause trouble. Not to mention that his home wasn't just the Emperor's Sword Divine range but the entire Kunlun origin court. 10 years passed just like that. During these 10 years, he taught his children to cultivate. He didn't interfere in the affairs of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Occasionally, he would give advice to Zhou Tanhua. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was about to leave with Jiang Shui and Xianxia. Before leaving, he looked at Zhou Tanhua and asked curiously, "Are you going to keep this form?" After so long, Zhou Tanhua still maintained his youthful appearance. Although this appearance was very pleasing, Zhou Xuanji felt that he should have the spirit and appearance of a boy. The appearance is not important. What's important is the heart. I can change into the appearance of a normal man at any time, but I don't think it's necessary, Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua said with a faint smile. He seemed to be even calmer than Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's calmness was sharp. On the other hand, Zhou Tanhua seemed approachable. It was easy for people to feel close to him. He looks good just like this. Zhou Shaoxian rubbed Zhou Tanhua's head and chuckled. It was precisely because of Zhou Tanhua's appearance that she often teased him. After so many years, it was the same every time they met. In her eyes, Zhou Tanhua was a younger brother who would never grow up. But in the eyes of others, she was the one who would never grow up. She was more like a younger sister. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "After we leave, you have to support each other. After all, you are brother and sister. Apart from us, there is no one closer to you. Understand? Don't give up on each other at any time." Zhou Tanhua nodded while Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips. Okay, you speak as if we are going to part forever," Zhou Shaoxian said, waving her hand. She pretended to be impatient, but in fact she felt wronged. She had never bid farewell like this in her life. She tried to comfort herself that she had already grown up. Jiang Shui looked at Zhou Shaoxian and felt very distressed. But she understood that her daughter had grown up. She should let her grow up. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Shaoxian and said with a smile, "Okay, I will wait for you up there. I look forward to you finding me with your own ability." With that, he waved his right hand and disappeared with Jiang Shui and Xianxia. Zhou Shaoxian looked up. Through the sky of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, she seemed to see the peak of the Origin Court. "Cultivate well." Zhou Tanhua patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Then he turned around and left. Hearing this, Zhou Shaoxian came back to her senses and hurriedly turned around to chase after him. "Stinky little brother. What are you talking about? Is my cultivation weak?" Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji and the others landed on the summit. Jiang Shui and Xianxia observed their surroundings, and they were all stunned. "This place is so beautiful. This world belongs to me. You can go wherever you want and create whatever you want," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, the doors of the Supreme Palace opened. The two women looked at each other and immediately flew in different directions. They wanted to take a look at the Supreme Plain first. The Supreme Plain didn't have a fixed boundary, and it could be continuously expanded. There were many natural treasures here, and it contained almost all the resources of the Kunlun Origin Court. This was all thanks to the 12 ancestors. Zhou Xuanji smiled and walked into the palace alone. He was going to continue studying the rules of the mortal world. In the mortal plane, Sovereign Mortal World was meditating in the sea of fog. Strands of soul shadows coiled around her like a group of dancing ghosts. It was very strange. Since parting with Zhou Xuanji, she had been focusing on cultivating the rules of the soul. Although it wasn't a leap forward, it was still a great epiphany. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and said with a calm look, "Come out." Just as she spoke, a spatial crack appeared in front of her, and a figure stepped out. It was Zhou Fa. Looking at Zhou Fa, who looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World said with a contemptuous smile, "You dare to come to me, a little ghost who doesn't dare to show his true face?" Zhou Fa looked very nervous facing Sovereign Mortal World. He forced a smile and said, "I came here to ask you a favor. After it's done, you will have the opportunity to break through to the Great Sovereign Realm." "You want to read my fortune?" "I don't dare." Zhou Fa's smile was very unnatural. Cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Sovereign Mortal World closed her eyes and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhou Fa replied, "It's like this. There is a big opportunity outside the Kunlun origin court. Dozens of great sovereigns will gather there. If you can let the Sword Emperor go, it will be beneficial for both you and the Sword Emperor. Sovereign Mortal World didn't speak and waited for him to continue. Zhou Fa explained slowly. After a long while, Zhou looked up at Sovereign Mortal World and asked, "How is it?" Sovereign Mortal World didn't answer immediately, as if she didn't notice him talking. Zhou Fa wasn't in a hurry either. He waited patiently. "Okay, wait outside the court," Sovereign Mortal World said leisurely. Autarch Crimson Dust said slowly. Zhou Fa immediately bowed and left. She opened her eyes, stood up, and said with a smile, "You have been listening for so long, why don't you show yourself?" A beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of her. Zhou Xuanji appeared majestically with the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and a long sword radiating red light floating behind him. This red sword was the Kunlun Soul Sword. "What do you think?" Sovereign Mortal World asked with a smile as she looked at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "It should be a trap. But I want to take a look. This is a good opportunity to get in touch with the outside world." Zhou Fa said that an ancient great sovereign had invited great sovereigns to meet him with the excuse of a sovereign's opportunity. There was no need to fight. They just wanted to get to know each other and obtain information about the sovereign's opportunity together. If this was said by a great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji might not think too much about it. But the other party sent Zhou Fa. He couldn't help but think too much. "You have just become a great sovereign. Do you want to stabilize yourself for a while?" Sovereign Mortal World asked with concern. She was a little surprised. She couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. This kid gave her a feeling that he was even more mysterious than the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. He was like Sovereign Wu Zhou. "It's okay. I can stabilize myself better if I go out and fight," Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled confidently. He had already noticed Zhou Fa when he entered the Kunlun origin court. He deliberately let Zhou Fa in to see what tricks this guy had. Sovereign Mortal World nodded and said, "Then I will go with you." Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and said, "No, I have another request." "What is it?" "Teach my 2 wives to cultivate. When I come back, I will share half of the opportunity with you," Zhou Fa said. "Hey, are you afraid that I will drag you down?" "No, I just feel that the Kunlun origin court needs someone to take charge. When the time comes, I will let you control the divine demonstration array." "Yo, you have even mastered the divine demonstration array?" The two began to chat and laugh. They were no longer as distant as before, but they still treated each other with respect. Looking at the current Zhou Xuanji, Sovereign Mortal World couldn't help but sigh. The feeling of being in anti-Kunlun had returned. Chapter 880. Mortal Sovereign did not refuse Zhou Xuanji's request to oversee the Kunlun origin court. And so, Zhou Xuanji took her back to the sovereign's plane. He summoned Jiang Shui and Xianxia. When the 2 girls saw Mortal Sovereign, they looked a little strange, especially Xianxia. She used to regard Mortal Sovereign as her master. But now, she always felt awkward. "I will teach you cultivation in the future. I will leave only after the sovereign returns," Mortal Sovereign said expressionlessly. Autarch Crimson Dust said expressionlessly. His tone was very calm, and he had returned to his usual demeanor. Jiang Shui said gracefully, "Then, thank you." She had a smile on her face and her eyes. Her heart was as clear as a mirror. He had told her everything that happened between Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign. Mortal Sovereign nodded and said, "You guys talk first. I will find a place to cultivate." After that, she flew toward the horizon. As soon as she left, the pressure on Xianxia was immediately reduced. "Should I call her sister now?" Xianxia asked with a faint smile. Jiang Shui was startled. She covered her mouth and laughed. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "That was just an accident." He and Mortal Sovereign did not have that kind of relationship, and Mortal Sovereign did not want to become his woman directly. So he left it to fate. Next, he told the 2 girls about his upcoming journey. After listening to him, the 2 girls frowned. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. In my opinion, the Kunlun Origin Court has encountered successive disasters because it has been stuck in its own ways and can never get out, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He raised his hand and rubbed the long hair of the two girls with a gentle expression. He planned to stay for a few years before leaving. As for Zhou Fa, he would wait a little longer. He believed that Zhou Fa would wait until he appeared. The Kunlun Origin Court was still establishing a new order. He had to wait for the God Pillars to be selected. A year later, Zhou Xuanji met with nearly 10,000 God Pillars in the Supreme Palace. The 12 ancestors stood at the forefront. Everyone was very nervous facing Zhou Xuanji. No one dared to whisper. They all lowered their heads and waited for Zhou Xuanji to speak. Before coming, they had imagined all kinds of scenes. They thought that this sovereign would be very immature. But they did not expect Zhou Xuanji's aura to be so powerful. Even if he did not deliberately reveal it, they still felt suffocated. The absolute difference in strength made them not dare to have any improper thoughts, only endless reverence. The 12 Law ancestors were like this as well. They sighed in admiration in their hearts. It seemed like the Sword Emperor had made a huge breakthrough again. Compared to a few years ago, the pressure that Zhou Xuanji gave them was even greater. Zhou Xuanji said slowly, "You are all the first God Pillars. Don't think about taking care of your positions. From now on, there will be another God Pillar selection every 1,000 years. The God Pillar positions will be voted by the creatures in the divine range. If you can maintain the highest number of votes, you can be re-elected. If you don't have the highest number of votes, you will be replaced. If you fail, you will still have a chance to run for the position of the divine pillar in the future, understand?" The expressions of all the divine pillars changed greatly, falling from heaven to hell in an instant. Even the 12 ancestors of Law were shocked. When they thought about it, they were instantly shocked. Such a rule could indeed spur on the divine pillars. If it was the branch master, he would probably overturn the heavens. The divine ranges belonged to the Kunlun Origin Court, but they also belonged to themselves. Zhou Xuanji was very clear about the feelings of the branch masters. When he was the Emperor Sword Divine Range's range master, he did not want to be controlled by others. The God Pillars he promoted were not taking away the freedom of the divine ranges. On the contrary, he was giving the creatures in the divine ranges a chance. The range masters might be furious, but everyone would be happy. Who did not want to climb higher and higher? Understood? Who dares not to understand? Senior Mei suddenly shouted. All the God Pillars trembled in fear, and they responded in unison. Understood? Nearly 10,000 powerful cultivators shouted in unison. Their aura was so powerful that it seemed like they were going to turn the Supreme Palace upside down. The cultivation of these God Pillars ranged from Dao Ancestor to Origin Fusion Divine Lord. After all, many divine ranges were powerful. Their top combat power was Dao Ancestor. Zhou Xuanji looked around and said, "Next, I will talk about the future plans of the Kunlun Origin Court. My goal is not just the Kunlun Origin Court and the worlds below. I want to break out of the Kunlun Origin Court. I believe everyone has more or less heard that there are other realms outside the Kunlun Origin Court. They were created by the sages. Before this, Sovereign Darkness and Sovereign Wu Zhou had been outside. I want to make the Kunlun Origin Court stronger and surpass all the previous eras." Everyone in the palace was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji's words made them feel like they were coming from the Arabian Nights. Hold on. According to the sovereign, could it be that there were other realms outside the Kunlun Origin Court that could threaten the safety of the Kunlun Origin Court? Surprise, fear, and excitement filled their hearts, making them feel very confused. The 12 ancestors looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. They were already aware of the threat of other realms. If it was Sovereign Wu Zhou who said this, they would only be worried. But since it was Zhou Xuanji, they somehow believed him. They saw a kind of hope in Zhou Xuanji, and a kind of domineering aura that Sovereign Wu Zhou did not have. He had become a sovereign at the age of 2000. Such brilliance had never been seen before. Also, after the God Pillars matter is settled, I will leave the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji continued. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak. With these words, everyone was shocked. The 12 ancestors were the most terrified. They had already experienced the dark period without sovereigns. They did not want to experience it again. Sovereign. The ancestors hurriedly tried to persuade Zhou Xuanji. But just when they opened their mouths, they saw Zhou Xuanji raise his hand. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I won't return. This is an invitation from a great sovereign. Do you understand what a great sovereign is? It's someone who is as powerful as me or even more powerful than me. He has gathered dozens of great sovereigns. I'm going to understand the situation outside the Kunlun origin court." Everyone was dumbfounded by his words. Dozens of great sovereigns. Their first reaction was that Zhou Xuanji had gone crazy. Everyone, the Kunlun origin court has just been attacked by 3 great sovereigns. We can't be like before. We can't just sit and wait for death. The next plan is for all the divine ranges to stop all wars. All of you must cultivate hard. Without my order, if any divine range dares to start a war, I will annihilate them. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice. His domineering aura made all the god pillars tremble in fear. When you go back, tell your range masters that not only must everyone cultivate hard, but so must the range masters and god pillars. All of you go back. Origin court divine soldiers will come to hand over various tasks to you. Just when he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and teleported everyone out. Below the sovereign plane, the god pillars and the 12 ancestors were stunned in the air. They looked at each other in dismay and did not speak for a long time. After a long while, an origin fusion divine lord sighed in amazement. Our sovereign is really amazing. I'm afraid that if we follow him, we will really surpass the past and present. Chapter 881. Yes, although it was very risky, his decisiveness was indeed very impressive. The previous Supremes never had such foresight like him. That's right, I'm starting to look forward to the future Kunlun origin court. That's good too. Without the war, everyone can cultivate in peace. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for a sovereign to meet dozens of grand sovereigns rashly? Don't worry. If he was so rash, he would have died long ago. How old is the Sword Emperor? It's impossible to reach this step by relying on talent alone. The divine pillars discussed spiritedly, most of them extremely excited. Senior Mei turned around, looked at them, and said in a clear voice, "All right, everyone, supremacy has already confided in you. The future of the Kunlun origin court is in the hands of all of us. I hope that you will live up to supremacy's expectations and benefit the Kunlun origin court. Go back now." The divine pillars saluted and left one after another. The 12 law ancestors did not tarry and left together. Very soon, the various divine ranges announced a ceasefire. They responded to the Sword Thearcha's call and cultivated diligently together. Under Zhou Xuanji's command, the origin court began to build momentum. All kinds of news about the outer court domain and the Great Supreme were circulating in the origin court. Cultivating for the Kunlun origin court. This sentence resounded throughout the Kunlun origin court at an extremely fast speed, becoming a declaration passed down by all living beings. Everyone in the origin court admired Jizun. Such a method was truly powerful. He could easily unite all living beings into an iron plate, and at the same time, he had also aroused the enthusiasm of all living beings to cultivate. When the news reached Emperor Sword Divine Range, all the disciples were proud. Zhou Xuanji could decisively change the Kunlun origin court as soon as he became the sovereign. This had already surpassed many sovereigns. Most of the Supreme Venerables would be cautious for a period of time after they took up their positions. They wanted to take care of the feelings of the various divine ranges. This was because the majority of Supremes were able to ascend to their current positions thanks to the support of some divine ranges. But Zhou Xuanji's decision was to treat everyone equally. He did not give special consideration to any divine range. Such a supreme being could convince all living beings. Several years later, Zhou Xuanji tore open spacetime and came to the outside of the Kunlun origin court. He walked slowly in the boundless darkness. The Emperor Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword levitated by his side, giving off black, white, and red lights that illuminated the surrounding 100 kilometers. He was like the sun. Wherever he went, there would be light. Xiao. A voice came. Zhou Xuanji did not need to look to know that it was Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa quickly flew over and said respectfully, "Ji Zun, you've come." Now, he did not dare to do anything overboard when facing Zhou Xuanji. He nonchalantly glanced at the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword. He was shocked. This kind of treasure. He was also a person who loved swords, but this was the first time he had seen such a divine sword. If it weren't for his rationality warning him, he would have continued to stare at the two swords. "Lead the way." Zhou Xuanji instructed indifferently. He used to be interested in Zhou Fa, but now he had no interest at all. He had seen through Zhou Fa's identity. Back then he had experienced a great war in the northern wilderness region and ended up in a village, teaching the children there. One of the children wanted to be his disciple, so he taught the villagers how to practice the sword. What was worth mentioning was that this kid had another identity. Ji Xian. To him, this name was like a star in the sky, a legend. Later on, Ji Xian accidentally entered the space-time turbulence and accidentally flew out of the Kunlun origin court, encountering the Darkness Sovereign. All of this could only be seen after Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign. His soul source had already reached the pinnacle, and he could see Zhou Fa's past with just a glance. Zhou Fa flew in front, not daring to look back. After leaving the dark area, they entered a universe space that was constantly changing between green and red. This place was filled with a kind of scorching energy gas. If one didn't reach the Saint Realm, they would be turned into ashes immediately. Zhou Xuanji scanned this universe with his divine will. At this moment, his two divine swords suddenly vibrated. Zhou Fa, who was in front, heard the commotion. His body immediately stiffened. "Ha! You are the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji?" A burst of heroic laughter came. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Fa turned their heads to look. A man in a yellow robe walked over. His body was surrounded by runes of blue light, and he wore a divine beast crown on his head. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Fa's expression changed the moment he saw him. "How come it's him?" Zhou Fa's eyes widened as waves of shock surged in his heart. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, "Who are you?" His divine will captured Zhou Fa's expression. It seemed that Zhou Fa wasn't in the same camp as this person. "You can call me Han Jinggu. I once went to the Kunlun origin court and gave pointers to a kid. That kid is called Dao. I don't know if he's dead or alive," the man in the yellow robe explained with a smile. The yellow-robed man said with a smile. He was very generous. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side and sized him up before praising, "What a good soul origin. The sword Dao you created is very good. I once met a great sovereign with great attainments in the sword Dao. This time, I can introduce you to him." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. His attention was attracted by Daohu. It turned out that Daohu had received pointers from this great sovereign. No wonder he was so powerful. He curiously asked, "What do you think about the sovereign's opportunity?" Han Jinggu replied, "It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. You should be thinking the same thing. The courtyard realms are very far away from each other, and the various domains are in different planes. It's also what every single great supreme being wants to gather here. There were many existences like Shen Yanxing. Most of the great sovereigns were still uneasy. It would be a good thing if they could get to know more great sovereigns." Zhou Xuanji nodded and started chatting with Han Jinggu. The three of them continued to move forward. Zhou Fa flew in front, extremely nervous. His back was drenched in cold sweat as he tried to remain calm. "This kid is your son? He looks like you, but his aura isn't from you. He has many kinds of powers in his body, and this isn't a good thing. Sooner or later, he'll play himself to death." Han Jinggu looked at Zhou Fa and asked mockingly. When Zhou Fa heard this, his body stiffened, and he felt very unnatural. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "It's not my son. He was also sent by a great sovereign. If it wasn't for that great sovereign, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come." Hearing this, Han Jinggu's interest was piqued. He shouted, "Hey, kid, what's the name of the great supreme being behind you?" Zhou He turned around and said respectfully, "Senior, I don't know either. I was caught as soon as I left the Kunlun origin court. He never revealed his name to me. Han Jinggu frowned, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Efe didn't dare to look him in the eye and quickly turned his head away. The atmosphere became silent. Zhou Xuanji had a smile on his face, but he was on guard in his heart, in case Han Jinggu attacked at any moment. This guy was too close to him. This wasn't a distance that should exist when they first met. However, he wasn't too afraid. Han Jinggu was very strong, but he didn't feel a great threat. Han Jinggu suddenly said, "I'm afraid this meeting won't be as good as we thought. If there is a fight, Brother Zhou, how about you and I join hands?" Chapter 882. That's naturally a good thing. Thank you for taking a liking to me. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile at Han Jinggu's request. If Han Jinggu hadn't made this request, he might have thought too much about it. Now it seemed that Han Jinggu's interest in him came from finding helpers. Alright. If you and I join hands, we will definitely be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Han Jinggu laughed out loud. He was in a good mood. Following this, he became even more enthusiastic and began to tell Zhou Xuanji about his experiences outside the court. Han Jinggu also came from a Fong court realm, and the ancestor of that Fong court realm was an ancient sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. It was very difficult for the vast majority of supreme beings to die, which was why they all established their own Dao realms that were scattered across different planes. It was very difficult to find all of them. Outside of the court realm, the hegemons and grand autarchs of the court realm were divided into different levels of power. Generally speaking, it could be divided into 9 courts. One court was the weakest, and the other 9 were the strongest. The grand paragons of the 9 halls needed to create or control the realms of the 9 halls. Once the destiny of the 9 halls fused together, their strength would reach the pinnacle. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "It's very difficult to control the other realms. I saw someone kill dozens of sovereigns." Han Jinggu shook his head and said, "The supreme martial artists that person killed should have included origin supreme martial artists as well. It's impossible for all of them to be grand supreme martial artists. Besides, killing grand supreme martial artists is much more difficult than controlling other court realms. That's because our souls aren't limitless and can only withstand a single court realm. Furthermore, court realms and court realms will repel each other because of our luck. Since ancient times, how many grand supreme martial artists have died because they tried to forcefully fuse with court realms? Was this the great sovereign's way of playing him to death?" Zhou Xuanji suddenly wanted to ask Little Sovereign, "Did he die like this back then?" They talked and laughed along the way, so it was not boring at all. The one who suffered the most was Zhou Efe. He couldn't hide his flustered emotions at all, and his body kept trembling. Zhou Xuanji was very curious if he was under some kind of evil spell. After all, Zhou Fa wasn't a greenhorn. He had dared to play around with the Kunlun origin court before. Even if he was afraid, he didn't need to go to this extent. They flew for about 20 hours. Zhou Fa suddenly hugged his head and screamed. He stopped and curled up in pain. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately used his divine sense to scan his body. As expected, he suffered the backlash of the power. This brat is a pitiful worm, to actually be cast with such a sinister curse. He will forever be reduced to a puppet, unable to escape the control of the caster. Han Jinggu said, taking pleasure in Zhou Xuanji's misfortune. He could tell that Zhou Xuanji did not take Zhou Fa seriously. Their relationship was quite strange, which was why he mocked Zhou Fa directly. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you recognize the person behind this technique?" Han Jinggu shook his head and said, "I don't know him, but we will meet him later." With a wave of his right hand, a white light flew out from his sleeve and entered Zhou Fa's body. Zhou Fa's body suddenly stretched out, and his screams came to an abrupt end. He looked at his hands in pleasant surprise, turned around and said excitedly, "Thank you for your help, Senior." "No need, I can only help you suppress it for a while. Continue to lead the way, this is your only value." Han Jinggu waved his hand, his expression disdainful. He was too lazy to say another word to Zhou Fa. Zhou Fa quickly turned around, and the 3 of them continued forward. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "Since you were also invited, don't you know the route?" Zhou Fei's speed was really too slow. No hurry. It might not be a good thing to go earlier. I also want to see who is behind this brat. Han Jinggu shrugged with a smile, which made Zhou Fei's heart shudder. Zhou Xuanji thought about it. Although they were already very familiar with each other, he still could not tell what Han Jinggu was thinking. In the blink of an eye. About 7 days passed. They came to another cosmic domain. The top of the universe was bright ahead, and countless pink petals floated down. At a glance, there were many floating islands of different sizes. They saw a dragon with 2 heads. Its body was thousands of meters long, and it was coiled in one place. It was sleeping peacefully, and the dragon's scales on its body were giving off a terrifying cold light. Other than this old dragon, there were many other giant beasts hiding in this cosmic space. The destination is ahead. Zhou Fei pointed at an archipelago far away and said with a nervous expression. There were a total of 12 floating islands in that archipelago. They were like beads strung together. The floating island in the middle was the largest. It was filled with majestic spiritual qi and was surrounded by clouds and mist. Zhou Xuanji had already sensed a dozen powerful auras, and none of them were weaker than him. He was shocked in his heart. They are really great sovereigns. Han Jinggu's expression was also a little unnatural. Apparently, he was also shocked. 2 great sovereigns come in, a majestic voice came. A majestic voice came. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu immediately flew over, while Zhou Fei stayed where he was. At the same time, beside a lake in the archipelago, short tables were placed on the ground, and a total of 17 Grand Supremes were sitting on each of them, in a meditative posture. Among them, 16 great sovereigns were facing one person. That person had white hair and a youthful face. He was wearing a white robe with peach blossom patterns. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, "The new sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court is coming. Everyone, prepare to welcome him." As soon as he said this, the 16 great sovereigns turned around and looked. Xianxia was among these sovereigns. She furrowed her brow with a weird look on her face. He has become the great sovereign of the court realm? How long has it been? She was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's rapid progress. She originally thought that it would take Zhou Xuanji tens of thousands of years or even longer to officially become a great sovereign of the court. She didn't expect him to succeed now. What has he experienced? Just as she was in shock, Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu flew over and landed in the middle of the great sovereigns. "I'm Han Jinggu. Greetings, everyone." Han Jinggu took the lead and saluted with cupped hands. His expression was calm as he glanced at everyone present. Zhou Xuanji followed suit and announced his name. He was also shocked by the appearance of Xianxia. Why is this girl here? This is troublesome. Based on his understanding of Xianxia, this girl would definitely find trouble with him. Sure enough, noticing Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision, Xianxia revealed a dangerous smile, which made people shudder. Good. 2 fellow Daoists, please take a seat." The old man in the white robe waved his hand and said with a smile. Immediately afterward, 2 short tables appeared out of thin air on the right of Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched as he followed Han Jinggu. Han Jinggu's eyes lit up when he saw Xianxia. He walked up to Xianxia and said with a smile, "Fairy, how about I sit next to you?" "No, let him sit," Xianxia said expressionlessly. Xianxia said expressionlessly, and Han Jinggu's face instantly froze. The other great sovereigns had a strange look on their faces. Their gazes shifted back and forth between Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia. Han Jinggu burst into laughter before he walked to the short table next to him and sat down. Zhou Xuanji was helpless. He could only sit at the short table between the two. "Not bad. Your cultivation has risen so fast. I guess I can't use you as a cauldron now, right?" Xianxia supported her chin with her right hand as she looked at Zhou Xuanji from the corner of her eyes. Chapter 883. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer Xianxia but glanced at the other great sovereigns. Those great sovereigns were also observing him. His identity as the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court made him the most eye-catching existence. "I am Sovereign Xiaoyao. I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. I have left the Kunlun origin court for billions of years. Sword Emperor, how is the Kunlun origin court now? A middle-aged man dressed like a scholar asked with a smile. His words surprised Zhou Xuanji. Sovereign Xiaoyao. This name also left behind a mark in the long river of history. He reigned for 3 billion years, taking in countless disciples, and the next supreme being was one of his disciples. Many profound methods were passed down from him, and for the cultivation of the later generations, it was of great use. Zhou Xuanji immediately cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Greetings, senior." No one would lie on such an occasion. Sovereign Xiaoyao was very happy. He chatted with Zhou Xuanji. The other sovereigns weren't idle either. They chatted with Han Jinggu. The atmosphere became lively. The old man in a peach blossom robe had been observing all the great sovereigns present with a smile on his face. He looked amiable without any shrewdness. Shen Yanxing didn't speak. She held her chin and looked at Zhou Xuanji. The expression in her eyes kept changing. No one could guess what she was thinking. After some communication, Zhou Xuanji got to know all the great sovereigns present. The old man in a peach blossom robe was called Su Aoshue. He had lived for many years. Some people guessed that he had the cultivation of the great sovereigns of the 3 courts. In this regard, he just smiled and said nothing. Su Aoshue was very calm. He didn't speak much. Most of the time, he let the great sovereigns present communicate freely. After an hour, another great sovereign arrived. This great sovereign's aura was unstable. He had obviously just broken through. In the face of so many great sovereigns present, he was a little nervous. Slowly, the great sovereigns began to talk about their experiences of becoming great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji also listened carefully. He wanted to learn something from other people's experiences. Ding! The grade of the legendary swords has been successfully updated. The divine swords, from low to high, are divided into ordinary stone, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god slaying, Armageddon, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, heaven essence, overturning heaven, connecting heaven, 9 extremes, chaos, mysterious Tao, supreme mark, vast sky, myriad life fusion, origin court, myriad flower origin court, lord of karma cauldron, and great destruction. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind, and he narrowed his eyes. Myriad flowers origin court, Lord Karma Cauldron, the Great Apocalypse. The addition of 3 levels sounded impressive. Zhou Xuanji thought about these 3 names in detail, trying to find out the meaning behind them. This sovereign's opportunity is not that simple. Don't listen to Su Aoshue and agree to whatever he says. You'd better have the same attitude as me. Shen Yanxing transmitted her voice to Zhou Xuanji in a lazy tone. Zhou Xuanji ignored him again. 6 hours later, Shen Yanxing's voice floated into Zhou Xuanji's ears. Don't look at how harmonious these guys are. Maybe they will fight after leaving this island. He said nothing. 10 hours later, Shen Yanxing transmitted her voice. Among the people present, only Su Aoshue and Sovereign Xiaoyao are truly powerful. The others are just SO. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. He found it funny in his heart. This girl is really two-faced. I'm going to leave her hanging and see how much more she can say. Just like that, even if Zhou Xuanji didn't answer, Shen Yanxing would transmit her voice to him from time to time. Most of them were complaining about the sovereigns present. After a month, 33 great sovereigns gathered by the lake. Most of them maintained their human form, but some of them looked quite strange. It's almost time. Everyone has come from afar. Apart from making friends, you also want to know the whereabouts of the sovereign's opportunity, right? Su Aoshue slowly stood up with his hands on his knees. He glanced at all the great sovereigns and said with a smile, "We all know that there are 3 sovereigns' opportunities in countless planes. One can command all the great sovereigns, unify all the court realms, and usher in the golden age of the primeval sovereign." All the great sovereigns immediately sat up straight, waiting for him to continue. Zhou Xuanji was also very interested in the sovereign's opportunity. He had previously guessed that the supreme legendary sword system was transformed from one of the sovereign's opportunities, but he wasn't sure. The supreme legendary sword system transformed from the primeval's opportunity was indeed powerful, but it needed to be strengthened step by step. There was no end to it. Compared with the rumored sovereign's opportunity, it was far from it. I found the news of this sovereign's opportunity from a destroyed plane. I don't know who its owner is, but the jade slip he left clearly recorded that there is a sovereign's opportunity in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Everyone should have heard of what the Myriad Domain Devil Lair is, Su Aoshue said leisurely. He put his hands behind his waist and walked to the front of the short table. All the sovereigns were shocked. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. The grumpy man almost slammed the table and stood up. Senior, are you sure you are not joking? Han Jinggu asked in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with anger. The other great sovereign's eyes also turned unfriendly. The previous harmony and cheerfulness had disappeared. Su Aoshue said with a smile, I'm not joking. Everyone, please calm down. Let me explain in detail. The Myriad Domain Devil Lair is an abyss left behind by the ancient sages when they created the universe. Anyone who enters will die. But have you ever thought about what kind of power could create such an abyss? Can't one jump to another plane after the universe is destroyed? I guess there must be something maintaining the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. It can devour great sovereigns. If it's not the sovereign's opportunity, what is it? His words made the great sovereigns frown deeply. No one who could reach the cultivation of great sovereign was a fool. The great sovereigns were already thinking about how to retreat. Zhou Xuanji was listening with great interest. It was his first time hearing about the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. He wanted to see how Su Aoshue would continue to make up stories. How could the clue of the sovereign's opportunity appear in a destroyed plane so casually? It was enough for him to come here and meet so many great sovereigns. Everyone, you may think that I am fooling you. After all, the sovereign's opportunity can only be obtained by one person. I may be using you. But you don't know that there have been many examples of people enjoying the sovereign's opportunity in history. You know about the 18 Purple Sky Formation, right? They shared the sovereign's opportunity. I learned about this from my revered master. He is the descendant of the 18 Purple Sky Formation, Su Aoshue continued. Facing the attitude of the sovereigns, he didn't get angry. He still had a smile on his face. Unfortunately, no one listened to him. Seeing this, he had to change the topic and said with a smile, Everyone, think about it first. Next, I will give you the wine that I brewed for 1 billion years. With a wave of his right hand, wine pots appeared on the short table in front of the great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji stared at the wine pots vigilantly. It can't be poisonous, right? The eyes of the other great sovereigns flickered. They were weighing whether to drink it or not. Su Aoshue, have you ever been to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair? Shen Nianxing suddenly asked, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 884. Yes, I have. That's why I'm asking for your help. I've stayed at the edge of the 10,000 domain demon nest for hundreds of millions of years, and I know that the 10,000 domain demon nest has a stable period. During the stable period, the resentful demons and the demon tide inside will disappear. However, I can't be sure how long the stable period will be. Su Aoshue replied with a serious expression. He stared at Shen Nianxing and continued, This is an opportunity. It is already very difficult for you to become stronger. Don't you want to give it a try? I will go with you. The 10,000 domain devil lair is equally dangerous to you and me. I can't set up an ambush to harm you. His words made the other Grand Supremes fall into deep thought. That was right. No matter how strong Su Aoshue was, it was impossible for him to set up an ambush in the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. That was a dangerous place, and anyone who entered would die. Perhaps it wasn't certain death, but none of the creatures that rushed in managed to escape. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He was not interested in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. With his sharp senses, he could tell that this was a trap. If he was Su Aoshue, even if he couldn't obtain the Paragon's opportunity, he wouldn't leak it out. There were only two possibilities. Firstly, it was a lie. Secondly, he had already obtained the supreme opportunity. Therefore, no matter what Su Aoshue said, his heart would not waver. Shen Yanxing was also not interested in Su Aoshue's statement. She had a faint smile on her face and didn't point it out. Everyone, are you afraid that my wine is poisoned? Everyone here is a Grand Supreme, yet you're afraid of a cup of wine? Su Aoshue changed the topic and asked with a smile. The faces of all the great Supremes fluctuated between green and red, hesitating as to whether or not they should drink it. Zhou Xuanji suddenly said, "Of course we have to drink wine. Why don't we drink it after we succeed? Senior, when are we going to act?" As soon as he said that, the other Grand Supremes also joined in. Exactly. The most important thing is the Paragon's opportunity. When are we leaving? This wine can be drunk at any time. But right now, I just want to find the Paragon's serendipity as soon as possible. That's right, we want to become an existence like the 18 Purple Dome Formation. Haha, I like Sword Emperor's determination. I also agree. Hearing these words, Su Aoshue looked at Zhou Xuanji meaningfully. Then he laughed and said, "That's right. That makes sense." He waved his right hand and all the wine disappeared. The Grand Supremes felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders, and smiles reappeared on their faces. "You're finished. He hates you." Shen Yanxing sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji, gloating. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at her and did not take it to heart. There were many people who opposed Su Aoshue, and there were also people who took the lead. Even if Su Aoshue wanted revenge, he would have to kill them one by one. After that, Su Aoshue began to explain his plan. There were still 10,000 years until the next stable period of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. During this period of time, he hoped that every Grand Supreme could store a huge amount of divine power and seal it in the space within their bodies, soul planes, or divine treasure spaces. The great Supremes all agreed, and the banquet ended. They left in 2s and 3s, talking and laughing. Zhou Xuanji and Han Jinggu returned together, but Shen Yanxing wanted to follow. "Looks like this fairy likes my brother Zhou?" Han Jinggu winked and said with a teasing look. He wasn't jealous of Zhou Xuanji. With his identity, he didn't lack beautiful partners at all. Not only that, but Shen Yanxing was also very dangerous. How could he hope to be favored by Shen Yanxing? Shen Yanxing smiled gently and followed beside Zhou Xuanji like a little wife. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and burst into laughter. For some reason, he suddenly felt that Shen Yanxing was very cute. Previously, he was still thinking about how to fight against Shen Yanxing, but now he felt that she was not so hateful. This lass was pretending. Zhou Xuanji warned himself in his heart to stay awake and not be confused by the divine star. In the past, Xianxia was even more temperamental than Shen Yanxing. Never believe a woman's change. Especially bad women. The three of them flew out of this plane and traveled through the space-time tunnel. After leaving the floating island, Zhou Xuanji found that Zhou Fa had disappeared. They were the first group of Grand Supremes to leave the floating island, which meant that Zhou Fa's master wasn't a guest Grand Supremes on the floating island. There was another possibility. Zhou Fa's master was Su Aoshue. "We have to be careful. I can sense danger," Han Jinggu said in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji also sensed it. He spread out his divine sense, and the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and Soul Kunlun Sword appeared behind him at the same time, giving off powerful might. Shen Yanxing looked at the two swords in surprise. She was surprised. What kind of sword is this? The three stopped talking and moved forward at full speed. They traveled through time and space. They had already forgotten the direction. They just wanted to get rid of the danger behind them. "Aren't you very strong? Why are you afraid now?" Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but tease. The other party hadn't made a move yet. It seemed that he was afraid. Once the three of them separated, the other party would definitely attack. Shen Yanxing curled her lips and said, "How am I afraid? I just want to go back and see my sister. Is she your wife now?" Han Jinggu raised his brow when he heard this. He laughed loudly and said, "Oh, it turns out that you are in-laws. It seems that you can't separate." He deliberately said this to the existence that was following them. He wanted that guy to retreat. Shen Yanxing covered her mouth and chuckled, saying, "It's not just in-laws. I will marry him soon." He can become a grand sovereign thanks to my yin and yang technique. Han Jinggu laughed even louder when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl is slandering me. However, he didn't explain. It was best not to explain now. After an hour, the killing intent disappeared. It seemed like the other party had given up. Han Jinggu sighed. This banquet is indeed full of danger. I wonder if it's Su Aoxue or the other Grand Supremes who can't see through it. If it was Su Aoxue, there was no need to go through so much trouble. That guy was still waiting for them to go to the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It doesn't matter who it is. I've learned a lot from this banquet, and I'm very satisfied. As for the trip to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair, forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. Han Jinggu nodded as well. To be able to get to know Brother Zhou and Goddess, I've gained a lot. Let's talk again in the future. Han Jinggu laughed. Zhou Xuanji asked in surprise, You're leaving now? Han Jinggu nodded. A pair of black wings sprouted from his back. He spread them and soared into the sky, quickly disappearing into the space-time turbulence. Brother Zhou, no, Sword Emperor, the outside world of the court realm is very vast, and it is also very confusing. One day, you and I will definitely meet again. I believe that at that time, you will surprise me. Han Jinggu left, leaving behind only his hearty laughter. Shen Yanxing jokingly said, This guy is very dangerous. Fortunately, he left. Zhou Xuanji doubtfully asked, What do you mean? Han Jinggu gave him a good impression. But from what Shen Yanxing said, Han Jinggu was far more unfathomable than he thought. Chapter 885. Can't you see? That killing intent isn't directed at you, but at Han Jinggu. This guy pretends to be there to protect you, but in reality, TSK. Shen Yanxing smiled contemptuously. No one knew who she was looking down on. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but think. It seemed that he hadn't incurred the hatred of the other grand sovereigns. That's good too. It's better to avoid trouble. Then he and Shen Yanxing continued to fly forward. Zhou Xuanji had left a demon god avatar in the sovereign plane, so he could clearly sense the location of the Kunlun origin court. There were simply too many cosmic domains outside the court. Even a Grand Supreme could easily get lost. Along the way, Shen Yanxing didn't ask Zhou Xuanji how he broke through to Great Sovereign, nor did she mention anything about what had happened before. She told Zhou Xuanji about her experiences outside the court, and Zhou Xuanji was very interested in all sorts of amazing things. The universe domain outside the court was collectively known as the Boundless Universe. No one knew exactly how big the boundless cosmos was, because countless generations of great sovereigns had been opening up their own worlds, expanding the boundless cosmos. Most of the past supremes of the Kunlun origin court were still alive, and they had already created their own court realms. Because of this, the Kunlun origin court was widely known in the endless universe, and it was known as the origin of all living beings. Shen Yanxing's attitude toward Zhou Xuanji had improved significantly. Every time Zhou Xuanji asked her about something, she would patiently answer him. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, the two returned to the Kunlun origin court. I'll go take a look at Golden Crown Divine Lord first. Don't worry about me. After dropping this sentence, Shen Yanxing disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled and returned to the sovereign plane. At this moment, Xianxia and Jiang Shui were sitting side by side on the cliff, facing the vast sky as they cultivated. Supremacy Crimson Dust stood behind them, her red dress fluttering in the cool breeze. It was as if she was wrapped in red flames, looking extremely beautiful. The mortal world is the secular world, and the secular world is everywhere. When you cultivate, you can think back to the past. Autark Crimson Dust said slowly as he stared off into the horizon. She smiled because she saw Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled at her from afar and said nothing. He flew into the Supreme Palace silently to cultivate. Sovereign Hong Chen did not interrupt Xianxia and Jiang Shui's cultivation. He continued to explain to them. Several years later, Sovereign Crimson Dust said, All right, let's end our cultivation here. The Sword Emperor has returned. You can go and see him. After saying that, Supreme Hongchen turned into a wisp of Hongchen Qi and dissipated. Jiang Shui and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. They immediately turned into two rays of light and flew away. Inside the hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked at the Soul Kunlun sword floating in front of him, deep in thought. Jiang Shui and Xianxia flew into the hall and landed beside him. "Why didn't you tell us that you were back?" Xianxia rebuked, while Jiang Shui looked at him affectionately. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to come back so soon. This was good as well, they did not have to worry too much. Zhou Xuanji pulled them into his embrace and told them what had happened during this period of time. After he finished speaking, the two women were filled with emotion. "I didn't expect that there would be such a big world outside the Kunlun origin court. It seems like the sages of the past really couldn't stop." Throughout history, the vast majority of sovereigns would leave the Kunlun origin court after they abdicated to open up a new universe. They would never return. Over time, in the eyes of later generations, they had all died outside the court. Jiang Shui asked worriedly, "Will those great supremes target our Kunlun origin court, especially the one behind Zhou Fa?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Sovereign Wu Zhou has many enemies outside. Has he seen any of his enemies attacking? The Kunlun origin court should have some kind of protection, which is why it can exist for so long. After all, this is the origin of all living beings." Previously, Dark Sovereign hated the Kunlun origin court and was unable to extricate himself from the abyss of hatred. The Sword Emperor came from anti-Kunlun, and what he wanted to do was to occupy the Kunlun origin court's providence. Both of them were very special and couldn't be lumped together. The two ladies nodded. They felt that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. How many sovereigns had gone out in the past? How could they not have enemies? If he wanted revenge, he would have come a long time ago. "From now on, all of you will follow me and cultivate." Zhou Xuanji let go of his hand and said with a gentle smile. The two ladies also smiled. Two treasure chairs appeared next to them, and they sat down. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and channeled his energy. In an instant, the two women felt that everything around them suddenly shattered. A majestic Tao energy enveloped them from all directions. So strong. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened as she mumbled to herself. Jiang Shui was also shocked. At this moment, they felt that their cultivation could be enhanced just by breathing. It was the first time they had encountered such a scene. Outside the Supreme Palace, on a floating island in the distance, Sovereign Hong Chen, who was strolling in the courtyard, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and looked at the giant mountain on the horizon, murmuring, "How strong are you now?" In a dark palace, golden-crowned Divine Lord was crawling on the ground, shivering. After so long, his body was wrapped in a layer of beast skin. It seemed that even his golden hair hadn't grown out. Shen Yanxing stood on the high platform in front of him, frowning. No one knew what she was thinking. Golden-crowned Divine Lord was uneasy. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, it really has nothing to do with me. I have never been out of the world before, let alone know a great sovereign." His eyes fell on the ground. A small silver token was lying on the ground. A strange divine beast was carved on it. It looked like a tiger. Shen Yanxing took a deep breath and said, "Do you know what this is? This is the universe kill order. Once this order appears, the person being hunted will die without a doubt." "Where did you pick it up?" Golden-crowned Divine Lord trembled in fear. He quickly replied, "I picked it up next to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. I was very interested in Zhou Xuanji's divine range, so I went for a stroll. Then I met his son. We had a good chat. Just as we finished talking, this token tore the space and flew over. I took it away. His heart was filled with regret. Previously, he felt that this token was exquisite and gorgeous, so he took it away and hung it around his neck. He didn't expect it to have such a background." "Zhou Xuanji's son?" Shen Yanxing's brow furrowed even more. She immediately disappeared. On the other side, on a meteorite outside the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Zhou Tanhua was practicing his sword. He held the sword with one hand as his figure kept moving. Lightning intertwined on the blade. The speed of the sword was as fast as the wind, causing the space to ripple like the surface of a lake under a strong wind. Shen Yanxing appeared above the meteorite, looking down at Zhou Tanhua below, sizing him up. She suddenly cried out, looking a little surprised. Zhou Tanhua, who had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level, didn't notice her arrival. He was still focused on practicing his sword. After a while, Shen Yanxing had a complicated look in her eyes as she murmured, "Zhou Xuanji, I didn't expect your son to be so amazing." Chapter 886. Ever since he assumed the position of the Emperor Sword Divine Range's master, Zhou Tanhua's cultivation had not fallen behind. He had let Daoist Old Man and Xiao Jinghong handle most of the affairs of the Divine Range for the time being. Only when there were big decisions would he ask Zhou Tanhua. Xiao Jinghong was now a deity pillar of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. The 12 ancestors were very understanding. After knowing that Xiao Jinghong was Zhou Xuanji's only disciple, they chose Xiao Jinghong as a deity pillar straightaway. No one in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range objected to this. Regardless of his identity, Xiao Jinghong's character was still trustworthy. Zhou Tanhua liked to study the Sword Dao and create his own Sword Dao magical ability. He even accepted some disciples in the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Many disciples believed that his aptitude was not inferior to his father's. At this moment, he felt uneasy as he practiced his swordsmanship. He frowned slightly, feeling that something bad was about to happen. He suddenly stopped and looked up. There were no living creatures in the starry sky above the meteorite. Strange. He muttered to himself, then shook his head and continued to practice. Little did he know that someone was looking at him. Shen Yanxing was still floating above. She wrapped her divine power around herself and isolated the vision of the exterminating divine eyes. She watched for a while and then left. From beginning to end, she did not disturb Zhou Tanhua. As soon as she left, Zhou Tanhua's mood suddenly calmed down. Strange. Zhou Tanhua muttered to himself and subconsciously looked at the top of Origin Court. Could it be that his father was spying on him? But if it was his father, why would he feel uneasy? Sovereign Plain. Shen Yanxing sneaked in without anyone noticing and broke into the Supreme Hall. Upon seeing her, Xianxia and Jiang Shui immediately stood up and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and motioned for them to calm down. Isn't it blissful to cultivate with your 2 wives? Shen Yanxing teased, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. Before Zhou Xuanji could reply, she threw out the Universe Kill Medallion, which floated in the air. What is this? Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. Jiang Shui and Xianxia looked at each other and immediately guessed his identity. The younger sister of the mortal world supreme, Shen Yanxing. Universe Killing Order. Then, she introduced the origin of the Universe Kill Order to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why had a universe-killing order appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court? Could it be that the mysterious existence that had been chasing after them hadn't given up? This kill order is aimed at your son. His talent is extraordinary, just like yours. However, you have already become a supreme being and have the protection of the Origin Court, but he is different. I reckon that he has already appeared in the calculations of many great supreme beings. Shen Yanxing said meaningfully, making Zhou Xuanji fall into deep thought. Jiang Shui asked, "Is there a way to solve it?" Shen Yanxing glanced at her and said casually, "We can only wait for the other party to come to our door. We can't escape, but the other party may be afraid of the Kunlun Origin Court. For the time being, let him stay in the Kunlun Origin Court with peace of mind. Don't run out." She had a good impression of Zhou Tanhua. He was like Zhou Xuanji's youth. With his cultivation, can he leave the Origin Court? Xianxia coldly snorted as if she was despising Shen Yanxing's ignorance. For some reason, she instinctively resisted Shen Yanxing. He felt that this woman was very annoying. Because when she saw this woman, she inexplicably thought of herself in the past. Shen Yanxing smiled and stopped talking. Other than that, is there anything else? Zhou Xuanji asked, his eyes fixed on Shen Yanxing. Shen Yanxing smiled and said, "Of course." As her voice fell, she suddenly turned into a gust of wind and rushed towards Xianxia. Clang. Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of Xianxia out of thin air. Holding the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death, He blocked Shen Yanxing's right hand. Shen Yanxing's nails were so beautiful, but they were as hard as the Emperor's sword of life and death. Her fingertips collided with the blade of the sword, causing the blade to tremble. She followed suit and retreated, clicking her tongue in wonder. Your strength is not like that of a great sovereign who has just entered the court realm. Zhou Xuanji coldly asked, What do you want to do? The Kunlun Soul Sword appeared behind him, emitting a red light with a trace of green smoke. Shen Yanxing covered her mouth and laughed. Her smile was so beautiful. She turned around and walked towards the gate. Xianxia wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to step forward to stop her but was stopped by Zhou Xuanji. In the Kunlun Origin Court, you had better not cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering our old relationship and fighting to the death with you, Zhou Xuanji reminded. He could see that Shen Yanxing didn't have any killing intent towards Xianxia. But because of this, he felt a headache. What is this girl thinking all day long? Shen Yanxing laughed heartily as she disappeared. Her aura was still in the sovereign plane. He reckoned that she had gone to find Sovereign Hongqin. Xuanji, will she? Jiang Shui asked worriedly. She didn't finish her sentence, but Zhou Xuanji understood what she meant. He shook his head and said, Don't worry, she will know what to do. She has come to the Kunlun Origin Court more than once. She has only killed Sovereign Kong Sheng. From Shen Yanxing's words, he could infer that the Kunlun Origin Court was feared by the Endless Universe and also by Shen Yanxing. In the dark void, Su Aoxue was walking in the air, followed by Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign, who used to be insufferably arrogant in the past, were like two walking corpses at this moment. Their heads were lowered and their temperament was decadent. Su Aoxue looked ahead. His eyes were as indifferent as water. He faintly asked, Your Excellency, how long are you going to follow me? Just as his voice fell, a silver crack appeared 100 feet away on the left. A white thigh poked out, followed by a beautiful woman wearing a cheongsam. Her silvery hair was fluttering in the wind. Her face was devastatingly beautiful. The corners of her red lips were raised. She looked extremely enchanting. As soon as he saw her, Su Aoxue couldn't help but frown. He asked in a deep voice, Qilin Demon, why are you following me? Qilin Demon covered her mouth and giggled. I heard that you have information about the Sovereign's opportunity? Why don't you tell us Qilin 9 absolutes? We will give you a universe kill order in the future. How about it? Su Aoxue frowned and didn't answer immediately. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign nervously looked at Qilin Demon. As soon as this woman appeared, they inexplicably felt as if they were facing death. Their bodies turned cold and stiff, unable to move. Universe kill order, it's really a big deal. But why do you Qilin 9 absolutes trust me so much? Su Aoxue asked with a faint smile. His eyes were filled with fear. He kept thinking about countermeasures in his mind. Qilin Demon slowly walked over and said with a smile, It's our business whether we believe it or not. You only have one choice. Threat? Su Aoxue didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, Okay, I agree. Qilin Demon smiled even more happily when she heard this. She was so beautiful, but Su Aoxue and the other two couldn't have any evil thoughts. At this moment, the three just wanted to escape as soon as possible. It just so happens that I'm planning to go to the Kunlun Origin Court. Why don't you accompany me, lest I can't deal with that sovereign? Qilin Demon smiled. She stopped less than 10 feet away from Su Aoxue. This distance made Su Aoxue frown. Chapter 887. Why are you going to the Kunlun Origin Court? Su Aoxue asked. His memory of Zhou Xuanji was still fresh. Although Zhou Xuanji was young, his divine energy was very pure. If they fought in the Kunlun Origin Court, it would be very difficult to win. Every Grand Supreme was invincible in their respective court realm, unless the difference in strength was more than 3 courts. The Qilin Demon blinked his eyes and said, Another peerless genius has appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court, and there are still 2 of them. However, the strongest one has already become a sovereign and cannot be interfered with. The other one is still growing. Someone asked us, the Qilin 9 absolutes, to eliminate that brat. As soon as he said this, Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua? Su Aoxue wasn't surprised. The Kunlun origin court had produced peerless geniuses since ancient times, so it wasn't strange for two of them to appear at once. However, he was very curious as to who had invited the Qilin 9 Absolutes. If one wanted to invite the Qilin 9 Absolutes, one would have to pay a huge price. The Qilin Enchantress laughed mockingly and said, "The other party revealed your supreme being opportunity before we were willing to make a move." Su Aoshue's face changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Who was the one who leaked it? Could it be the great sovereigns he had invited before? Didn't those guys not believe it? The more Su Aoshue thought about it, the angrier he got. On second thought, he didn't have the ability to enter the Myriad Domain Demon Lair at the moment, so it wasn't a bad idea to let the Qilin 9 Absolutes go. He even got a universal kill order because of it. In the boundless universe, the value of a universe kill order was immeasurable. This was also the reason why the 9 Absolutes Qilin could look down on everyone. Once the universe killing order was issued, no matter how many Great Hall Supremes you were, you would definitely die. Kunlun Origin Court is the origin of the gods. Are you planning to barge in directly? Su Aoshue tilted his head to look at Qilin Mei and asked doubtfully. He had interacted with Zhou Xuanji before. Zhou Xuanji was definitely a ruthless character. He looked gentle, but his eyes were sharp. To be able to come this far, he must have stepped on countless bones. Qilin smiled charmingly and said, "You will understand when the time comes." Afterward, the four of them walked toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign Plain. Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Xianxia, Red Dust Sovereign, and Shen Yanxing sat together. The atmosphere was a little quiet. Shen Yanxing crossed her arms in front of her chest, glanced at the four people, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you very nervous?" Autark Crimson Dust asked, "Why have you gathered us here?" She looked at her younger sister helplessly. In the past, Shen Yanxing was obedient to her, listened to her everything, and regarded her as the only dependence. Now, there was a deep estrangement between the two sisters. Even now, it had not been completely eliminated. Zhou Xuanji was very calm, waiting for Shen Yanxing to speak. "Naturally, it's for your son. During this time, I have been calculating and found that the killing intent against Zhou Tanhua is approaching. I want to accept Zhou Tanhua as my disciple. Do you have any objections?" She had seen Zhou Tanhua and felt that his aptitude was really strong. He might be the next Zhou Xuanji. "No." Xianxia refused without hesitation. Sovereign Hongchen also furrowed her brow. She couldn't figure out her sister's true intentions. If Zhou Tanhua was harmed, how would she face Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji laughed unpleasantly. "He has me as his father, why does he need to take me as his master?" Shen Yanxing stared at him and said in a serious tone, "His aptitude is not inferior to yours, but you have already become a sovereign. If he stays in the Kunlun Origin Court, it will only limit his development. I will take him to see my revered master so that he can grow up quickly." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He naturally had expectations for his children, but it was too dangerous to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. Sovereign Hongchen solemnly asked, "Nianxing, you have to consider this matter seriously. There are still people hunting Tanhua outside." Jiang Shui kept staring at Shen Yanxing without saying a word, as if she wanted to see through her. Xianxia, who was a little angry, also calmed down. If what Shen Yanxing said was true, this would be Zhou Tanhua's opportunity. If I want to target him, I can take him away at any time without anyone knowing. Do I still need to discuss with you? Shen Yanxing said in annoyance. She had good intentions, but these guys didn't believe her. She suddenly thought of leaving. "Do you have a way to avoid the universe kill order?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He really wanted to take out the truth sword to test it, but he felt that it would be too insulting to Shen Yanxing. What's more, can the truth sword work on great sovereigns? Shen Yanxing nodded and said, "I have a way to hide his fate. Although it's only for a while, it's enough for me to rush to my revered master's range. At that time, even the 9 absolutes of Qilin who issued the universe kill order will not be able to kill him." Her tone was full of confidence, looking down on the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment before he waved his right hand and Zhou Tanhua appeared behind him out of thin air. As soon as he saw the 5 people in front of him, Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He was still holding his sword with a dumbfounded look on his face. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sit down, I have something to discuss with you." Zhou Tanhua sat down between Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia in a daze. Seeing him like this, Xianxia couldn't help but touch his head. For some reason, she suddenly felt that this kid was really cute. Maybe it was because they might have to separate. Zhou Xuanji told Zhou Tanhua the ins and outs of the matter. After listening to the entire story, Zhou Tanhua's expression didn't change much. His calmness made Xianxia and Sovereign Hongchen look up to him. This kid was really like his father. Zhou Tanhua smiled and said, "I'm willing to go. Leaving the Kunlun Origin Court can save the Kunlun Origin Court from a calamity. At the same time, I can also obtain opportunities." He looked at Xianxia, raised his eyebrows, and said with a smile, "Mother, it seems like the position of branch master is destined to belong to you." When Xianxia heard this, she pinched his ear reproachfully. At this time, this brat was still joking. "If you go out, you will also be in danger. Don't be in a rush to make a decision," Zhou Xuanji said seriously. Zhou Tanhua nodded. Then, he crossed his hands and closed his eyes in deep thought. Xianxia burst out laughing. "Zhou Xuanji, your son obviously has an idea, but he is still pretending. Is this inherited? He is so pretentious." As soon as he said this, the corners of Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua's mouth twitched. When Xianxia and Jiang Shui saw this, they also laughed. It was indeed very similar. "Ahem, then I've decided to leave. But before I leave, I want to see my sister. If I leave without saying goodbye, she'll definitely be very angry." Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and pretended to be serious. Zhou Xuanji nodded. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Tanhua and Xianxia disappeared at the same time. Xianxia got up and said, "It's settled then. Tell him to hurry up. I can feel the killing intent getting closer and closer. It won't be long before it arrives at the Kunlun Origin Court." As her voice fell, she gave Sovereign Hongchen a look, and the 2 women immediately left. Jiang Shui moved to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, "Have you really decided?" She also regarded Zhou Tanhua as her son. It was natural for her to be worried. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "A young eagle has to soar alone in the end. When I was his age, I had already begun to compete for the position of sovereign." The age gap between him and Zhou Tanhua wasn't big. At least in the Kunlun Origin Court, they could be brothers. Chapter 888. Zhou Tanhua and Xianxia returned to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range to explain. In less than 3 days, he left with Xianxia. The range master of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was Xianxia. After all, Zhou Shaoxian was too impatient and Xiao Jinghong's cultivation wasn't high enough. It was difficult for him to support the majesty of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sent them off. They came to the dark realm outside the Origin Court. Zhou Tanhua looked back at his father and said with a smile, "Father, don't worry. When I come back, I will definitely become your right-hand man and strengthen the Kunlun Origin Court with you." He smiled confidently. There was no sadness of parting at all. In fact, he felt very sad in his heart. But in order not to drag Zhou Xuanji down, he felt that he had to act free and easy. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Then we have an agreement. You have to come back. Don't go away and never return." Looking at him, Zhou Xuanji inexplicably thought of himself. He used to be like Zhou Tanhua. Now, he was a sovereign but he still couldn't cover the sky with one hand and protect his family. This made his heart a little heavy. Xianxia, who was next to him, looked at the father and son. Her emotions were surging. She suddenly remembered the scene in the passageway between the 2 worlds. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in her eyes. After exhorting a few words, Zhou Xuanji let them set off. "Don't worry, I won't let him die." Xianxia couldn't help but let out a cold snort when she saw Zhou Xuanji looking at Zhou Tanhua. She was a tyrannical existence who had hunted many great sovereigns. How could she be so weak and untrustworthy? Zhou Xuanji nodded before watching Xin Yanxing and Zhou Tanhua leave. Only after they disappeared into the darkness did he slowly retract his gaze. If I find out who you are, I will make you regret it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he muttered to himself. Zhou Xuanji's eyes were cold as he mumbled to himself. After that, he turned around and returned to the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Tanhua's departure didn't change anything. The Kunlun origin court was still the same. Zhou Xuanji also began to work hard on cultivating. With the 12 law ancestors and the god pillars, the order of the Kunlun origin court was restored. The various origin cities became lively again. Due to the prohibition of war, many living beings in the Kunlun universe came and went in an endless stream. The entire Kunlun origin court seemed to be flourishing with each passing day. The interactions between the divine ranges had also increased. If they couldn't start a war, they would hold a tournament to hone their combat abilities. The origin court turned a blind eye to this. Zhou Xuanji came out of closed-door cultivation and discovered this, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He sent a message to the 12 ancestors, telling everyone that they could fight, but they couldn't carry out a divine range war. Completely curbing the slaughter would only produce the opposite of the desired result. As long as it did not affect the divine ranges, Zhou Xuanji had no objections. Some people needed to fight to become stronger, while others needed to take revenge. These emotions could not be suppressed. Time flew by. Zhou Xuanji welcomed his 3,000th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 3,000 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Flower Origin Court, 1,000 Worlds Banishing Hegemon Sword, Outer Soul Doppelganger. The sword spirit's voice sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He opened his eyes, which flashed with a purple light. The Myriad Flowers Origin Court that surpassed the Origin Court Reversal Divine Sword. Zhou Xuanji had a feeling. Currently, he was not qualified to use the 1,000 Realms Chaotic Executioner Sword. Soon, the sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, 1,000 Realms Hegemon Slayer Sword Grade, Myriad Flower Origin Court Description. A peerless overlord sword formed by the fusion of 1,000 planes. It contains a horrifying power that can destroy everything. To use this sword, one must have at least the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. What did 1,000 planes refer to? Only the cultivation of the great sovereign of the 5 courts could use it. This showed how domineering this sword was. After that, he continued to inherit the Outer Soul Doppelganger. A stream of memories flowed into his mind, allowing him to quickly master this divine ability. The Outer Soul Doppelganger divine ability used soul telekinesis to manifest a doppelganger. The doppelganger's aura was exactly the same as the original body, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The strength of the original body was related to the amount of soul telekinesis consumed. The greatest advantage of this divine ability was that it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily. Not bad. Although he only received 1 legendary sword for his birthday, it was still a huge gain for him. He got up and walked out of the Supreme Palace. On the cliff, Jiang Shui had already prepared a table of dishes and wine, waiting for him. Seeing him walking over, Jiang Shui got up and said with a gentle smile, "Xuanji, congratulations on reaching 3,000 years old. 3,000 years old. For mortals, this was such a long time." But in the Kunlun origin court, Zhou Xuanji was still not old enough to travel alone. Not only was Jiang Shui congratulating Zhou Xuanji, but the 12 ancestors were also busy. The entire Kunlun origin court congratulated Zhou Xuanji together. When everyone learned that Zhou Xuanji was only 3,000 years old, they were all dumbfounded. They knew that Zhou Xuanji was very young, but they didn't know his exact age. Now that they heard about it, they were all stunned. For a moment, Zhou Xuanji was praised as the most powerful genius in history. "Congratulations to you too, you are already 3,004 years old," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a soft laugh. He walked to Jiang Shui's side, held her hand, and sat on the bench. Jiang Shui poured wine for him. The two talked about the past while facing the majestic immortal mist. Since Zhou Tanhua left, Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation. Under his guidance, Jiang Shui had already reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Stage 1. Although Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power had been growing steadily, it was difficult for it to make a qualitative leap. According to Little Sovereign, if he wanted to break through to the Great Sovereign of the Second Court, he had to master another court. In other words, he had to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. However, the owner of the Universe Kill Order hadn't arrived yet. He couldn't leave. The two talked about the past for a while. Then, the topic fell on their children. I wonder how Tanhua is now. He hasn't replied after leaving for so long, Jiang Shui said worriedly. She was most worried about Zhou Tanhua. As for Zhou Shaoxian, she was very safe in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. Zhou Xuanji swirled the wine glass and calmly said, "He's fine. I have a hunch that he will surprise us the next time he comes back." Jiang Shui nodded and said with a smile, "Just like you. Every time you disappear and come back, you will surprise everyone." Zhou Xuanji smiled proudly. Like father, like son. The more powerful Zhou Tanhua was, the more face he would have as a father. "Sword Emperor, can you come out for a gathering?" At this moment, Su Aoshue's voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji put down his wine glass. He softly said, "I will go out for a while. Wait for me here." Having said this, he directly left the Kunlun Origin Court without waiting for Jiang Shui's response. In the Dark Domain, Su Aoshue, Qilin Demon, Zhou Fa, and Beast Sovereign were waiting. As soon as Zhou Xuanji appeared, the four's gazes quickly fell on him. The Qilin Demon looked at Zhou Xuanji with an evil smile on his face. He looked like a poisonous scorpion, making people shudder. "Sword Emperor, long time no see. How have you been?" Su Aoshue cupped his fists and said with a smile. He had an amiable look on his face. He was secretly surprised. "How long has it been? This kid's aura has become stronger again." Chapter 889. Not bad. May I know why Senior Su is here? Zhou Xuanji asked as he bowed. He could not help but glance at the Qilin Mei. He could sense that this woman was very dangerous. She tried her best to suppress her murderous intent, but Zhou Xuanji could still sense it. This woman came with ill intentions. Su Aoshue immediately introduced the Qilin charm to Zhou Xuanji. After hearing that the Qilin charm was one of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed. The universe-killing order was created by the Qilin 9 absolutes. Zhou Xuanji was immediately filled with murderous intent. "Sword Monarch, can I see your son?" The Qilin enchantress covered her mouth and smiled. Her demonic tone and expression seemed to have a deeper meaning. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. The imperial sword of life and death and the soul Kunlun sword appeared behind him. His gaze turned sharp. He wanted to fight. Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign were secretly shocked, especially Beast Sovereign. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji didn't seem to be any weaker than Su Aoshue. "How long has it been?" Beast Sovereign thought bitterly. Zhou Xuanji is growing too fast. Previously, when he heard Zhou Fa's words, he felt that it was unreal. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he was shaken to the core. His emotions were complicated, and he even wanted to find a hole to hide in. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more he would lose face. The Qilin demon laughed out loud. She laughed beautifully, as if she had heard a very funny joke. Su Aoshue frowned and transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. "The Qilin 9 absolutes are very powerful in the endless universe. Too many great sovereigns have died in their hands. Don't act recklessly." In his opinion, it was just a son. If he died, he could just have another one. It was not worth it to sacrifice his own life for this. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Qilin demon calmly without any fear. As for Su Aoshue, he did not have a good impression of him. This matter had nothing to do with Su Aoshue. If he wasn't here to lead the way, was he here to be a mediator? In his heart, Su Aoshue was already his enemy. The Qilin charm's expression also calmed down. She no longer had a smile on her face as she said coldly, "If you are unwilling, the consequences will be unimaginable." Kunlun Origin Court? So what? They, the 9 absolutes Qilin, were not afraid. You all acted for money and serendipity. If I pay a higher price to buy you all to kill your original employer, will that work? Zhou Xuanji asked. The Qilin enchantress shook her head and said, we are selling the Universe Kill Medallion. We only sell it and don't take it back. If you want to take revenge, you can also buy the Universe Kill Medallion and let us kill that guy. It was really not a loss to sell and buy. The murderous intent in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew stronger. He was thinking about whether he should act directly. Qilin Mei was a little impatient and said, Sword Emperor, since you can become a sovereign, you should be a smart person. Adapting to circumstances is the greatest ability to survive. Otherwise, no matter how talented you are, you will still die. To you, the Qilin 9 Absolutes is a power that transcends dimensions. We will not destroy the Kunlun Origin Court because of its past, but what about you? Even Wu Zhou has to avoid me. Su Aoxue nodded. He looked so cowardly in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Back at the banquet, Zhou Xuanji felt that Su Aoxue was unfathomable and had a deep understanding of the Tao. Now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. No matter how high one's cultivation was, without backbone, what kind of expert was he? It's useless to say more. Zhou Xuanji directly used the sword fusion technique. Except for the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword, all the other swords perfectly fused with his body, making his sovereign divine energy skyrocket. His aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a purple light lit up in the darkness behind him. Strands of purple light rushed over and quickly wrapped around him. The power of the Kunlun Origin Court. In the face of external forces, the Kunlun Origin Court would automatically help its sovereign. It was also Zhou Xuanji's first time using this power. He was inwardly shocked. This is too strong. No wonder little sovereign said that he wouldn't lose in the vicinity of his origin court. In an instant his confidence exploded. He looked down on everything in his eyes. He raised his hands and grasped the Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword. Purple light burst forth from his eyes. The aura of the Sword Emperor Sovereign was completely revealed. Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei were shocked at the same time. The Kunlun Origin Court is so strong? Qilin Mei was shocked. His eyes turned cold. Zhou Xuanji raised the Life and Death Emperor sword and poured all the sovereign divine energy in his body into the blade. The next moment, sword light burst forth and rushed up with unstoppable momentum. Without any hesitation, the sword slashed down. Su Aoxue immediately waved his hand and fled with Zhou Fa and Beast Sovereign. Qilin Mei raised her hand and slapped. Immediately, a universe kill order appeared in front of her out of thin air. It quickly grew bigger and blocked the sword chi for her. Boom! The violent sword chi forced Qilin Mei to retreat. She gnashed her teeth and murmured, "This guy." At this moment, she suddenly understood the truth of the legend. Her figure flickered and disappeared into thin air. The universe kill order directly shattered and turned into ashes. Zhou Xuanji, offending the 9 absolutes of Qilin won't end well. Today, I will let you go for the time being. The next time the 9 absolutes of Qilin come, they will not only kill your son but also slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court. Qilin Mei's cold voice echoed in the dark domain for a long time. Zhou Xuanji didn't chase after them. He just sneered. It would take time for the 9 absolutes of Qilin to make a comeback. After all, the endless universe was so big. Even great sovereigns couldn't come and go easily. After confirming that the aura of Su Aoxue and Qilin Mei had completely disappeared, Zhou Xuanji returned to the sovereign plane. Jiang Shui was still waiting for him at the table. He appeared beside her and sat down. "What's the matter?" Jiang Shui asked as she poured wine for him. Zhou Xuanji told her everything that had happened. He looked calm and didn't panic at all. After he finished, Jiang Shui asked, "Can you deal with the 9 absolutes of Qilin?" Zhou Xuanji was able to force the Qilin Mei to retreat. This meant that he was very powerful, even in the endless universe. "I'm not sure, but we'll deal with it when it comes. Even if I say that the Tanhua isn't here, the 9 absolutes of Qilin will not give up." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. Jiang Shui nodded. She understood this too. She couldn't help but sigh. "Your enemies are too big. Even if we cultivate with all our might, we can't keep up with you. Following Zhou Xuanji was both blissful and sad. No matter what kind of disaster they encountered, Zhou Xuanji was there to handle it. But at the same time, no matter what kind of enemy they encountered, they could only watch from the sidelines. Zhou Xuanji saw the worry in her eyes and said with a smile, "Your role to me is not to kill enemies with me. It's also very important to appease the rear." Jiang Shui smiled helplessly. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something. She said, "Should I go out and do something too?" Zhou Xuanji touched her nose and said with a smile, "Do what you want to do. I support you." Not to mention Jiang Shui, even Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian would find it difficult to catch up with his cultivation. "Then give me a god position," Jiang Shui tilted her head and said. Jiang Shui tilted her head and pondered. She began to imagine her future plans. Chapter 890. After the Qilin 9 absolutes left, Zhou Xuanji returned to his daily cultivation. He arranged a deity position for Jiang Shui and asked the 12 ancestors to announce it to the entire Kunlun origin court. Shitian goddess. Her job was to control the marriage in the origin court. In the Kunlun origin court, every creature was free in their emotions. But there could only be one Dao companion, just like a wife or a husband. Zhou Xuanji took Jiang Shui around the Kunlun origin court to choose a suitable female companion to serve her. This matter couldn't be handed over to the 12 ancestors, in case they were too cautious. This trip lasted for 3 years. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui chose 18 female cultivators from different divine ranges. All of them had the cultivation of Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Each of them was calm and beautiful, worthy of Jiang Shui's identity. After returning to the sovereign plane, Zhou Xuanji guided the Kunlun origin court's fate into Jiang Shui's body, allowing her to see the fate of all living beings and find the most suitable marriage. Zhou Xuanji asked Jiang Shui to leave some variables. Some marriages couldn't be destined by the heavens. Everything should have variables for there to be hope. Jiang Shui opened her eyes and sighed. Fate is truly mysterious. How many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for their love? In the end, they only get the other party's indifference. How many infatuated men and women have been separated by the world? Love is truly difficult. Only she and Zhou Xuanji were in the palace. The 18 goddesses were waiting outside. So, you have to grasp it well and reduce the tragedy of fate in this world, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then, he changed his tone and said meaningfully, "Marriage can only be arranged and cannot be forced, understand? Some marriages may be good for you, but they are torturous for the people involved." Jiang Shui nodded and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "Don't worry, I know all this. Love can't be forced." After that, Jiang Shui began to travel around the Kunlun origin court with the 18 goddesses. With their cultivation, few people in the origin court could hurt them. Moreover, Zhou Xuanji was at the highest point and could see every corner of the Kunlun origin court. If they were in danger, he could immediately take action. No matter how far they were, he could reach them in an instant. After the birth of Shitian goddess, Zhou Xuanji began to cultivate alone. As for Xian Xianghua, she was busy developing the Emperor's Sword divine range. Sovereign Hongqian took Zhou Shaoxian to the Hongqian plain to cultivate. Everything was so harmonious. In the blink of an eye. Another few hundred years passed. Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the rules of the mortal world became deeper and deeper, but he found that it was too difficult for his cultivation to improve greatly. He summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about his confusion. "I didn't expect you to be dissatisfied so quickly. You're just like an animal." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. In the past, after he became a sovereign, he had wasted a lot of his cultivation time. Zhou Xuanji looked straight at him, which made him feel helpless. "If that's the case, you'll have no choice but to go out and search for dynasty realms. Only by devouring them will you be able to break through. However, the majority of dynasty realms have grand sovereigns overseeing them. I'm afraid you'll have to get past them first." Little Sovereign teased. Zhou Xuanji hadn't really fought against a great sovereign yet. When facing Su Aoxue and the Qilin Enchantress, they didn't fight at all. Once he left the Kunlun Origin Court, he would no longer be able to use the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, after defeating a great sovereign, how do I absorb a court realm? The reason why he was able to become a supreme being was because he had obtained the recognition of a supreme being's power. The other court realms definitely wouldn't do. He could only conquer them by force. I will teach you when the time comes. It's useless to tell you now. Different court realms have different absorption methods. You haven't gone to the endless universe. It's hard to explain it to you, Little Sovereign said, waving his hand. Little Sovereign waved his hand. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji didn't insist. He sighed and said, the Qilin 9 Absolutes haven't made a comeback yet. It's not good for me to leave directly. Little Sovereign already knew about the Qilin 9 Absolutes. He furrowed his brow and said, they are indeed very troublesome. Back then, I had to take a detour when I saw them. But because of you alone, it's impossible to attract all the Qilin 9 Absolutes. They are all very busy. Mentioning the Qilin 9 Absolutes gave him a headache. Back then, he even scolded Zhou Xuanji, thinking that this kid was too impulsive. Zhou Xuanji asked, how many of the Qilin 9 Absolutes can I kill with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court? Only by killing them can I eliminate future troubles. Kill a few people? You must be dreaming. You can't kill any one of them. I know about the Qilin demon from last time. That girl is ruthless. She might not be your match, but if you fight to the death, she will be seriously injured and you will die, Little Sovereign said in a bad mood. He felt that it was necessary to give Zhou Xuanji a blow to prevent this kid from becoming arrogant. Zhou Xuanji helplessly said, so, there is no solution to this situation. I can only wait? Little Sovereign smiled and said, you can send your avatars out to explore and find the whereabouts of the other court realms. It will be convenient for you to act in the future. Zhou Xuanji felt that it was reasonable. His eyes focused as an outer soul avatar directly separated from his eyes and landed in front of him. This outer soul avatar looked exactly the same as him. Even its aura was the same. After thinking for a moment, he divided another 9 outer soul avatars. With a wave of his right hand, he directly sent the 10 outer soul avatars out of the Kunlun Origin Court. TSK, your avatars are very accomplished. It's hard to tell the real from the fake, Little Sovereign said in amazement. He suddenly couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that while he was asleep, this kid had been growing rapidly. Zhou Xuanji just smiled and didn't answer. He then stored the Lesser Supreme Sword in the Supreme Storage and continued to cultivate. In a purple cloud cosmic domain, a huge ship that looked like a flood dragon was sailing. The dragon head was ferocious and as huge as a mountain. There were 2 tall buildings on the ship, both of which were tens of thousands of feet high. Countless creatures were standing on the corridors of each floor. On the deck, the Qilin demon was standing behind a man in a black robe. This man in a black robe was 10 feet tall. He had 4 curved and sharp horns on his head. His long blood-red hair gave him a wild and domineering look. He was wearing a blood-red heavy armor. He looked as if he had climbed out of a blood pool. The Sword Emperor of the Kunlun Origin Court? Interesting. But are you sure your mission target is still in the Kunlun Origin Court? The corner of the man in a black robe's mouth rose. He was smiling arrogantly. Hearing this, the Qilin demon lowered her head and replied, no, his fate has changed. But the Sword Emperor contradicted our Qilin 9 Absolutes. Are we going to let it go? She gnashed her teeth at the thought of Zhou Xuanji's insolence. The man in a black robe turned around and raised her chin. He then said with a cold smile, Qilin 9 is not afraid of anyone. But there is no need to cause unnecessary trouble. Our current goal is to hurry up and collect opportunity stones, understand? As for the Sword Emperor, when this mission is over, I will personally destroy him. I will also destroy the Kunlun Origin Court along the way. There are always some guys who overestimate themselves in that place. Hearing this, the Qilin demon's eyes lit up. She nodded excitedly. Chapter 891. Big Brother, how far has the main mission evolved? The Qilin demon hugged the black-robed man's arm and asked coquettishly. The black-robed man turned around and looked ahead with a deep look in his eyes. One more person, he said casually. Who? The Qilin demon asked in astonishment. She thought that they were only lacking serendipity stones. Speaking of which, that person is related to Kunlun Origin Court. You will know in the future that he is a formidable opponent of mine, the black-robed man said softly. The corner of his lips curled into a cruel smile. The Qilin demon fell into deep thought. What kind of existence could become a formidable opponent of her big brother? On the other side, in a dusky universe, Zhou Xuanji's avatar traveled at high speed. He looked around and did not want to miss any clues around him. Strange, there's the aura of living beings here, Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Zhou Xuanji mumbled. Now that he was in his original consciousness, he could still split his divine will. It was not difficult to multitask to become a great sovereign. It had been 8 years since the avatar left. Only this avatar could sense the aura of living beings. In the boundless universe, the aura of living beings was rare. Take the Kunlun Origin Court for example. Other than the sovereigns, how many people could leave the Origin Court freely? After wandering for an hour, Zhou Xuanji finally sensed the aura of living beings. He flew toward the direction of the aura and finally stopped before a fist-sized rock. The rock was silver in color and uneven. There were many similar rocks around, but only this one caught Zhou Xuanji's attention. He grabbed the rock and probed it with his divine sense. The next second, he saw a world. Court realm. This court realm was extremely huge like a pyramid. The court realm was at the top, and below it were countless layers of universes. The aura of living beings gathered together as though they were going to overturn the top of the world. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He finally found a court realm. Humph! A cold snort resounded beside his ear, which almost shattered his soul. Far away in the Kunlun Origin Court, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. There was a silhouette in his eyes. This person was wearing a white robe with blue characters on it. He was handsome and had a jade ruler in his hand. It was the sovereign of the Fong Court realm. Interesting. This guy seems to have just stepped into the great sovereign realm, Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. The other party did not have enough experience and only discovered him after he found the court realm stone, which meant that his cultivation was inferior to his. However, if he rushed over, it would take at least a year. If the 9 absolutes of the Qilin rushed over at this time, it would be a disaster. He sighed, feeling very unhappy. Damn the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. One day I will destroy all of you. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself hatefully before closing his eyes again. However, just as he closed his eyes, he suddenly sensed something and opened them again. Why is he here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a strange expression. A figure appeared at the edge of the supreme plane. This person was Reverend Daojing, the heavenly saint who had once thought highly of him. At that time, Sage Daojing had left the heavenly law universe in order to search for the Kunlun Origin Court. From then on, the Wanshan Great Thousand faced a calamity. His actions were very similar to Sage Wuzhou's. Zhou Xuanji had some resentment towards Sage Daojing, but he had let it go now. He was very curious as to how Sage Daojing had come to the sovereign plane. Meanwhile, Sage Daojing held a piece of silver jade in his hand. Looking at the majestic celestial mist around him, a look of amazement appeared on his face. What is this place? Could it be the legendary Kunlun Origin Court? Sage Daojing mumbled. He was shocked by the spiritual qi here. He was overjoyed. If he cultivated in seclusion here, his cultivation would surely increase tremendously. After wandering for thousands of years, he had finally found it. Sage Daojing let out a long sigh and regained his composure. He was a heavenly saint. He should not be surprised by anything. He scanned his surroundings and flew forward. At this moment, 2 beautiful figures appeared in front of him. They were Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Xiaoxian. Sovereign, do you think Father will be surprised by my cultivation? Zhou Xiaoxian asked excitedly. She hugged Mortal Sovereign's arm, looking very intimate. Mortal Sovereign wanted to pull his arm back, but was afraid of hurting her. He said helplessly, "Do you think your father doesn't know?" Zhou Xiaoxian heard him and felt that it made sense. After all, Her father was already the most powerful person in the Kunlun origin court. He knew everything and knew everything. Mortal Sovereign suddenly turned his head and looked at Sage Daojing in the distance. He said meaningfully, "Why is he here?" Zhou Xiaoxian also turned her head, and her eyes widened. Sage Daojing. She still remembered Sage Daojing. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, Sage Daojing was her father's backer. Why was he here? Sage Daojing was very nervous, but when he saw Zhou Xiaoxian, he could not help but frown. This woman looked very familiar. He could not be blamed for not recognizing Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian had been reborn, and her cultivation far surpassed his. Her temperament made her even more beautiful. How could he remember her at first glance? Sage Daojing, why are you here? Did my father summon you? Zhou Xiaoxian asked curiously. With a wave of her right hand, Sage Daojing appeared in front of them. Sage Daojing was shocked. In front of this woman, he could not resist at all. Especially Mortal Sovereign's gaze. It made his hair stand on end, and he did not dare to look at her. He braced himself and asked, "Your father is?" He was shocked. Why did she know his name? He carefully looked at Zhou Xiaoxian, and his eyes suddenly widened. She is impossible. How could she be here? Sage Daojing's body began to tremble. He could not believe his eyes. "Hand over the stone in your hand," Mortal Sovereign said softly. As he spoke, the stone in Reverend Daojing's hand flew into his hand. Ha! Ha! Sage Daojing was furious and panicked. Facing Mortal Sovereign, he did not dare to act rashly. Zhou Xiaoxian blinked and said, "You even forgot my father? Then how did you come here?" This is the supreme plane, the cultivation plane of the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. No one is allowed to enter. Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. Sage Daojing was so frightened that his body trembled. No wonder the spiritual qi here was so dense. He asked cautiously, "Then why are you here? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji is favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court?" He had a deep impression of Zhou Xuanji. That brat's talent was outstanding, and he was courageous and had many opportunities. He might have been favored by the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court. "My father is the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court," Zhou Xiaoxian giggled. Zhou Xiaoxian giggled. Seeing Sage Daojing trembling in fear, she was very excited. She felt great when she put herself in Zhou Xuanji's shoes. If she was the main character, it would be even better. Sage Daojing felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned on the spot, and his mouth opened wide. Mortal Sovereign was playing with the stone with a slight frown. She said in a low voice, "This stone." Chapter 892. Sovereign, what's wrong with this stone? Zhou Xiaoxian looked at Sovereign Mortal World and asked curiously. Her eyes fell on the stone. It looked simple and ordinary. There was nothing special about it. Sovereign Mortal World said softly, "I can't see through it. Maybe you have to let your father see it. But obviously, this stone came from outside the court because I have never seen such a stone." She glanced at Sage Daojing and asked expressionlessly, "Where did you get this stone? It's impossible for you to break in with your strength." Sage Daojing was extremely nervous. He didn't know how to answer. This was his treasure. How could it be robbed by others? If it weren't for this stone, he would have died long ago. But now, facing Sovereign Mortal World, he didn't dare to act rashly. "Come here." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came, and the three of them were teleported to the Supreme Palace. Sage Daojing looked up and saw Zhou Xuanji sitting on the golden throne. He fell into shock. It's really Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that he was the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court in his previous life? Was that why he was so monstrous? Sage Daojing's mind was in a mess. He didn't speak. Zhou Xuanji was so mighty. He had never seen such a mighty existence. It was as if he was the supreme ruler, controlling everything and looking down on the world. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sage, long time no see. You still haven't found the Kunlun Origin Court?" His gaze saw through Venerable Daojing and saw Venerable Daojing's fate. This guy had entered the void boundary before. He was about to enter the Kunlun Origin Court when he encountered a battle between two vast heaven sovereigns and was sucked into the turbulence of time and space. In a daze, Sage Daojing obtained this stone by chance. He relied on this stone to cross the universe. After going through many hardships, he finally mistakenly entered the sovereign plane. This stone didn't come from the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji couldn't use the exterminating divine eyes to see its origin. Sage Daojing asked bitterly, I didn't expect you to be the lord of Kunlun origin court. Can you tell me where the Kunlun origin court is? Does it really exist? He abandoned everything to search for the Kunlun origin court, but, at this moment, he was confused. He even felt that reality was a nightmare. Back then, Zhou Xuanji was under him. If he had stayed, wouldn't he have followed Zhou Xuanji here? When he thought of this, he felt suffocated and aggrieved. The Kunlun origin court is far more prosperous than you think. I can arrange for you to enter the Kunlun origin court, but this stone belongs to me. How about it? Zhou Xuanji looked at Sage Daojing and said with a light smile. He sighed in his heart. Seeing an old friend again, it was true that things were still the same, but the people had changed. Looking back, most of the people who had left a deep impression on him were no longer around. What would those people think if they knew of his achievements? Sage Daojing hesitated. He felt quite tired and wanted to calm down, but he was reluctant to part with this stone. If not for this stone, he would have died a long time ago. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, there are still people you know in the Emperor's Sword Divine range. You won't be lonely there. This stone might not be an opportunity for you. It might be a disaster. This time, it brought you to me. If it brings you to another sovereign, what will happen to you? Sage Daojing was covered in cold sweat as he listened. Although he didn't know what kind of status a supreme being had, it was definitely an existence he couldn't afford to offend. The opportunity is in front of you. If you don't grasp it, then you are really stupid, Mortal Sovereign snorted coldly. Autarch Crimson Dust snorted coldly, causing Reverend Daojing to feel even more conflicted. Zhou Xuanji sighed softly and said, I am indebted to you, so I will treat you well. This stone is really not something you should have. It might bring a great disaster. Anything that came from outside the Kunlun origin court could bring danger. Sage Daojing sighed and said, Okay, I will listen to you. Zhou Xuanji smiled and focused his eyes. Sage Daojing disappeared into thin air and was sent to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. He was sent directly to Xian Daoya and Daoya Old Man so that they could settle down Sage Daojing. Father, look at my cultivation. How is it? I have improved a lot, right? Zhou Xiaoxian finally found the opportunity. She came up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a proud smile. She had already stepped into the Origin Fusion Divine Lord First Enlightenment stage. It could be said that she had improved by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't pay attention to her before. Now, he was very curious about how Mortal Sovereign taught her. Guess what is Tanhua's cultivation now? Zhou Xuanji teased. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxuan's face immediately fell. She snorted coldly, stomped her feet, and walked to the palace with her back facing Zhou Xuanji. Mortal Sovereign then said, I will return her to you. Next, I want to leave the Kunlun origin court alone and explore the outside world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew how dangerous the endless universe was. He had already had sex with Mortal Sovereign before. Naturally, he regarded her as his woman. How could he let her be in danger? Don't worry, Starpincher left me an artifact. It will take me to the plane where she is. I can also help you take a look at Tanhua's situation, Mortal Sovereign said seriously. Autarch Crimson Dust said seriously. She had considered this matter carefully. Since a long time ago, her cultivation could no longer grow. Only by going to the endless universe could she have the hope of becoming stronger. She also wanted to become a great sovereign. Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. Because of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he couldn't leave directly. But he was really worried about letting Mortal Sovereign leave alone. He said in a deep voice, Wait a little longer. I will also go out later. I can give you a ride. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment before nodding. Next, Zhou Xuanji chatted with them for a while before letting them go. He picked up Sage Daojing's stone and began studying it. No matter how his divine will penetrated the stone, he couldn't find anything. It looked ordinary, but there was a trace of space-time fluctuation inside. Although it was weak, It was real. What is it? Why do I feel like I've seen it before? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself with a puzzled look on his face. He injected his supreme divine power into it. Boom! A wave of violent impact suddenly erupted, shaking the supreme palace until it trembled, and his robes fluttered non-stop. He fixed his eyes on it and saw strange words of light flying out from the stone, coiling around the stone and forming a halo. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. Monstrous waves were set off in his heart. These words of light seemed small, but they contained terrifying power. They were even stronger than his supreme divine power. What the hell is this? He quickly took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked down in a daze. His eyes immediately widened in shock. Opportunity Stone. How come you have this? He cried out in shock. He was dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What's the origin of this stone? Opportunity Stone? Could it be related to the opportunity of the three sovereigns?" Little Sovereign adjusted his emotions. His expression was complicated as he whispered, "This is a treasure from the endless universe. It can increase the supreme divine power and suppress spacetime." Chapter 893. Increase the supreme divine power? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was immediately interested in the serendipity stone. Little Sovereign continued, "Opportunity stones are rare in the endless universe. They are treasures fought over by Grand Supremes. They are even harder to find than the court realm. If you have 10 opportunity stones, you can directly break through to the second court Grand Supremes." The more Zhou Xuanji heard, the more delighted he became. He had learned of another path to become more powerful. He looked up at Little Sovereign with a bit of bitterness in his eyes and asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't you say that I can only become stronger by absorbing the realms of the court?" Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, "Opportunity Stone, Opportunity Stone. Don't you understand the word opportunity? How difficult is it? I only managed to obtain one opportunity stone in my entire life, and in order to save my life, I had no choice but to give it up." Speaking of this matter, his face was full of unwillingness. "Oh, who could force you to hand over the treasure in your hands?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He had always been interested in Little Sovereign's past, especially the cause of Little Sovereign's death. Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, "Who else could it be? The 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Those guys wantonly plundered the opportunity stones. It is precisely because of their existence that the opportunity stones became a disaster. Hurry up and absorb it in case the 9 absolutes Qilin divinates this chance stone. After all, you've already been targeted by them. If you attract the chance stone, it won't be good." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. He did not expect the Qilin 9 absolutes to be so domineering. Why does it sound like he's the overlord of the endless universe? Without hesitation, he began to refine the opportunity stone. Opportunity stones contained massive amounts of energy. Zhou Xuanji could not refine them directly and needed some time. In the dark void, there was a mountain range suspended in the air. It was like a coiled dragon, and its aura was violent and imposing. Within the mountain range, there were verdant hills, clear waters, and green trees everywhere. It was like the beautiful scenery of a fairyland. Zhou Tenhua was sitting on a branch with his legs crossed and a sword laid flat on his lap. He closed his eyes and quietly touched the scabbard. His black hair fluttered in the breeze, and his aura gradually increased. Shen Yanxing appeared in midair and looked down at him. She nodded with satisfaction and murmured, "This kid is really a genius. He is worthy of being his son." Ever since she accepted Zhou Tanhua as her disciple, she had become more and more satisfied with him. "Pickstar, come here." An old voice floated into her ears, and she disappeared into thin air. She came to a Daoist temple and knelt on the ground, worshipping the old man who was meditating in front of her. "Master, what are your orders?" Shen Yanxing asked respectfully. She was arrogant and insufferably arrogant outside, but in the face of her master, she was a good girl. The elder wore a deep blue Daoist robe. He had a head of white hair, and there was a jade hairpin in his hair. His aura was faintly discernible. When he opened his eyes, the light within the Daoist temple became bright. "Niaoxing, You should go and invite his father. His expression was calm and unfathomable. Xianxia asked doubtfully, why did he come? He is the master of the Kunlun Origin Court. If he leaves, I'm afraid the Kunlun Origin Court will be in trouble. The elder replied, the 9 absolutes of the Qilin no longer have the time to deal with him. Hearing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. She had complete trust in her master. She asked curiously, what are the 9 absolutes of the Qilin busy with? They have been collecting opportunity stones since a long time ago. Even I can't guess their purpose. However, they have already gathered and rushed to the myriad domain devil lair. I reckon that something big is going to happen, the old man said leisurely. His expression was still calm. Xianxia frowned and asked, aren't we going to stop them? They are not good people. If they dominate the endless universe, all the courts and planes will suffer. The old man shook his head and said, don't worry, there are many strong cultivators in the endless universe. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin are not invincible. They also have strong enemies. When Xianxia heard this, she became interested in the strong enemies of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. Just as she wanted to continue to ask, the old man continued, go and pick up Zhou Xuanji. I am very interested in him. Xianxia immediately saluted and turned to leave. The door of the Daoist temple closed, and a light figure emerged from behind the old man. His true face couldn't be seen clearly. Jiang Feili, how long are you going to stay here? The light figure asked. His voice sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. The old man called Jiang Feili replied, the time is not right. The endless universe seems calm now, but in fact, undercurrents are surging. Whoever comes out first will end up the worst. The light figure no longer answered and drilled back into his body. Sovereign plane, boom, boom, boom. The giant mountain where the Supreme Palace was located kept shaking. The sound of air turbulence could be heard one after another. Inside the palace, Zhou Xuanji was meditating in the air. His body was bursting with strands of purple light, illuminating the entire palace. In his palms, the Opportunity Stone was less than half of its original size. Endless energy poured into Zhou Xuanji's body and turned into sovereign divine power. Half a piece of Opportunity Stone was enough to increase his cultivation by several times. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the Opportunity Stone in his hand. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes. Just half of it. How good would it be if I had more Opportunity Stones? At this moment, his desire to go out became even stronger. He not only wanted to devour the courts but also to find Opportunity Stones. He wanted to become the strongest existence in the endless universe. At this moment, footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw that it was Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation was higher than his. The space barrier of the sovereign plane was nothing to her. As for the sage manifestation array, Zhou Xuanji had already tacitly recognized her aura to avoid accidentally hurting her. Who told her to always appear and disappear unpredictably? Why are you back? Zhou Xuanji asked as he quickly stored the Opportunity Stone into the supreme storage. Xianxia replied casually, I missed you. What kind of stone were you holding just now? It has a lot of energy. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Only a ghost would believe it. How's the epiphyllum? He continued to ask. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation should have advanced by leaps and bounds. Xianxia shrugged and replied, just make do with it. It's only Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 Enlightened. Only Zhou Xuanji's face twitched slightly. Sure enough, the opportunity outside the Kunlun Origin Court is greater. This kid has become stronger. This time I came back because I want to take you to see my revered master. My revered master said that the Qilin 9 absolutes have all gone to the myriad domain devil lair. They won't trouble you for the time being, Xianxia said as she stepped in the air towards Zhou Xuanji. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in her heart. His son is monstrous and his father is even more monstrous. Staying in the Kunlun Origin Court, this guy can also become stronger quickly. It's too unreasonable. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow when he heard this. He had finally waited for this opportunity. Why does your revered master want to see me? Zhou Xuanji asked in doubt. He was just a nobody in the endless universe. How could he arouse the curiosity of such a powerful cultivator? Could it be because of his son? Xianxia shook her head and said, I don't know. Don't worry. With me here, he won't harm you. Maybe it's an opportunity. Chapter 894. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia chatted for a while. In the end, he decided to leave the Kunlun origin court with her. But before that, he had to give them some instructions. He went to look for Jiang Shui, while Xianxia went to look for Supreme Hongqian. Sovereign Hongqian wanted to leave long ago. Naturally, she couldn't miss this opportunity. Zhou Xuanji didn't want to hide it from her either. Jiang Shui knew that he was going to leave. Although she was worried, she did not stop him. She could tell that he wanted to go out and search for opportunities. After the two of them spent a few days together, Zhou Xuanji met with the 12 law ancestors. When the ancestors learned that he was about to leave, they were all shocked. However, knowing that Zhou Xuanji was going to meet an ancient senior from outside the court, they became excited again. Finally, they promised to protect the Kunlun origin court, and only then did Zhou Xuanji feel at ease and leave. Zhou Xuanji, Xianxia, and Mortal Sovereign came to the dark domain together. Xianxia used her supreme divine power to lead the two of them to fly at full speed. My master's name is Jiang Feili. He's extremely famous in the endless universe and has lived longer than your little sovereign. When you see him, you can't be rude. Xianxia turned around and reminded. She directly ignored Supreme Hongqian. It seemed that the estrangement between the two sisters had not been completely resolved. Compared to Qilin 9 absolutes, is he stronger? Zhou Xuanji asked. Now, the Qilin 9 absolutes had already become his standard to measure the boundless universe. After all, he had already viewed the 9 absolutes of Qilin as his #1 enemy. Xianxia nodded and smiled proudly. I'm not bragging. At least the leader of the 9 killers of the Qilin is on par with my master. Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign were both shocked to hear this. No wonder Xianxia was so powerful. It turned out that her master had such a great background. Zhou Xuanji became interested in Jiang Feili. Why was this ancient almighty looking for him? He continued to ask, Can you ask your master to accept your sister as a disciple? Xianxia snorted and said, Of course, I left her a token before. It's not because of our previous relationship. I just feel that she is talented and she is also a mortal god. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not point it out. Autarch Crimson Dust revealed a smile as well. It had been a long time since she had smiled so sincerely. When Xianxia saw them laughing, she couldn't help but frown impatiently. With two great supremes traveling together, no one dared to find trouble with them, so they were unobstructed. Zhou Xuanji passed by the court realm he had discovered, but he did not stop. Absorbing a court realm required time, and he did not have the time for now. 3 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign came to a mountain range under the lead of Xianxia. From afar, they could feel Zhou Tao's aura. The same was true for Zhou Tanhua. He quickly arrived in front of the trio. Father! Supreme Crimson Dust! Zhou Tanhua excitedly saluted. He still maintained the posture of a teenager. Compared to Zhou Xuanji's impression of him, he was much calmer. Xianxia curled her lips and took the lead. What about me? Zhou Tanhua reacted and said, Greetings, master. However, his gaze was fixed on Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes were filled with delight. He knew that Xianxia had gone to find Zhou Xuanji, but he didn't expect her to come back so soon. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and smiled satisfactorily. Not bad, looks like you didn't slack off, Zhou Xuanji said with a gratified smile. There was nothing wrong with talent. Hard work was always the most important factor in becoming strong. Zhou Tanhua touched his nose and smiled, neither arrogant nor impatient. Let's go, we'll go see my master first. Tanhua, take your Sanyong to rest. Xianxia said, waving her hand before leaving with Zhou Xuanji. Supreme Crimson Dust's cheeks were slightly red as she bit her lips. Looking at Xianxia's back, her eyes were filled with bitterness. Zhou Tanhua was stunned. He looked at Supreme Crimson Dust with a strange look in his eyes. Humph! Supreme Crimson Dust let out a cold snort. Zhou Tanhua hurriedly lowered his head. On the other side, Shen Yanxing brought Zhou Xuanji into the Daoist temple. Zhou Xuanji also saw Jiang Feili. The first impression this person gave him was that he was unfathomable. He seemed calm but was filled with evil qi. This kind of evil qi couldn't be identified with the naked eye. It was his intuition. "Revered master, he is here," Shen Yanxing said with a respectful tone. Shen Yanxing said in a respectful tone. Jiang Feili replied, "Okay, you can leave first." Hearing this, Shen Yanxing immediately saluted and retreated. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Feili were left in the Daoist temple. The atmosphere had become silent. Zhou Xuanji bowed and said, "Greetings, senior." Jiang Feili opened his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but squint. "Zhou Xuanji, the Kunlun origin court has never had a sovereign like you. Maybe one day, you will surpass sovereign heaven," Jiang Feili said meaningfully. Sovereign heaven. The most powerful sovereign in the history of the Kunlun origin court. That was an ancient legend. Some people even believed that there was no sovereign heaven at all. He was just a fabrication made up by later generations. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Have you ever seen a sovereign heaven?" Jiang Feili nodded and then began talking about the past. Before he had attained the Tao, the cardinal heaven realm had already dominated the boundless universe. The cardinal heaven realm had played an indispensable role in the boundless universe's current prosperity. Sovereign heaven opened up the paths of the universe with boundless divine power, divided the planes, and created the second court realm. After that, more and more great sovereigns imitated him, and more court realms appeared. It could be said that the cultivation method after the great sovereign of the court realm was created by sovereign heaven. Zhou Xuanji listened carefully. He didn't expect sovereign heaven to have such a status in the endless universe. Sovereign heaven had disappeared for countless years, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. The Qilin 9 absolutes that you offended are fanatical believers of sovereign heaven. They want to use the sovereign serendipity to create a sovereign heaven and make it theirs, Jiang Feili said faintly. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked in confusion, "Can a sovereign heaven be created? Could it be that a sovereign heaven had already fallen and only a remnant soul was left? If the Qilin 9 absolutes succeeded, the Qilin 9 absolutes might be able to dominate the endless universe with the help of a sovereign heaven." As an enemy of the Qilin 9 absolutes, Zhou Xuanji did not want to see such a scene. A sovereign serendipity is omnipotent. They might really succeed. They have collected a large number of serendipity stones and are heading toward the 10,000 domain devil lair. "I hope you can stop them," Jiang Feili said straightforwardly. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Stop the Qilin 9 absolutes with his strength? Wasn't this pushing him into a pit? Zhou Xuanji looked at Jiang Feili warily. Jiang Feili laughed and said, "Don't worry, I won't let you die for nothing. When the time comes, I will act as well. The reason why I let you participate is because you are the current sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. If you encounter a sovereign heaven's will, you can attract it. Before that, I will help you become more powerful. You have already absorbed the serendipity stones. Do you still want more?" Speaking to there, Jiang Feili gave a faint smile. It was as if he had completely seen through Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was immediately moved. He came out to become more powerful. If he could get rid of the Qilin 9 absolutes, he would naturally do it. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was just that the process would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 895. After hesitating for a while, Zhou Xuanji agreed. Jiang Feili was very happy about this. As expected of the Kunlun origin court supremes. Courageous and daring. Jiang Feili laughed loudly. At the same time, he waved his right sleeve, and 15 serendipity stones of different sizes flew before Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji scanned them with his divine will and confirmed that they were really serendipity stones. He was delighted and stored them in the supreme storage. He looked up and asked, "When do we act?" Jiang Feili shook his head and said, "It's not time yet. Go and cultivate first, I'll remind you when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji nodded and saluted before turning to leave. After he left, a figure flew out from behind Jiang Feili. "This child is indeed extraordinary. He is very similar to Wu Zhou from back then. However, Wu Zhou betrayed you. Aren't you afraid of repeating his mistakes? The light figure asked coldly. Jiang Feili's expression was calm as he said, "He is not Wu Zhou. I believe in my disciple's insight. He is more principled and decisive than Wu Zhou." In his words, Supreme Wu Zhou wasn't even worth mentioning. I hope so. Don't waste your efforts. The figure sighed. Saying so, he went back into Jiang Feili's body. Outside the Daoist temple, Zhou Xuanji played with the opportunity stone in his hand as he flew into the distance. Shen Yanxing suddenly stood in front of him and said with a smile, "How is it? Are you satisfied? My master actually gave you the opportunity stone. When I went to find you, weren't you refining the opportunity stone? You even pretended not to let me know." Zhou Xuanji faked a cough. He did not expect this girl to know about serendipity stones. He pretended to be calm and asked, "Is there a suitable place for me to go into seclusion?" Shen Yanxing nodded and turned to lead the way. The two quickly flew to the other side of the mountain. They entered a cave, and after passing through the dark tunnel, they came to a place with verdant hills and limpid water. Blue sky, white clouds, high mountains, flowing water, it was as beautiful as a painting. "This is my cave. You can cultivate here in the future." Shen Yanxing pointed to the front and smiled, looking like she was presenting a treasure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you, I'm going to cultivate now. In other words, you can leave now. I'll accompany you," Shen Yanxing said with a smile. Her charming smile gave Zhou Xuanji a bad feeling. Zhou Xuanji frowned and instinctively wanted to reject. But this was Shen Yanxing's territory, how could he refuse? Forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He turned around and flew toward a tall mountain in the distance and landed on its peak. He sat down cross-legged and took out the opportunity stone that he had yet to refine. Seeing him hurriedly enter the cultivation state, Shen Yanxing smiled slyly. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji began to refine the second opportunity stone. The majestic energy in the opportunity stone fascinated him. He did not allow himself to rest. Instead, he enjoyed this feeling. However, Shen Yanxing came to disturb him. "Don't keep absorbing the opportunity stones, or else your foundation won't be stable. I found another Grand Supreme. Let's go hunt." Shen Yanxing grabbed Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly, "A Grand Sovereign? Hunting?" Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Can't you show some respect to great sovereigns? On second thought, he realized that he couldn't blindly increase his cultivation. He needed to fight to digest it. It just so happened that he hadn't fought against a Grand Supreme before. Just like that, Zhou Xuanji left with Shen Yanxing. Not only them, but Mortal Sovereign and Zhou Tanhua also followed. Shen Yanxing said that she wanted to broaden their horizons. Neither of them refused. On the contrary, they were very excited. Along the way, Zhou Tanhua kept asking questions. He couldn't maintain his usual calm. Most of the time, it was Shen Yanxing who answered him. But in the end, Shen Yanxing became impatient and no longer paid attention to him. How many great sovereigns are there in the endless universe? Mortal Sovereign asked curiously. When she was in the Kunlun Origin Court, she was one of the most powerful cultivators. But when she came to the endless universe, she felt very small. Shen Yanxing shook her head and said, "It's very difficult for great sovereigns to die unless they encounter a stronger opponent. Since ancient times, how much time has passed? Let alone great sovereigns, there are countless court realms. Some stand majestically in the universe and some are hidden in the dust." The endless universe was the greatest achievement left behind by the sages. It represented boundlessness, infinite hope, and possibilities. Perhaps, the first great sovereigns had reached the top because they felt lonely. That was why they had such a magnificent feat. That was why the later great sovereigns had always had a goal to strive for. Zhou Xuanji was thinking about sovereign heaven. Just how strong was that ancestor of the Kunlun Origin Court? To be able to make the 9 absolutes Qilin a believer, it was probably not something that the 9 Halls Grand Supremes could do. Of course, it was also possible that a cardinal heaven expert had been deified. Zhou Xuanji was more inclined to believe the former. They flew for about half a year. They arrived at a vast ocean. This ocean surged aimlessly in space-time, sweeping out for tens of millions of kilometers. The seawater was blue, and there were countless star-like lights in the sea. These lights were all great worlds, and the ocean that gathered together was the court realm. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked over from afar and were all stunned. "It's so beautiful, I can't bear to destroy it," Xianxia said with a smile. A long silver chain appeared in her hand and she threw it directly into the blue ocean. The long chain danced and quickly elongated. In the blink of an eye, it became incomparably huge. Boom! The silver chain struck the blue ocean with a domineering aura, and a blue light burst forth, blocking the silver chain. The blue ocean violently fluctuated, and the seawater surged to either side, as if a massive piece of cotton had been struck and deformed. The scene was very spectacular. An extremely powerful aura broke out, enveloping the space-time turbulence. Humph! A cold snort filled with anger resounded. Zhou Tanhua and Hongqian sovereigns' faces turned pale. They felt their blood and qi fluctuating. They felt very uncomfortable. Xianxia immediately rushed over like a sharp arrow and plunged into the blue ocean. Zhou Xuanji did the same. The Life and Death Emperor Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword appeared in his hands out of thin air. He followed suit and plunged into the blue ocean. Countless great worlds entered his field of vision. In front of him, two silhouettes were colliding with each other. Their aura was terrifying, shaking the surrounding space-time. Xianxia held the long silver chain as if she was holding a sharp whip, wantonly lashing at her opponent. The great sovereign was wearing black armor. His hair was disheveled and he was holding two exaggeratedly huge blades in his hands. His face was hideous. He was crazily casting his divine abilities, but he couldn't suppress Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique. His figure moved and immediately appeared before the black-armored great sovereign. Clang, clang. The blades and swords clashed. The black-armored great sovereign was caught off guard and was sent flying. This power, the black-armored great sovereign was both shocked and angry. The sovereign's divine energy in his body condensed into a substance, like strands of black smoke overflowing from his body. Xianxia raised her brow as the corner of her mouth rose. She thought to herself, "It seems that he still has a lot of secrets. He recklessly increased his cultivation and his power is still so strong." Zhou Xuanji didn't know what she was thinking. His mind was already focused on the battle. He wanted to truly feel the battle between great sovereigns. Chapter 896. Who the hell are you? Why did you attack my court realm? The black-armored great sovereign demanded angrily. However, his hands didn't stop waving the two sabers in a frenzy. Saber qi crisscrossed and tore the surrounding space apart. Many of them were destroyed, representing the annihilation of a great world. Zhou Xuanji noticed that the Fang court realm was very stable. Although it was not as stable as the Kunlun origin court, the vitality here was much more prosperous. It seemed that this court world was very well managed. "I'll leave him to you, and this Fang Ting realm belongs to me. How about it?" Zhou Xuanji asked as he fought. Xianxia curled her lips and said, "All right." This fellow really didn't want to suffer any losses. The two of them joined forces to suppress the black-armored Grand Paragon again. Amidst the vast blue ocean, their auras rose steadily, stirring up the seawater and creating raging waves. The outside world. Zhou Tanhua was so excited that he asked curiously, "What do you think about the strength of that Grand Supreme Being? How much weaker is he compared to my father and master?" Autarch Crimson Dust said in a low voice, "He shouldn't be much weaker than them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such momentum." Even though she was far away, she could still feel the terrifying aura within the blue ocean. The divine power of a grand sovereign was indeed frighteningly strong. At the very least, Crimson Dust's sovereign didn't dare to rashly approach him. Although she was a sovereign of laws, she was still far from being a grand supreme. While they were cheering outside, Zhou Xuanji was already fully immersed in the battle. He activated his battle physique, and his supreme divine power rose to an unprecedented level. Silver light burst forth from the surface of his body, and it was as if a beam of light was crazily attacking the black-armored great sovereign. The two divine swords also displayed extraordinary strength, and they suppressed the black-armored great sovereign to the point where he couldn't resist at all. The sword light of the soul Kunlun sword kept flickering. Zhou Xuanji's soul origin had already been injected into the blade. It was destroying the black-armored great sovereign's soul in the battle, making him a little dazed. In a battle of this level, a single moment of absent-mindedness could lead to defeat, let alone prolonged absent-mindedness. Sword wounds appeared on black-armored great sovereign's body. His physical body was strong, so even if his neck was cut by a sword, it didn't break. Rumble. Just at this time, the blue sea suddenly became violent, and strands of purple light gathered from all directions and unstoppably poured into the black-armored great sovereign. The power of the court. Zhou Xuanji had used the power of the Kunlun origin court before, so he was very familiar with this scene. He immediately used the ultimate chaos Dao, and boundless sword qi engulfed the black-armored great sovereign. He did not stop and continued to use the delusion sea of swords. Divine will transformed into swords, and the swords converged into an ocean, filling the blue ocean, fierce and domineering. Shen Yanxing stopped. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of splendor. This guy. She was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's performance. These divine abilities all had their own profoundness, and he continuously unleashed them like a berserk wolf, giving off a majestic aura. If Zhou Xuanji had the same cultivation as her, she might have lost to him. At this moment, she suddenly understood why Jiang Feili wanted her to invite Zhou Xuanji personally. Sure enough, none of the peerless geniuses of the Kunlun origin court were simple. "I want you dead!" The black-armored great sovereign roared furiously. With a wave of his arms, Zhou Xuanji and Shen Yanxing felt an unstoppable force coming at them, directly pushing them out of the blue ocean. After coming to the spatial turbulence, Zhou Xuanji's qi and blood were boiling, and his face was slightly pale. The same was true for Shen Yanxing. She then waved her right hand backward, sending Hongchen Sovereign and Shen Yanxing behind her. Zhou Xuanji stared ahead. The blue ocean was surging violently as a giant shining with purple light slowly stood up from the stormy waves. He was holding two blades in his hands. It was the black-armored great sovereign from before. "Can you do it?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. Wasn't Shen Yanxing very arrogant? Why was she driven out by the other party? Shen Yanxing curled her lips and said, "His own strength is nothing to be afraid of, but now that he has borrowed the power of the court realm, we can retreat. This court realm is stronger than I expected. Let's retreat first and come back next time." "Retreat?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, shook his head, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, let me test his strength again." After saying this, he rushed toward the black-armored great sovereign without hesitation. The black-armored great sovereign was in a rage. Seeing Zhou Xuanji rushing over, he immediately raised his two blades and slashed down with unparalleled momentum. Boom! The 1,000-hand sword Buddha rose from Zhou Xuanji's body. Its 1,000 arms drew a circle as its palms clamped the two blades in succession. Zhou Xuanji followed up with a slash. The Life and Death Emperor sword and the Soul Kunlun sword flew out of his hands, transforming into two giant dragons that roared and charged. The dragon's roar echoed in the space-time turbulence as the two dragons pierced the black-armored great sovereign's chest. Shen Yanxing was stunned. This guy can still hurt the other party? However, the black-armored great sovereign ignored the hole in his chest. His two blades crushed the 1,000-hand sword Buddha and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji moved away from the space-time turbulence and came to the dark plane on the other side of the space-time turbulence. Just as he was about to go back, the two giant blades appeared again. This time he had no time to dodge. Puff! He spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body broke through the plane wall and fell into the space-time turbulence. Shen Yanxing caught him and, at the same time, swept away Zhou Tanhua and Immortal Sovereign with a wave of her hand. Her speed was extremely fast, so fast that the black-armored great sovereign couldn't catch up with them. "Father, are you okay?" Zhou Tanhua asked nervously. Mortal Sovereign's eyes were also locked on Zhou Xuanji. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I'm fine, it's just a minor injury." He wiped the corner of his mouth and began to calm the boiling supreme divine power in his body. "Who told you to show off?" Even I am afraid. You still dare to come? Xianxia said, curling her lips. Her tone was a little disappointed. This guy is too reckless. If it weren't for her, he would have died. Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. Even without Xianxia's help, he was confident that he could escape. His physique was the absolute time realm. As long as he escaped into the absolute time realm, no matter how capable the other party was, they wouldn't be able to find him. Unless the other party also had the absolute time realm physique. Didn't you say that you prey on great sovereigns? Why are you in such a sorry state this time? Mortal sovereign asked in doubt. She had heard Xianxia bragging before. She didn't expect that the first time she witnessed Xianxia's battle would be like this. Xianxia curled her lips and said, "Those great sovereigns are either formed by rules or have left their own court realm. I rarely fight in the court realm." Her expression was ugly. This time, she was indeed a little embarrassed. "Then why are you fighting in the court realm this time?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. "Is it not as simple as hunting great sovereigns?" Xianxia hesitated for a moment before she sighed and said, "It's for the ancient life lamp. I found out that this lamp fell into the Fang court realm. I want to get it. Don't tell anyone about this. Don't mention it in front of my revered master." Ancient life lamp? Zhou Xuanji and the other two were puzzled. What kind of artifact is that? The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure that has been around for countless years. It can freeze time and space, absorb the souls of great sovereigns, and even reverse karma. It is definitely a supreme treasure for battle, Xianxia said with a yearning look. Chapter 897. Ancient Life Lamp. Zhou Xuanji remembered this name. A treasure that could make Xianxia so eager must be extraordinary. If he has this treasure, why didn't he use it? Mortal Sovereign asked in surprise. Zhou Xuanji only used the power of the court realm. If he really had the ancient life lamp, how could he be so embarrassed? He could have just used the ancient life lamp to defeat the enemy. Xianxia curled her lips and said, "How can he conquer the ancient life lamp? So this treasure doesn't belong to him but to me. It's destined." In the end, she smiled proudly as if she had already grasped the ancient life lamp. She was in high spirits. "Are we going back now?" Zhou Tenhua asked. He had a look of wanting to say more. After traveling for so long, they ended up going back with their tails between their legs? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Xianxia rolled her eyes at him and said, "What? You want to go back?" Zhou Tenhua chuckled and shut his mouth. "Let's go back and continue to cultivate in seclusion." Someone didn't even gather enough intelligence and wanted to hunt. What a slap in the face. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. These words pierced Xianxia's heart like a knife. She glared at Zhou Xuanji with hatred but didn't quibble. In today's battle, she had indeed underestimated the strength of the other court realm. In the sea of clouds, a tall tower was surrounded by white clouds. At the top of the tower, black-armored great sovereigns sat on the ground. He took off his black armor. His whole body was covered in blood. His face became even more ferocious as he gnashed his teeth and said, "Just you wait, I will definitely take revenge." He rarely went out in his own court realm. Today, he had encountered such a disaster. Even if he had driven away the enemy, his anger still couldn't be appeased. He took a deep breath and turned to look at a black lamp behind him. Ancient life lamp. This lamp was 6 feet tall. Its base was slender and its body was transparent. It was burning with 7 colored flames. At the top was a flower leaf that looked like a scorched leaf. It looked a little eerie. Black-armored great sovereign put his palms together and said piously, "Ancient life lamp, please give me the power to kill those two. Give me the intuition to find them." He repeated the words over and over. After a while, all of a sudden, the ancient life lamp trembled violently, and wisps of charred smoke rose from it, coiling around the black-armored great sovereign like ghosts. He wasn't afraid. Instead, he was excited. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia, who were traveling through the spatial turbulence, frowned at the same time. The two of them looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In that instant, they felt inexplicably uneasy and even suffocated. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice with a sharp look in his eyes. He instinctively spread out his divine sense in all directions. Shen Yanxing shook her head and looked around vigilantly. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hong Qin tensed up. They also looked around to guard against sneak attacks. The atmosphere became silent. After a long while, "Is there a problem?" Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but ask. He was an origin fusion divine lord, and his spirit sense was also very strong. How could he not sense the danger? Zhou Xuanji said, "It's nothing, let's continue." Shen Yanxing nodded, and the supreme divine power that wrapped around everyone suddenly accelerated, quickly taking them and disappearing at the end of time and space. A few months later, they returned to the mountain range. Zhou Xuanji returned to the blessed grotto heavens to cultivate in seclusion. Shen Yanxing went to see Jiang Feili. Zhou Tanhua and Supremacy Hong Qin cultivated separately. After meditating, Zhou Xuanji took out the opportunity stone and continued refining it. The previous battle had stimulated him. This time, he must break through to the great sovereign of the second court. On the other side, in the Daoist temple, Jiang Feili frowned as he stared at Shen Yanxing and said in a deep voice, "What did you provoke? Do you know what you are entangled by now? You have no way to escape." His tone was filled with anger, which made Shen Yanxing raise her brow. Could it be that Shen Yanxing thought of a possibility? A chill immediately welled up in her heart. She subconsciously murmured, "Ancient life lamp." As soon as she said this, Jiang Feili suddenly stood up. "What? You encountered the ancient life lamp? Why didn't you tell me first?" Jiang Feili angrily asked. He was so angry that his beard was trembling. The ancient life lamp is a supreme treasure, but it's also an evil treasure. Are you coveting its ability to distort time and space? Faced with Jiang Feili's questioning, Shen Yanxing's face was livid. She had underestimated the ancient life lamp. "This is troublesome. You really can't do anything right, but you're good at spoiling things." Jiang Feili pointed at Shen Yanxing and kept cursing. He had originally planned to stop the 9 absolutes Qilin, but now the ancient honorable life lamp had suddenly appeared. He began to pace back and forth with his hands behind his back. He gritted his teeth and said, "The threat of the ancient life lamp is no less than the 9 absolutes of the Qilin." Shen Yanxing frowned. She also knew this, so she wanted to get the honored life ancient lamp. They didn't expect to be cursed by the ancient sovereign fate lamp before they even saw it. Her heart sank to the bottom of the pit. Seeing her silence, Jiang Feili sighed. "Forget it. From now on, you can't leave this place." "Did you hear that?" Jiang Feili roared furiously. He was like a completely different person from before. Shen Yanxing was not aggrieved, nor was she afraid. She just nodded with a gloomy face. Then she turned around and walked out of the temple. After the gate of the Taoist temple was closed, she could still hear her master's sigh. She suddenly revealed a strange smile, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. 300 years later, Zhou Xuanji began breaking through to the great sovereign of the 2 courts. But before he broke through, Jiang Feili suddenly sent him a telepathic message, asking him to go to the Taoist temple. Although Zhou Xuanji was in a hurry to break through, he had to give Jiang Feili face. He quickly came to the Taoist temple. "Greetings, senior," Zhou Xuanji bowed. Looking at Jiang Feili again, he found that Jiang Feili's expression was a little heavy. He was no longer as calm as he used to be. Jiang Feili said, "You and Yanxing have been cursed by the ancient life lamp." Zhou Xuanji frowned. It turned out that the uneasiness he felt when he came back was real. "Do you know the origin of the ancient life lamp?" Jiang Feili asked. And before Zhou Xuanji could answer, he began to talk. A long time ago, there was an evil god. He wanted to devour all the courts and destroy everything so that reality would no longer exist. He wanted to live alone and enjoy eternal loneliness. The ancient life lamp was transformed by that evil god. He was defeated during the primeval sovereign's era, leaving only the ancient life lamp behind. But at the end of the primeval sovereign's era, someone stole the ancient life lamp. Rumor has it that the evil god was released. After that, history was erased until today. The evil god's power of the ancient life lamp cannot be resisted by great sovereigns. You are now equivalent to being cursed by that evil god. Do you understand the seriousness of the matter? After speaking, he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "Then what do you want me to do next?" The primeval sovereign's era was extremely distant, even older than the sovereign heaven. "Abandon your body and reincarnate," Jiang Feili said word by word, staring at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 898. Impossible. Zhou Xuanji flatly refused. He had gone through so many hardships to reach this step. How could he recultivate? Moreover, if he gave up his cultivation, what should he do if his family was in danger again? So what if it was the evil god? He was facing the ancient life lamp, not the evil god himself. Jiang Feili's face turned gloomy when he heard this. Zhou Xuanji was an important part of his plan. He couldn't afford to fail. If Zhou Xuanji was killed by the ancient life lamp before he could stop the Qilin 9 absolutes, then his plan would be ruined. Thinking of this, his eyes turned sharp. His aura suddenly erupted, enveloping Zhou Xuanji. In this regard, Zhou Xuanji held his head high and puffed out his chest. Facing Jiang Feili's aura head-on, he wasn't afraid at all. He wasn't Jiang Feili's disciple, nor was he a puppet. He didn't force the ancient life lamp. He didn't fulfill Xianxia's promise. Why should he reincarnate and recultivate? For his own good? But his tone was completely different. It was more like coercion. The two stared at each other, giving each other tit for tat. After 3 breaths, Jiang Feili's aura suddenly dissipated. The tense atmosphere also disappeared. Then you should cultivate well and rely on yourself to survive this tribulation. Go down. Jiang Feili flicked his sleeves and turned around. His tone was very impolite. Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly cupped his hands, bowed and left. After walking out of the temple, Zhou Xuanji flew toward Xianxia's blessed grotto heaven. After returning to the vast world, he was stopped by Xianxia. Xianxia raised her right hand and sealed the blessed grotto heaven. She said with a faint smile, "Your face is so ugly. Did my revered master make things difficult for you?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He naturally couldn't slander her revered master in front of her. "Ignore him, I won't let the ancient life lamp hurt you," Xianxia comforted. Her tone became excited as she clenched her fists and said, "I will control the ancient life lamp. When the time comes, I will help you destroy the Qilin 9 absolutes." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Protect yourself first. Even your revered master can't do anything about it. You still want to control it. Can you wake up?" After that, he bypassed Xianxia and prepared to go back to continue his breakthrough. Only by becoming stronger would he be able to bring him a sense of security. Xianxia's eyes widened. She grabbed his hand, pulled him, and snorted, "Shall we make a bet?" Zhou Xuanji looked back at her and said, "Not coming." This girl was too conceited. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of panic. Xianxia said softly, "Let me tell you a secret. I have the means to control the ancient life lamp. In addition, you have to be afraid of my master. He is not as peaceful as he looks. He must have some ulterior motive for taking you in." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. He didn't expect Xianxia to have such an evaluation of his master. He had thought that the master and disciple had a good relationship. Xianxia understood the look in his eyes and snorted coldly, "I do respect him, but it doesn't mean that I'm stupid. Take your opportunity stones as an example. He is reluctant to give me so many opportunity stones. Why do I have to hunt great supreme masters everywhere? It's because he has reservations about me. If I'm not mistaken, the mortal god is also one of the chess pieces in his plan. Letting my sister come here is his idea." Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed that Jiang Feili's goal wasn't just to stop the Qilin 9 absolutes. This was a very big game of chess. This plan had begun a long time ago when he took in Xianxia. Xianxia leaned in front of him and whispered in his ear, "Zhou Xuanji, don't trust anyone in this endless universe. The endless universe is not as beautiful as it seems on the surface. Maybe one day, I will also attack you for my opportunity." She took a step back and smiled charmingly at Zhou Xuanji before disappearing. Zhou Xuanji didn't think too much about it. He had heard such words too many times. Right now, all he could think about was breaking through as soon as possible. The breakthrough of each court realm, in addition to the accumulation of quantity, also needed to be guided to create a new dimension in the depths of one's soul. Unlike opening a small world, the court realm was boundless and could accommodate countless universes. It required an extremely stable soul strength and complicated operation of rules. Fortunately, he had Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign could give him guidance when he broke through. This also proved that Little Sovereign had at least the cultivation of a second court Great Sovereign. Before this, Zhou Xuanji thought that he had just entered the Great Sovereign realm and was even weaker than an ordinary Great Sovereign. But now, it seemed that the name Little Sovereign was an insult to this guy. In the blink of an eye, another 100 years passed. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to the second court Great Sovereign. His supreme divine power had undergone a qualitative change, shaking the entire blessed grotto heavens. In front of a waterfall, Xianxia looked up and saw waves rippling in the sky like waves. What is this guy's physique? How can he absorb so quickly? Xianxia furrowed her brow. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. She knew about the existence of Little Sovereign. But even with the guidance of a powerful expert, it was impossible for him to absorb so quickly. At the same time, in the temple, Jiang Feili opened his eyes. He cried out in surprise, "Strange, this kid." He knew that Zhou Xuanji's aptitude was very good, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Doesn't this mean that if I give this kid more opportunity stones, he can continue to break through? And in a short time. Thinking of this, Jiang Feili pinched his fingers to calculate Zhou Xuanji's origin. However, no matter how he calculated, he could only calculate Zhou Xuanji's past. He felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji's fate was a little vague, as if it had been pieced together. What the hell is going on? Jiang Feili mumbled to himself. Suddenly, a light shadow appeared behind him. The light shadow said with a mocking smile, "Why? Did you feel the change?" Jiang Feili nodded with a solemn expression. "Give up on him, he is still cursed by the ancient life lamp. Be careful not to burn yourself playing with fire." The light shadow shook his head and said with a smile. Jiang Feili fell into silence and fell into deep thought. The light shadow didn't disturb him and let him think alone. After a long while, Jiang Feili said softly, "Forget it, don't need him." The light shadow asked in a cold voice, "You want me to kill him directly?" Jiang Feili shook his head. His eyes flickered with a terrifying cold light. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji was still consolidating his cultivation. He didn't know that a killing intent was coming. "Very good. If you can go to the Eternal God realm, it will be great. The extermination immortal physique can absolutely grow wildly there. Like I said, you have the potential to surpass the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun origin court." Little Sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His words were full of praise. Zhou Xuanji could be said to be lucky to obtain the extermination immortal physique. But wasn't it predestined for him to have such luck? Since ancient times, he wasn't the first person with the extermination immortal physique. But very few people with the extermination immortal physique could grow to his level. Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to answer Little Sovereign, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of him and said in a low voice, "Hurry up. Your trouble is coming." Chapter 899. What trouble? Zhou Xuanji looked up at Xianxia and asked in doubt. He immediately had an answer in his heart. Jiang Feili. That old thing couldn't sit still anymore. Xianxia said in a deep voice, "My master wants to make a move against you. When you step out of this world, it will be the time of your death. Don't look at how you have broken through to the second court Grand Supreme. Even if you break through to the 3 courts, you are still not his match." Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "If so, how can I escape? I'm right under his nose." It seemed that Xianxia already had a countermeasure. Could it be that there was a special and hidden teleportation formation in this blessed enclave? "Get ready. I'll bring your wife and son in." Xianxia snorted coldly and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji smiled before closing his eyes and continuing to consolidate his sovereign divine power. The Lesser Supreme Sword, the Life and Death Emperor Sword, and the Soul Kunlun Sword floated around him, rotating and protecting him. Not long after, Shen Yanxing, Mortal Sovereign, and Zhou Tanhua appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating, Shen Yanxing became angry. She rebuked, "Aren't you afraid of death?" Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and stood up slowly. "Let's go," he said calmly. Zhou Tanhua asked excitedly, "Father, have you broken through again?" He had a look of worship on his face. After being outside the court for so long, he had some understanding of Grand Supremes. How long had it been? His father, who had just broken through to become a first court exalt, had actually broken through again. At this rate, Zhou Xuanji would soon surpass Jiang Feili. "Let's stop chatting. Follow me." With a wave of her right hand, Shen Yanxing took Zhou Xuanji and the other two away. She turned into a streak of red light and flew towards the horizon, directly entering the waterfall between the mountains. In the next moment, they arrived at the space-time tunnel. "How can you be so guarded against your own master?" Zhou Xuanji teased, making Shen Yanxing roll her eyes. Autark Crimson Dust asked curiously, "Where are we going next? Kunlun Origin Court?" Shen Yanxing shook her head. She looked ahead and moved forward at full speed. "My revered teacher's target is Zhou Xuanji. Even if he escapes back to the Kunlun Origin Court, he can still find Zhou Xuanji." Shen Yanxing smiled coldly. The three of them were visibly moved when they heard this. They looked at her in surprise, wondering what she was going to do. "Isn't it good to let my master fight with the 9 absolutes of the Kirin? Don't worry, we're not going to kill our way into the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. Instead, we're going to the Thunder League near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair." Shen Yanxing chuckled. When she mentioned the Thunder League, her eyes flashed with a hint of heat. Zhou Tanhua asked curiously, "What is the Thunder Alliance?" Shen Yanxing did not hide anything and introduced the origin of the Thunder League to them. In the boundless universe, there were not only independent planes and realms. There were also vast domains that were countless times larger than the Kunlun cosmos. There were many living beings hidden in these domains. Where there were many living beings, it was inevitable that there would be conflicts, and the formation of forces was also inevitable. The Thunder Alliance was one of them. It was one of the giants near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. It was very open and did not have many requirements. It was an extremely famous holy land for cultivation and was also a place where resources gathered. Shen Yanxing wanted to collect more opportunity stones for Zhou Xuanji and use the power of the Thunder Alliance to deter Jiang Feili. Fighting was forbidden in the Thunder Alliance. This was also the biggest reason why the Thunder Alliance could become a holy land. "Your revered master won't retaliate against the Kunlun Origin Court, right?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He had already left the Kunlun Origin Court for some time. He wanted to go back and have a look after breaking through. Shen Yanxing hesitated and said, "I don't think so." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "Let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court." Shen Yanxing became angry and rebuked. "Is the Kunlun Origin Court so important? Can't you live? Don't you want to part with your other 2 wives? After playing for so many years, aren't you tired of it? I will find you more wives in the future." Zhou Xuanji frowned and said in a deep voice, "You are humiliating me." He directly used the sword fusion technique. His aura exploded, breaking through Shen Yanxing's sovereign divine power. Zhou Tanhua and Hong Chen Sovereign's expressions changed drastically. Both of them felt great pressure. Even their souls were trembling. "Then let's go back to the Kunlun Origin Court. When my revered master finds trouble with you, don't expect me to help." Shen Yanxing said with a cold snort. With a shake of her shoulder, she suppressed Zhou Xuanji's aura. Her sovereign divine power once again wrapped around them, taking them in a different direction. The atmosphere was silent. No one spoke anymore. Supreme Crimson Dust closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Seeing this, Zhou Tanhua also followed suit and cultivated. Shen Yanxing glanced back at Zhou Xuanji with resentment in her eyes. She asked through voice transmission, "What's wrong? Are you so narrow-minded? I risk defending my revered master to save you. Can't I make a joke? Zhou Xuanji looked at her coldly and replied, some things can't be joked about. Shen Yanxing curled her lips. Hearing this, she became even angrier. However, no matter how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji didn't care about her. She was helpless. In the dark domain, the dark ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was slowly moving forward. 9 figures were standing on the deck. Among them was the Qilin demon. All of them were wearing black robes and looking straight ahead. Most of their faces couldn't be seen. They were like shadows. The myriad domain devil lair is just ahead. Are you ready? Of course, the sovereign heaven is waiting for us. We have to be careful of the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. They are nearby and might disturb us. Don't worry, they won't dare. I've captured the heirs of many of their higher-ups. They won't start a war. It's this kind of trick again. Haven't you suffered enough? You've forced countless great supremes to perish together with you. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin began to discuss, all of them appearing calm and collected. They were determined to succeed in the following plan. The Qilin demon looked at the man in the lead and whispered, Big brother, I have a bad feeling about this. There was news about the ancient honored life lamp not long ago. Will it affect our plan? The ancient life lamp. The moment this name came out, the other Qilin 7 absolutes fell silent. The leader of the Qilin 9 absolutes was called Qilin Ancient Desolation. This name represented a nightmare in the boundless universe. Facing the reminder of the Qilin Enchantress, the Qilin Ancient Desolation shook his head and smiled. I know where the ancient life lamp is. It is being held by an idiot and will not cause any trouble for the time being. Idiot? The others could not help but be curious, who was the Qilin Ancient Desolate talking about? Just as they were about to ask, a violent aura attacked from the front. A dazzling light engulfed the darkness, as if it was going to swallow the giant ship. I've finally met you reptiles. A cold snort filled with killing intent was heard, causing the faces of the 9 absolutes to darken. The other party actually dared to call them reptiles. I was wondering who it was. So it's the martial dragon ape. When did you climb out of the coffin? The Qilin demon laughed contemptuously. As she spoke, she took out a blood-colored curved blade from her sleeve. Chapter 900. Qilin 9 Absolutes. Today I will destroy all of you. The martial dragon ape sovereign snorted coldly. The bright light in front of him became even more intense, illuminating the entire universe like the sun was approaching. Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and countless black arrows of light shot forth, each of them over 1,000 feet in diameter, bombarding the giant ship with an unstoppable force. The 9 absolutes of the Qilin disappeared from the deck at the same time. They turned into 9 huge and ferocious black shadows and rushed forward. Bang! Terrifying forces clashed together, directly shattering this universe domain. Within the space-time tunnel, Shen Yanxing controlled her sovereign divine power to move forward. Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating behind her, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned and murmured, This feeling is... Shen Yanxing looked back at him. Zhou Tanhua and Mortal Sovereign also opened their eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. It's nothing, I just suddenly felt a bit uneasy, as if something bad had happened, Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. He trusted his intuition. Something must have happened. Or perhaps something was about to happen. He took a deep breath and said, Can you go faster? Shen Yanxing rolled her eyes. She was already moving forward at full speed. How could she go any faster? It won't be long before we reach the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't worry. She turned her head and snorted contemptuously. It was really easy to lose one's mind when it came to love. Zhou Xuanji was usually so calm, but whenever he thought about his family, he would always be filled with worry, which made her feel disdain. The 4 of them continued forward. About 10 days passed. They finally arrived at the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief. Nothing had happened to the Kunlun Origin Court. Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and the Emperor Sword Divine Range were still alive and well. All the divine ranges in the Origin Court were also fulfilling their duties, urging all living beings to cultivate diligently. There were no large-scale wars, and everything seemed so harmonious. Zhou Xuanji returned to the Sovereign Divine Range, while Zhou Tanhua went to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Mortal Sovereign took Xianxia back to the mortal plane to rest. After entering the Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji created some outer-of-soul doppelgangers and moved them out of the Kunlun Origin Court to guard the various places. If there was an enemy attack, Zhou Xuanji would be able to detect it immediately. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and communicated with Little Supreme Sword. Jiang Feili, what is this person planning? Could it be that he also wants to obtain the Cardinal Heaven? Little Sovereign touched his chin and frowned, lost in thought. Zhou Xuanji contemplated as he channeled his energy technique. He could not understand why Jiang Feili wanted to deal with him. There was no hatred between the two of them, and they had a common enemy, the Qilin 9 Absolutes. There was no reason for them to kill him. Just because he didn't agree to reincarnate? Myriad Domain Demon Lair, 9 Ultimate Qilin, Cardinal Heaven, and the Ancient Life Lamp. Little Sovereign thought hard and his brows were almost knitted together. He suddenly thought of something, opened his eyes, and cried out in surprise, I understand. You are the Sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, and his goal is the Cardinal Heaven realm. You might become a variable because you already know that his attention is on the Cardinal Heaven realm. Even if you don't know his true identity, you will still be a potential threat. He clapped his hands in realization. Zhou Xuanji was still frowning and asked, what relationship do I have with sovereign heavenly beings? Could it be that I can attract Cardinal Heaven experts and make them work for me? Even so, as long as Jiang Feili did not target him, he would not let a Cardinal Heaven expert deal with Jiang Feili. Or is there a deeper reason? He wants the Cardinal Heaven, and so does the 9 Ultimate Qilin. That's why he wants you to join his plan. When the Cardinal Heaven is resurrected, this invincible sovereign will sense the aura of the younger generation. No matter what divine ability he encounters, the Cardinal Heaven will turn to you. As long as the plan succeeds, the 9 Ultimate Qilin will be led by the nose. He will then let you control the Cardinal Heaven to destroy the 9 Ultimate Qilin. After that, he will find an opportunity to kill you and replace you. After all, you are his disciple. But now, your aptitude makes him afraid, because this plan can't be carried out in a short period of time. If you're already a threat to him by the time the plan is carried out, then wouldn't it all be for naught? After Little Sovereign finished speaking, he started laughing. His laughter was extremely cold. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he said, in other words, Jiang Feili will kill me at all costs. Otherwise, he won't feel at ease even if he controls the Cardinal Heaven. Moreover, he will even destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Even Sovereign Wu Zhou might be harmed? This old thing is too terrifying. He looks so amiable, but I didn't expect him to be so vicious. Therefore, we must take the initiative and join forces with the previous sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court to come and help. Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. He used to be a sovereign. How could he tolerate outsiders destroying the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, you can contact the previous sovereigns? The corner of Little Sovereign's mouth rose as he replied, Virtuous Great Formation. The number 1 Great Formation of the Kunlun Origin Court. Every sovereign of a generation had the power of a sovereign in it. Zhou Xuanji also smiled. Very good. Jiang Feili, as long as you dare to come, you will die. In the darkness, Jiang Feili was flying forward on his flying sword. A light figure was floating behind him. Are you sure you want to chase him now? The light figure asked. After learning that Xianxia had escaped with Zhou Xuanji's group, they were furious. Jiang Feili was searching for the whereabouts of the 4. His potential is too great. If we don't get rid of him, he may become the next ancient genius or even the next Cardinal Heaven. Jiang Feili said in a soft voice. His eyes were solemn. Ever since Zhou Xuanji escaped, he had been feeling uneasy. Especially when he thought of Xianxia, he felt even more uneasy. As he recalled some memories, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. We will also destroy the Kunlun Origin Court while we are at it. At that time, We will pretend that it was the Qilin 9 Absolutes who did it. After all, the Qilin demon has been there, Jiang Feili said faintly. He had already made a plan after destroying the Kunlun origin court. As long as he found Zhou Xuanji, he believed that he could definitely kill him. The light figure said in a deep voice, I always feel that something is wrong. That kid is very strange. He is very confident when facing you. It's fine if he is under your nose. But once he leaves, I'm afraid it won't be so easy to kill him. Don't worry, no one can save him. What's more, his backer is just the soul of Little Sovereign. There's nothing to fear, Jiang Feili said indifferently. The light figure sighed and no longer tried to persuade him. They continued moving forward. After 3 hours, suddenly, a jade disc flew over from the front, spinning at high speed. Jiang Feili stretched out his hand and grabbed it. He took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, Is it the legendary White Universe plate? How did it appear here? He raised his eyes and looked ahead. It was absolute darkness. He couldn't see anything clearly. Jiang Feili, this treasure is for you. Do you want it? A cold voice that sounded like a smile yet not a smile came. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically when he heard this. Without saying a word, he turned around and fled. Chapter 901. Just as Jiang Feili was about to escape, a gigantic golden hand grabbed him from behind and pulled him into the palm of the hand. The light shadow on his body angrily rebuked, Gu Lin, you have no hatred with us. What do you want to do? Cold laughter came from behind the giant golden hand. I heard that you want to target the Qilin 9 Absolutes. I also have the same intention. Let's cooperate. The White Universe plate is a greeting gift. Jiang Feili's expression turned gloomy. Flames ignited on his body, burning the giant golden hand to ashes. A terrifying and fierce aura erupted. Jiang Feili asked expressionlessly, What hatred do you have with the Qilin 9 Absolutes? He frowned. His heart was full of doubts. With Gu Tianlin's background, there was no need to be afraid of the Qilin 9 Absolutes. This guy could make the Qilin 9 Absolutes tremble with just a few words. I just want to kill them, but my identity doesn't allow me to do it myself, Gu Tianlin's voice came again. His words were full of contempt. Jiang Feili pondered. He looked at the White Universe plate in his hand. His eyes turned cold as he said, Okay, I promise you. But this White Universe plate alone is not enough. The light shadow behind him became anxious. It was about to speak when it was absorbed into his body. Okay, when the myriad domain devil lair begins, I will send my mount to help you. That's it. Gu Tianlin agreed. As his voice fell, the strong light around him disappeared. Jiang Feili's face lit up when he heard this. Jade-eyed Yama Taorai. Very good. He muttered to himself. He was in high spirits. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Plane Boom. A pillar of light rose from within the Supreme Palace and rushed into the sky, causing huge waves to appear in the sky. Zhou Xuanji walked out of the hall and looked up. Little Sovereign was floating behind him, looking up. At this time, Xianxia suddenly appeared in front of them. She raised her head and asked in surprise, What kind of formation is this? What do you want to do? She furrowed her brows as a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Virtuous great formation, have you heard of it, little doll? Little Sovereign smiled proudly. Obviously, he still held a grudge against Xianxia for slapping him. Therefore, he would always make fun of Xianxia whenever he got the chance. Xianxia frowned even more. She knew nothing about the virtuous formation, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, Are you going to deal with my master? Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign nodded tacitly at the same frequency. What is the secret behind this formation? She asked. Nothing, I just want to maximize the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. Little Sovereign replied casually. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless, but he really wanted to laugh. It seemed that Little Sovereign was still wary of Xianxia. He didn't point it out. What if Xianxia found out the truth and tipped off Jiang Feili? If it were Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely do this to repay his teacher. Xianxia shook her head and said, Even if the power of the Kunlun Origin Court reaches its peak, it will not be my master's opponent. You know nothing about his strength. Little Sovereign looked at her contemptuously and smiled without saying a word. The three of them stopped talking and continued to look up at the virtuous display formation. In the dark void, there was a small island floating. There was only a crooked old tree on the island. A white-haired man was sitting on the ground under the tree. He was dragging a jade zither between his legs. He had a handsome face and dark blue eyes that looked like two stars. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He gently raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Interesting, someone in the Kunlun origin court is asking for help. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. He has reached the great sovereign of two courts in just over 2,000 years old. It seems that our Kunlun origin court is going to produce another peerless genius." He thought for a moment before slowly getting up. "Forget it, let's go back and take a look. After so many years, there are still people who dare to bully our Kunlun origin court." On the other side, in an underground cave that was dripping with water, the faint sound of the wind continued. Sharp thorns emerged from the ground. On one of the huge thorns, a burly man with bare arms was sitting cross-legged. The surface of his body was covered with silver needles. They were trembling slightly as if the surrounding space was twisting. He suddenly opened his eyes, flames spewing from them as he let out a cold snort. Without hesitation, he disappeared into thin air. At the same time, in various parts of the endless universe, many sovereigns who were cultivating opened their eyes at the same time. Some left angrily, some approached out of curiosity, and many continued to cultivate in disdain. After 7 days, Zhou Xuanji, who was in the Supreme Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. He said softly, "He's here." He directly moved out of the Kunlun origin court and came into the darkness. The Life and Death Emperor Sword, Lesser Supreme Sword, and Soul Kunlun Sword were floating behind him, rotating separately. He directly mobilized the power of the Kunlun origin court and cast the sword fusion technique. White light burst out from his body. His aura was powerful to the limit. Xianxia appeared beside him and fixed her eyes on him. She saw Jiang Feili flying over on his sword. He had his hands behind his waist and an indifferent look on his face. He saw Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xuanji from afar. He deliberately slowed down and said, "Zhou Xuanji, come here. Don't force me to destroy the Kunlun origin court." Zhou Xuanji, holding the Soul Kunlun sword, said with a smile, "I'm afraid it's not enough." He was anxious in his heart. In such a short time, those sovereigns might not be able to catch up. But now, he had to face Jiang Feili. "You are too conceited. The power of the Kunlun origin court isn't as strong as you think," Jiang Feili said calmly as he continued to charge towards Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia shouted, "Master, you really want to kill him?" Jiang Feili remained indifferent, not even answering her. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air, enveloping Jiang Feili. In an instant, all of them rained down like a torrential downpour, drowning Jiang Feili. A barrier of light appeared around Jiang Feili's body, blocking all the sword shadows. Right at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. Sovereign Wu Zhou turned into a beam of intense light and dashed over. He landed before Zhou Xuanji in an instant. He turned to look at Jiang Feili and said solemnly, "Jiang Feili, I'm afraid you're tired of living." Knowing that Jiang Feili wanted to deal with Zhou Xuanji and the Kunlun origin court for the sake of Cardinal Heaven, Sovereign Wu Zhou was infuriated. He already felt guilty towards the Kunlun origin court, so how could he tolerate others destroying the Kunlun origin court? "Wu Zhou, you came at the right time," Jiang Feili said with a sneer. A beam of light rose from behind him, spreading its arms and turning into a terrifying phoenix with a wingspan of millions of meters. It wrapped Zhou Xuanji's group of 3 with its wings. Little Sovereign flew out from the blade and teased, "Junior, can you do it?" Sovereign Wu Zhou glanced at him in surprise and replied, "No, his cultivation is far beyond mine." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. With the support of the Kunlun origin court, he also felt that Sovereign Wu Zhou wasn't that strong. At least, he didn't give him the feeling that he couldn't defeat him. Jiang Feili walked towards Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Wu Zhou. His eyes were cold as he said faintly, "So, you called for reinforcements. Unfortunately, You overestimated the strength of your reinforcements. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Chapter 902. Jiang Feili's expression changed drastically as he turned around. Zhou Xuanji, Supreme Wuzhou, Xianxia, and Little Sovereign also turned their heads. The sound of the zither was bleak, like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. There was also the sound of a woman crying bitterly, endless resentment mixed with killing intent. What is this? Wu Zhou frowned. This zither music actually caused his soul to shudder. Not only him, but the others also felt the same way. Even Jiang Feili was the same. How is this possible? Why would he come? Could it be that he predicted this? Impossible. I clearly deceived the fate of the Kunlun origin court. Jiang Feili's body trembled, his face filled with fear. Seeing him lose his composure, Zhou Xuanji was delighted. Little Sovereign laughed even more wildly. Old bastard. Are you afraid now? Do you think my Kunlun origin court can be destroyed by a lowly person like you? He turned his head to look in the direction of the zither and called out, Grandmaster. Help me. Ancestor. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Who was the ancestral master of Little Supreme Zun? Was he also a supreme of the Kunlun origin court? Little fellow, how did you end up like this? A chuckle drifted over, its tone filled with ridicule. Little Sovereign was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Jiang Feili turned around and cupped his fist towards the darkness, respectfully asking, Senior Hong Qin, why have you come? I don't want to deal with the Kunlun origin court. I just want to capture this brat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and sneered. At this moment, no amount of quibbling would be of any use. He had already informed all the sages about Jiang Feili's plan through the sage manifestation array. Then stay here, Senior Hong Qin said in an overbearing manner, causing Jiang Feili's expression to turn even uglier. There was curiosity in Xianxia's eyes. This was the first time she had seen her master so embarrassed and uneasy. Who was this Senior Hong Qin? The situation was instantly reversed. Supreme Wuzhou rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be the legendary Rainbow Qin Sage Monarch, who could destroy an entire court with a single pluck of his zither? Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia were speechless. The ancestor of the Little Supreme Venerables was this powerful? Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered that he had seen the legend of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord before. It was just that in the Kunlun origin court's legends, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was considered to be a myth, and there were very few records about him. The most detailed record was that he had saved the Kunlun origin court. He had played the zither with both hands, and with a single song he had pulled the destroyed Kunlun origin court back to its former glory. He had reversed time and space, pulled back karma, and restored everything that had been destroyed. This method made him the savior of the world. Supreme Wuzhou's divine ability was very similar to that of Hong Qin Sage Monarch. Hong Qin Saint Monarch, you disregarded your seniority and targeted us. Are you not afraid of karma? The light figure above Jiang Feili's head rebuked angrily. Facing the Rainbow Qin Sacred Monarch, he actually didn't feel much fear. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked at this figure of light in curiosity. This guy actually has an independent consciousness? They thought that the light was a manifestation of Jiang Feili's thaumaturgy. Judging from his tone, he was even more arrogant than Jiang Feili. Since you want to talk about seniority, then I'll kill you. A powerful and domineering voice rang out, startling everyone into turning their heads to look in another direction. A raging flame suddenly appeared in the darkness in that direction. It was like a brilliant flower suddenly blooming, rapidly expanding. Jiang Feili panicked and cried out in alarm, Li Inu, why are you here? Supreme Wuzhou and Xianxia were also shocked. It was as if they had heard something incredible. Zhou Xuanji asked Little Sovereign, Who is Li Inu? Little Sovereign had a complicated look on his face as he replied, A junior. I didn't expect him to become a sovereign. No wonder he didn't put me in his eyes back then. At that time, I was the sovereign. I liked to pick geniuses. One time I met him. He threatened to surpass me and even dared to attack me. At that time, the technique ancestor wanted me to execute him, but I didn't do so. I just banished him to some lost land to test him. After that, I didn't hear any news about him until I left the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. In this case, Li Yingyu might be their enemy. Shen Yanxing looked at him and asked, "Why is Li Yingyu also here? What did you do?" She suddenly realized that the virtuous Great Formation wasn't used to fight against Jiang Feili but to ask for help. Otherwise, how could Hongqin Saint Monarch and Li Yingyu come at the same time? You want to destroy my Kunlun origin court? You are courting death and you still ask me why I am here. Sword Emperor, don't panic. With me here, even 10 of him can't kill you. Li Yingyu's overbearing voice came again as a majestic figure walked out of the huge fireball. His figure was extremely tall and sturdy. His arms were bare and his whole body was burning with flames. He was like an unparalleled god of fire walking through the air. With every step he took, a spark would appear under his feet. It was very spectacular. Upon seeing Li Yingyu, Jiang Feili's face turned extremely gloomy. The most important thing was that Hongqin Saint Monarch's zither was still playing. It was as if he was playing music for his end, tormenting his heart. Ha! At this moment, another burst of arrogant laughter came. Everyone turned their heads and saw a pair of green eyes appear in the darkness. They had no pupils and were looking at them with an evil smile. Yo, you old demon is also here. I almost forgot that the Kunlun origin court still has a sovereign like you, Li Yingyu said with a grin. He looked a little excited. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Jiang Feili's face turned pale. He clenched his fists, trying to keep calm. However, his nightmare had just begun. Waves of peerlessly powerful auras came from all directions, shaking the darkness. Almost in an instant, the dark void turned into day. Oh, you're all here? It seems like our Kunlun origin court is still of the same branch. After so many years, has the Kunlun origin court declined? Even cats and dogs dare to try and destroy the Kunlun origin court? How do you think we should kill him? One divine ability per person, let's see how much he can withstand. Zhou Xuanji and the others looked around. They couldn't tell how many sovereigns had descended. He fixed his eyes on it and took a deep breath. So many supremes. There were at least 20 of them. Shen Yanxing was silent, while Supreme Wuzhou was extremely excited. TSK, there are so many acquaintances. Little Sovereign glanced around and said with interest. Jiang Feili's aura was suppressed. His forehead was covered in sweat as he tried to think of a way to escape. With so many Supremes of the Kunlun origin court, how could he contend against them all? Damn it! Why is it like this? But why did they all come to save Zhou Xuanji? The Kunlun origin court also had a disaster before. Why did they all come this time? Jiang Feili felt that he was going crazy. He had never encountered such a dangerous and embarrassing situation. The light shadow behind him was also frightened. He didn't dare to speak again. Jiang Feili kneel. A voice filled with boundless saintly might descended from above, accompanied by a great pressure. Jiang Feili coughed up a mouthful of blood as he knelt in the void. The light shadow behind him was crushed and shattered, turning into countless light stars that drifted away without any resistance. Chapter 903. Seeing Jiang Feili kneeling down, Shen Yanxing frowned. In her heart, Jiang Feili was definitely a top-notch almighty being in the boundless universe. Why did she feel that her master was so weak now? No matter what, even if he died, he couldn't kneel. Jiang Feili kowtowed and apologized to the Kunlun origin court. You dare to target the Kunlun origin court? Are you worthy? I should imprint this scene with a spell so that everyone can see it. Haha, it's time to let the endless universe remember the might of the Kunlun origin court. The sage has personally come. Your death can be considered glorious. The autarchs mocked Jiang Feili to their heart's content. Aside from Li Yingyu, the other autarchs did not reveal their true forms, but their might continued to envelop this dark domain. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's blood boiled. No matter how stable his Dao heart was, he could not remain calm at this moment. The gathering of sages proved the foundation of the Kunlun origin court. The name of the origin of all living beings was not just for show. Under their gazes, Jiang Fei Li's body trembled in extreme fear. He suddenly thought of something. He flipped his right hand, and the white universe plate appeared in his hand. "I will never forget what happened today," he roared hoarsely. Then he suddenly crushed the white universe plate. The plate of white fate. The Swordsman. Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes widened as he exclaimed. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Feili vanished into thin air. Zhou Xuanji frowned. If Jiang Feili escaped, there would be endless trouble in the future. After all, it would be very difficult to gather so many Supremes to help again. They could already be considered repaying the kindness of the Kunlun Origin Court by coming here once. "I'm here, and you still want to escape?" The Rainbow Qin Saint's light laughter rang out, and the sound of the zither suddenly changed, becoming harsh and sharp. Jiang Feili's screams followed, and in the next second, he reappeared at the place where he had just disappeared. At this moment, he was covered in blood, and his clothes were ragged. He was in an extremely sorry state. Supreme Wu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and sighed. "The sage is invincible." Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia were also shocked. None of them had seen what had happened, but it was precisely because of this that they were shocked. No matter what methods Jiang Feili used, he could not escape from Hong Qin Sage's eyes. The sage's cultivation is truly unfathomable. In the current boundless universe, there aren't many who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Saint Monarch. Senior is a senior indeed. Actually, we don't need to come. It's enough to have him. Jiang Feili is also a famous person, but it's a pity that he dared to find trouble with our Kunlun Origin Court. Does he really think that our descendants have no backing? His death is not to be regretted. The voices of the supreme martial artists rang out again. They were all in awe of Hong Qin's sacred monarch's strength. Li Yingyu appeared behind Jiang Feili in a single step. His right palm landed on the top of Jiang Feili's head, and a terrifying flame ignited on his palm. Jiang Feili didn't even have time to scream before he was burned into a puddle of blood and his soul turned into smoke. He had fallen. A great cultivator of a generation died just like that, and his countless years of cultivation vanished into thin air. The Kunlun Origin Court still has to rely on itself in the future. Current Overlord, please work hard. If you can come to the illusory divine realm in the future, you can look for me. The Rainbow Qin Saint's voice rang out. When his voice landed, the sound of the Guqin came to an abrupt halt. The sage left. He came without a trace and left without a trace. The other sovereigns also left one after another. Before leaving, they told Zhou Xuanji in the tone of a senior, hoping that he could lead the Kunlun Origin Court to prosperity and that such a crisis would not happen again in the future. From the beginning to the end, they did not show themselves. Li Yingyu smiled at Sovereign Wu Zhou, then transformed into flames and disappeared into the darkness. The calamity ended just like that, and the dark void returned to silence. Supreme Wu Zhou turned around and sighed. "You guys really have some tricks up your sleeves? How did you contact me and the other Supremes through the virtuous manifestation formation?" As a supreme martial artist, this was the first time he knew that the virtuous manifestation formation could be used like this. Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "This is a magical ability that only the great sovereigns of the two courts can display. After all, ordinary great sovereigns can have the strength of the two courts after obtaining the power of the Kunlun Origin Court. If even the great sovereigns of the two courts can't resist this calamity, it means that the Kunlun Origin Court may really be in danger of destruction." Zhou Xuanji suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Little Sovereign didn't say anything before. Xianxia had a complicated expression as she said, "The heritage of the Kunlun Origin Court is really amazing." She didn't feel too sad after witnessing her master's death. On the contrary, she had a strong interest in the Kunlun Origin Court. Of course, the Kunlun Origin Court is the origin of everything, Little Sovereign proudly stated. Although he had already fallen, his sense of responsibility and honor as a sovereign had always been there. Supreme Wu Zhou smiled. He then bowed to Little Sovereign and respectfully said, "Wu Zhou pays respect to Senior. This calamity is all thanks to Senior." Little Sovereign glanced at him and snorted, "You are really idle as a sovereign. But that's good. At least you gave him a chance. Supreme Wu Zhou immediately felt embarrassed after hearing this. He quickly changed the topic and asked Zhou Xuanji, "You said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to resurrect the cardinal heaven sovereigns. Do you want to join hands to go to the myriad domain devil nest and annihilate the 9 absolutes of Qilin?" When I first left the Kunlun origin court, the 9 absolutes of Qilin suppressed me a lot. He didn't hide his murderous aura at all. It seemed that he was also very embarrassed in front of the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Zhou Xuanji readily agreed without hesitation. "Very well, we will meet at the Thunder Alliance in the Myriad Domain Devil Nest. I will stay there. You can find me by mentioning my name," Supreme Wu Zhou said with a grin. After saying this, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Zhou Xuanji turned around and returned to the Kunlun origin court with Little Sovereign and Xianxia. Xianxia sighed with emotion and said, "This time, I have really opened my eyes. I have decided to stay in the Kunlun origin court. I want to see how many secrets are hidden in the Kunlun origin court." After saying this, she left alone. This girl is really heartless. She is indifferent to the death of her revered master. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He had always been helpless against Divine Star. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, "She is not heartless. On the contrary, she is not simple. Just now, I clearly felt that she was trying to suppress her aura. She is standing behind you. She is under your protection. Why would she hide her aura?" Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It was really unnecessary. Unless she was afraid of a sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. But so many sovereigns and no one mentioned her. What is the reason? Thinking of what she had said to him before, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. I have to be more wary of her in the future. I always feel that she is plotting something. At first, she pretended that she didn't know that she had a sister and didn't know you. But now, she is so close to you. Something is really wrong, Little Sovereign reminded in a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji nodded before entering the sovereign plane. As soon as he entered, he suddenly stopped as a figure appeared in front of him. His whole body was shining with light. Only his figure could be seen but not his face. Chapter 904. "For you?" Zhou Xuanji asked vigilantly. The sovereigns had just left, and a mysterious person had infiltrated the sovereign's plane. This meant that this person's cultivation was extraordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to appear at this juncture. The figure in the light smiled and said, "Zhou Xuanji, don't be nervous. I'm not your enemy." Zhou Xuanji frowned. This voice was so familiar as though he had heard it before. "It seems like you really don't remember me." "That's right, you have already become a sovereign who dominates the Kunlun origin court. How could you remember your opponent from back then? However, we haven't become opponents yet." "What a pity," the other party continued with a smile, his tone filled with ridicule. As the light dissipated, a man wearing a noble golden robe appeared. His face was cold, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His eyes were like a king's, domineering and sharp. He wore a purple gold crown on his head, and he exuded a proud aura that looked down on all living things. Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. Why was this guy here? In the past, in the northern wilderness region, Sunlight Emperor had suppressed Xianxia for thousands of years and dominated the first throne in the world. When the boundless world attacked, in order to obtain the heavenly law stone, Sunlight Emperor was sucked into the space-time turbulence and disappeared. After so many years, Zhou Xuanji had thought that he had died long ago. I didn't expect this guy to still be alive. Judging from his aura, he was also a grand supreme master. Could it be that this guy was involved in another timeline like Xianxia and Hongqin Supreme? Seeing Zhou Xuanji's expression, Sunlight Emperor loudly laughed and said, "Do you not dare to believe it? To be honest, I'm even more shocked than you are. Originally, I thought that you were just one of my regrets in the past, but I didn't expect your growth to be so exaggerated. You actually became a great supreme of the second court in such a short time. In terms of talent, I really can't compare to you. In fact, I can even say that I'm far from you. It's like the difference between heaven and earth." Zhou Xuanji did not care about his flattery and asked, "Why are you here? What do you want?" Although Sunlight Emperor was not hostile, he had sneaked into the Supreme Plane without any warning. How could he not be vigilant? "I heard your call for help and came to help. We're old friends. Don't tell me you don't welcome me?" He flew up to Zhou Xuanji, looked at Little Sovereign, and nodded slightly. Little Sovereign looked at him and didn't say anything. When he saw him approaching, he said, "You must have obtained the soul fusion inheritance of a sovereign." Soul fusion inheritance? What was that? Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign in confusion. "That's right, that person is my benefactor. I promised him that I would protect the Kunlun Origin Court. Now that Zhou Xuanji is the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court, I will naturally not oppose him." He could tell that Zhou Xuanji was still very resistant to him, so he did his best to prove his position. Little Supreme stared at Sunlight Emperor and said, "The soul fusion inheritance is to dedicate everything, including your soul, to the inheritor. Your own will be completely annihilated. This kind of inheritance can allow the inheritor's cultivation and realm to soar in an extremely short period of time. It's very stable." Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows. Yang Di's luck was that good? What kind of sacrifice did he have to make for the other party to be willing to help him? Yang Di sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you said that the 9 absolutes of Qilin want to revive Cardinal Heaven. I'm willing to join you and fight against the 9 absolutes of Qilin. Cardinal Heaven is the ancestor of my benefactor, and it cannot be blasphemed." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What's your stage?" Sunlight Emperor replied, "The great supreme masters of the 3 courts have just broken through." He was 1 court higher than Zhou Xuanji, but he wasn't complacent. Based on his understanding of Zhou Xuanji, this gap wouldn't last long. "The soul fusion inheritance will make your cultivation improve steadily. Zhou Xuanji will have to spend a lot of effort to catch up with you," Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign laughed with his hands on his hips. Sunlight Emperor also laughed. He could hear the hidden meaning in Little Supreme Expert's words. Spend a lot of effort. What a good choice of words. Sunlight Emperor didn't refute. He shrugged and said with a smile, "Since you have agreed, I will wait for you at the Thunder Alliance." After saying this, he turned into a ball of true sun fire, spinning and shrinking before quickly disappearing. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "It's really interesting. The Kunlun Origin Court has produced a lot of people with great luck in this period. It seems that it often encounters disasters, but in fact, it is showing signs of revival. Maybe it will restore the prosperity of the ancient times under your leadership. You need to encourage more geniuses to grow." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began thinking about how to discover and stimulate geniuses. A grand event like the Superstar competition was not bad. However, it would be easier to find geniuses if it was developed and divided into different thresholds. He thought as he returned to the Supreme Hall. The people of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't know that the previous Supremes had just returned and helped them resolve a disaster. The Supreme Martial Artists didn't show themselves. They didn't even leave behind a word. Perhaps from their point of view, they didn't want their descendants to have any lingering thoughts. Only by relying on themselves could they truly pass on their legacy. The ancestors could not protect the descendants forever. In the space-time vortex where thunder and lightning interweaved, the giant ship of the Qilin 9 Absolutes was still sailing. Qilin Ancient Desolation sat on the deck, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Feili is dead? Impossible. Who could kill him? Could it be those old monsters?" He immediately began to deduce Jiang Feili. However, Jiang Feili had isolated his own fate when he was still alive, fearing that he would be able to divine it. The Qilin Ancient Desolate's deduction was fruitless. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Qilin Mei came from behind, bent down and asked, "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" She rarely saw the ancient desolate Qilin in such a state of unease. The other Qilin 7 Absolutes who were cultivating also opened their eyes and looked at Qilin Ancient Desolation in doubt. "Jiang Feili is dead," the Qilin Ancient Desolation calmly said. As soon as he said this, all the Qilin Absolute were shocked. Jiang Feili had always been a formidable enemy of the Qilin Nine Absolutes. After countless years of fighting, they were unable to kill the other party. Now that they heard about Jiang Feili's tragic death, they were shocked and even more terrified. Who exactly killed Jiang Feili? The Qilin Nine Absolutes might seem majestic, but the boundless universe was vast. They did not dare to claim to be invincible. Are we still going to carry out the myriad domain devil lair plan? A tall black figure asked solemnly. The Qilin Ancient Desolation glanced at him and said coldly, "Of course. The other party is Jiang Feili's enemy, not ours. Moreover, if we control that power, why would we be afraid?" Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense. However, their hearts were shrouded in a shadow that could not dissipate for a long time. At that time, I will ask an ancient great expert to take action to ensure that nothing goes wrong. He still owes me a favor. The Qilin Ancient Desolation continued to say, causing everyone to become excited. Who? A Qilin Absolute asked. The Qilin Ancient Desolation spat out a single word, Hui. The others immediately opened their eyes wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qilin Mei carefully asked, Big brother, isn't this too risky? Chapter 905. Isn't taking risks our norm? Why are you suddenly afraid now? If you are afraid, then disband the Qilin Nine Absolutes. Ancient Desolation frowned and shouted coldly. His face was filled with impatience. In the outside world, the Qilin Nine Absolutes were extremely awe-inspiring. Over time, Ancient Desolation had become extremely arrogant. Seeing his companions being afraid, he was very angry. The Qilin Nine Absolutes didn't dare to dissuade him anymore. Ancient Desolation let out a cold snort before turning around and walking toward the pavilion. The others looked at each other with different expressions. They were angry but didn't dare to speak. The atmosphere on the giant ship became extremely depressing. The Qilin Nine Absolutes each had their own agenda. They seemed to be united, but in fact, they had already fallen apart internally. Kunlun Origin Court, Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji was meditating and cultivating with the Emperor's sword hovering above his head. The Emperor's sword of life and death was transformed from the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. It was one with the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the power of the Kunlun Origin Court through the Emperor's sword of life and death. His absorption method wasn't a one-sided absorption but a win-win method. He fused his supreme divine power with the power of the Kunlun Origin Court, intertwining and tempering each other. He then guided the energy outside the Kunlun Origin Court to achieve a great cycle, consolidating the strength of himself and the Origin Court. Under such a cultivation method, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had been steadily improving. However, he was still far from breaking through to the great sovereign of the three courts. He couldn't see the end. A soul flew out from the lesser supreme sword next to him. Little Sovereign stretched and yawned, asking, Kid, why are you still cultivating? You really don't stop for a moment? With the death of Jiang Feili, Zhou Xuanji's only enemy was the Qilin Nine Absolutes. However, the Qilin Nine Absolutes were being targeted by other sages. If he was Zhou Xuanji, he would definitely take a break. One couldn't just cultivate all the time in one's life. Not to mention that Zhou Xuanji was already very strong. He was a sovereign above the Kunlun Origin Court. Is there any movement from Xianxia recently? Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes. Ever since Jiang Feili died, he had been asking Little Sovereign to pay attention to Xianxia. Xianxia was wandering around the Kunlun Origin Court as if she was looking for something. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, I don't know. I always feel that a power is recovering in her body. Could this girl be someone else in disguise? With this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and frowned instinctively. The term Little Supreme Being was too terrifying. If Xianxia was not Xianxia, wouldn't he be surrounded by danger during this period of time? Do you have any proof? Zhou Xuanji asked. Little Sovereign shook his head in response. He smiled and said, I was just guessing. He then changed the topic and said, Speaking of which, everything has a price. The speed of your cultivation breakthrough is already exaggerated enough. The same is true for Xianxia, Xintang, and Yang Di. I guess they will have to pay a painful price. Shen Tang will forever be trapped in the sovereign realm of laws. It will be difficult for her to become a great supreme being. That Sunlight Emperor seems to be high-spirited and in an extraordinary state. However, the soul fusion inheritance is not so perfect. I can feel that his eyes are abnormal. There are two souls in them. As for the divine pinching star, I can't see it at the moment, which means there's a problem. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, it seemed that Xianxia and the other two were about to face misfortune. Puzzled, he asked, "Wait, why does Yang Di have two souls? Didn't you say that the soul fusion inheritance is the most perfect inheritance method?" Little Sovereign suddenly smiled. His smile was extremely sinister. He said in a meaningful tone, "I was just bluffing. When he first appeared, I noticed that there was another soul in his eyes. I know that guy. He used to be in existence like the evil Mother Spirit controller. I deliberately said that to make Yang Di let his guard down." How despicable! Zhou Xuanji looked at Little Sovereign with a complicated look in his eyes. This guy is too sinister. Will he plot against me in the future? Little Sovereign faked a cough and said, "What do you mean? I have done my best for you. You actually doubt me. It hurts me so much." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him. He didn't bother to answer. After a few breaths of silence, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but ask, "What will happen to Yang Di? Will he be possessed?" Yang Di's return this time showed kindness to him, which changed his impression of Yang Di. The thought that the high-spirited Yang Di was about to be possessed made him feel a little uncomfortable in his heart. Who knows? Anyway, it won't end well. Don't even think about intervening. You have already been targeted by the ancient life lamp. Do you want to be targeted by another evil? Little Sovereign snorted. Zhou Xuanji didn't think much about it. Yang Di had his own life. He didn't care about it. He changed the topic to Supreme Crimson Dust. Don't ask. When the time comes, you will understand everything. Instead of worrying about others, it's better to think about yourself, Little Sovereign said impatiently. Little Sovereign said impatiently. How come this brat's heart warmed up after becoming a sovereign? This isn't a good thing. Perhaps because he absorbed the power of the Kunlun origin court, this kid has seen too many things in the world. He rolled his eyes and began to think about how to refine Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart. In a great world, Xianxia strolled forward. Gloomy mist billowed. She was surrounded by mountains that looked like giant devils. She raised her right hand and said to her palm, "Is it here?" A pair of eyes emerged from her palm. This pair of eyes was cold and filled with evil qi. It turned forward. Xianxia immediately understood and continued moving forward. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently. Coffins covered in soil rose from the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The giant mountain in front of her directly broke as if it had been split in half by a divine sword. Xianxia's face was expressionless. She turned into a ray of light and flew between the two halves of the mountain, disappearing without a trace. After 10 breaths, Mortal Sovereign appeared. She frowned and looked over, murmuring, "Sure enough." Her eyes turned cold, and her body dissipated into wisps of the red dust qi, sinking into the flying dust. Supreme Palace, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating when Little Sovereign woke him up. That girl has started to act. I'm very curious. Is there any secret hidden in the Kunlun origin court? Little Sovereign said with narrowed eyes. Even a sovereign couldn't completely see through the Kunlun origin court. For example, Sovereign Kong Sheng had been hiding in the origin court to cultivate for countless years, unknown to anyone. Zhou Xuanji activated the exterminating divine eyes and locked onto Xianxing's aura. But he couldn't see what Xianxing was doing. There was a layer of mysterious power that isolated Zhou Xuanji's divine will, making it impossible for him to spy on Xianxing. This kind of power wasn't strong. It was extremely weak, but it could completely block the divine will of a sovereign. Is what you said true? Zhou Xuanji murmured. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. If this Xianxing wasn't the real Xianxing and she would harm the Kunlun origin court, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Keep watching and you will understand. I hope that what she is looking for is not what I fear the most, Little Sovereign said, shaking his head. His tone was full of deep meaning. Chapter 906. Oh, what do you fear the most in the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked. He could see every corner of the Kunlun Origin Court, but that was only on the surface. He couldn't see all the planes thoroughly. Little Supreme shrugged and said, "It's an evil treasure more powerful than the Soul Source bead and the All Lives brush. You can't even say its name, or you will suffer a backlash." Zhou Xuanji frowned. Why did the Kunlun Origin Court hide such a terrifying evil treasure? Wait a minute. Could it be related to the Holy Ghost? Ever since he had become a supreme being, Nanmu Tianyi had sealed the Holy Ghost in an independent plane and made the Tianyi divine range guard it. Although the Holy Ghost had stopped moving, the panic it had caused back then was still vivid in his mind. Zhou Xuanji had to be cautious. Why is the Holy Ghost born? Listening to Little Sovereign's previous words, he obviously knew the Holy Ghost's body. Could it be that it was because of this evil treasure that someone became a Holy Ghost? He looked up at Little Sovereign and asked with his eyes. Little Sovereign nodded slightly. Some things could not be said, but they could be communicated with eye contact. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. It seemed like he couldn't completely abandon the Kunlun Origin Court in the future. If something exploded in the Kunlun Origin Court, wouldn't it be a monstrous disaster? This had been the case when Wu Zhou had been in power. In the rolling black mist, Xianxia floated in the air. She looked down. The mountain stream below was like an abyss, dark and gloomy, and the whistling wind was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of wolves. She raised her right hand with her palm facing downwards. Her eyes widened, and two streaks of bloody light shot out, breaking through the strands of black mist and penetrating downwards. Rumble! The earth shook and a terrifying aura erupted. The wind was blowing wildly, blowing Xianxia's hair. She squinted her eyes, trying to see everything below. Shio! A scepter that looked like scorched wood suddenly rushed out. A fist-sized bead of blood was embedded in the top of the scepter. Fresh blood kept flowing out of it, making it look extremely terrifying. Xianxia immediately stretched out her hand and grabbed the blood bead black staff. She frowned, her right hand trembling. Meanwhile, the entire Kunlun Origin Court was shrouded in a terrifying aura. All living beings felt an inexplicable sense of panic, as if a great disaster was about to befall them. What happened? Could it be that another supreme martial artist from outside the court has come to attack? That's impossible. How long has it been? The calamity of the Kunlun Origin Court is coming again. Everyone be careful. What a terrifying feeling. Even when I faced the Sword Emperor back then, I did not feel so terrified. Don't be afraid, we have a supreme being. He will protect us. All the creatures in the divine ranges were discussing this matter in fear, comforting each other. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside Xianxia out of thin air and grabbed her wrist. In an instant, a sinister and powerful force entered his body through his palm, wreaking havoc in his muscles and bones. He frowned and immediately used his supreme god force to resist. The two powers clashed, and with an explosion, Zhou Xuanji's consciousness exploded. Following this, he saw scenes. The Grand Sovereigns held the blood bead black staff and laughed wildly. Their postures and smiles were the same, crazy and evil. What is this? Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Could these be scenes of the previous owners of the blood bead's black staff wielding it? Could these great supremes be the supremes of the Kunlun Origin Court? The scene kept changing, getting faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free from this illusion, but he felt an extremely powerful suppression on his soul, making it impossible for him to break free. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the sword fusion technique. At the same time, he created countless avatars that rushed in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding illusions shattered one after another. Gusts of wind swept over like the turbulence of time and space. He took the opportunity to cast the exterminating divine light to destroy everything as his consciousness returned to reality. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Xianxia's face. Her face turned hideous as blood streaks crawled up her cheeks. Her long hair turned white, fluttering in the wind. She grabbed the blood bead black staff with both hands, looking extremely crazy. She wouldn't let go no matter what. At this moment, she seemed to have become another person. A person that Zhou Xuanji had never seen before. The lesser supreme sword appeared behind him as Little Sovereign's voice came. Sure enough, it's this thing. Don't worry about her, run. His tone was incomparably anxious and terrified. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to let go, Mortal Sovereign flew over from afar. Pinching star. Mortal Sovereign reached out and grabbed Xianxia's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he shouted, "Get away!" As soon as he said this, Mortal Sovereign's hand fell on Xianxia's shoulder. Zhou Xuanji could clearly feel the strange force fiercely attacking Mortal Sovereign's hand. He immediately used his supreme divine power to block it. But even so, he couldn't completely block it. Mortal Sovereign gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and let out a painful groan. She looked at Xianxia and said with difficulty, "Pinching star, what are you trying to do?" The devil-like Xianxia glanced at her and said with a sinister smile, "Stupid, do you really think I'm your sister? Your sister is already dead. I'm already a different person." Hearing this, Mortal Sovereign's pupils suddenly shrank. She was dumbfounded. All along, she had been looking for Xianxia as her goal. After learning that Xianxia had already died, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She seemed to have lost her soul, forgetting her own pain. "Then who the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Xianxia. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was Xianxia. Could it be that she has been possessed? Xianxia looked at him and said with a contemptuous smile, "You don't deserve to know my name. I can only tell you that Xianxia is indeed my previous identity. But she has already fallen in the passage between the two worlds. I'm just using her identity to gain a foothold. Let me go, and you and I can still maintain a friendly relationship. If you insist on stopping me, you will regret it." She pulled hard, trying to take away the blood-bead black staff. But Zhou Xuanji's strength continued to increase. She couldn't take it away by force. Little Sovereign's voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears, "Let her go. This thing isn't a good treasure. She will reap what she sowed. The real treasure is down there. This kind of evil thing can be suppressed. Naturally, there is something that is not weaker than it." Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before letting go. Xianxia's smile was extremely evil. With a shake of her shoulder, Mortal Sovereign was sent flying back while vomiting blood. The blood-bead black staff in her hand quickly disappeared. "Zhou Xuanji, after getting along with you during this period of time, I still like you very much. We will meet again in the future. At that time, you will see my true body. At that time, I will let you understand how powerful I am." Xianxia burst into laughter. Her voice echoed between the heavens and the earth for a long time. Zhou Xuanji took Mortal Sovereign into his arms and healed her. He scanned her with his divine will, but he could no longer find Xianxia. "What the hell does she want?" Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. His heart was filled with anger. Little Sovereign's voice rang in his ear, "Quick! Go down. Don't let it run away. This is a great opportunity." Chapter 907. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and put Mortal Sovereign down. Then he swooped down and disappeared into the dark mountain stream. After about 15 breaths of time, he suddenly rushed out, holding a red bead that was surrounded by flames. It was as big as a human head and looked very similar to the blood beads on the black staff. Compared to the blood pearl, this red pearl had more righteous qi. Holding it in his hand, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were filled with passion. What a powerful strength! Every time his spiritual force probed inside, his soul would tremble. He even felt that if he tried to force his way in, his soul would be severely injured. "What is the name of this treasure?" Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. He cast a glance at Sovereign Hong Chen, who was healing himself in the distance. Autar crimson dust flew over, an ugly look on her face. The injuries she had sustained had caused her to lose a great deal of blood, and even her soul had been damaged. But what hurt her the most was her heart. Knowing that Xianxia had died a long time ago, Hong Chen's supremacy lost his soul and lost his purpose of living. She came before Zhou Xuanji but did not congratulate him. She was still in a daze. I don't know the origins of this orb either. There are no records of its name in history either. I've only seen it once, and that was when my master took me on an adventure. I came back to search for it after I became a sovereign, but I was forced into retreat by the evil being from before. My cultivation as a great sovereign of the three courts directly dropped to reciprocity sovereign. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have died so easily back then. Little Sovereign replied with a sigh in his tone. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Was it really that terrifying? Fortunately, he didn't forcibly take away the blood-bead black staff. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of Little Supreme Master. He immediately led Red Bead and Autark Crimson Dust away. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne. He looked down at Hongqian Sovereign and said with a frown, "Don't think too much. I think she is Xianxia. It's just that her body might be occupied by another person. I can feel her soul. After all, I have the soul origin." Upon hearing this, Autark Crimson Dust jerked his head up, a look of delight on his face. Your task now is to work hard on your cultivation. Rather than being depressed, why not work hard? What do you think? Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. Supreme Crimson Dust took a deep breath and tried to adjust his mood. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji and left. Looking at her back, Zhou Xuanji did not try to persuade her anymore. If it were him, he would also want to be alone. He sighed softly, then took out the red bead and observed it carefully. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared next to him. Little Supreme Sword floated out and excitedly said, "Hurry up and give it a name." Although he didn't know the origin of this treasure, nor did he know how strong it was, he believed that the red pearl represented a great opportunity that even grand sovereigns would find difficult to obtain. Zhou Xuanji said, "Let's call it the Fated Fate Pearl." It meant that he had come across an opportunity. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and said, "This name is too vulgar, quickly change it." Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he stared at the Fated Fate Pearl and said, "I believe this is its name, now and in the future." He played with the Fated Fate bead repeatedly, trying to see through it. In his eyes, the Fated Fate Pearl was very mysterious, and this kind of mystery had an irresistible attraction to him. If you want to comprehend its true essence, I'm afraid you can't find the answer in the Kunlun Origin Court. You have to go to the Endless Universe. Little Sovereign continued. His tone was heavy as he warned, "Don't take out the Fated Fate Pearl outside to avoid unnecessary trouble." Zhou Xuanji nodded and began thinking about when to leave. He also wanted to go to the Thunder Alliance and the Yen Alliance. There was also the illusory god realm that Hongqian Saint Lord had mentioned. The Endless Universe was so big. There must be many mysteries that he couldn't imagine. "Maybe this pearl will change your fate," Little Sovereign said meaningfully. Little Sovereign said meaningfully as his eyes flickered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I have already become a grand sovereign. Is there still a fate to speak of?" In response, Little Sovereign just smiled and didn't say anything. In the dark void, Xianxia was sitting on an old tree. Under the tree was a meteorite shining with a metallic luster. She was looking at the blood bead black staff with a frown. Why not? Could it be that the bead has weakened its power? As soon as she thought of the Fated Fate Pearl, her eyes turned cold. The Fated Fate Pearl had a great restraining effect on her. She didn't dare to touch it. She looked ahead and murmured, "It seems that I have to go to that place." She held the blood bead black staff tightly, absorbing its power. A light appeared in front of her. The old tree swayed as leaves drifted down. She immediately got up and said, "Who dares to play tricks in front of me?" Balls of raging flames swept out from the bright light, like a blooming flower of fire, bright and beautiful. Evildoer, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Li Yingyo's cold snort resounded, causing Xianxia to narrow her eyes. Sure enough, when they gathered outside the Kunlun Origin Court last time, this guy had seen through her identity. Xianxia didn't panic. Instead, she grinned and said, "Kid, do you want to experience the pain of the past again?" Li Yingyu stepped out of the fireworks. His face was filled with killing intent. He coldly smiled and said, "That was the past. I have been reborn, and you are no longer as invincible as you were in the past. His eyes locked onto the blood-bead black staff. A fiery light flashed in his eyes. Xianxia raised the blood-bead black staff and sneered, "What? You want it? Are you worthy?" After saying this, she waved the staff and struck forward. Li Yingyu didn't retreat. Instead, he charged toward her. Hundreds of years later, Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Shaoxian, and Xian Xianghua gathered in front of the Supreme Palace. He looked at the three women and said with a smile, "It's okay, it's not life and death. No need to frown." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and said, "Since it's not dangerous, why didn't you take me with you?" Her cultivation had already reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8th level. She was still far from 9th level. Not making progress for a long time made her very annoyed. "Yes, the gap between us and you is getting bigger and bigger," Zhou Shaoxian nodded and said with a pitiful look on her face. She was hoping that Zhou Xuanji would agree. Jiang Shui, on the other hand, was very calm. She just looked at him quietly. Zhou Xuanji glared at them and said, "When I am strong enough, I will take you out sooner or later. Don't forget what I said to all living beings before. We will expand out sooner or later. When the time comes, you will be able to go out." Zhou Shaoxian wanted to continue, but she was stopped by Jiang Shui. "Listen to your father, we have to believe in him," Jiang Shui said with a soft smile, looking at Zhou Xuanji with gentle eyes. Zhou Xuanji took her hand and said, "The superstar competition is about to begin. This is a brand new superstar competition. You must pay close attention and prepare well. I will leave an outer soul doppelganger to help you. You can contact me if you have any trouble." Jiang Shui nodded and said excitedly, "I will try my best." Zhou Xuanji looked at Xian Xianghua and said, "You have to help her too." Xian Xianghua rolled her eyes at him and snorted, "Nonsense, of course." Chapter 908. After chatting with his family for a while, Zhou Xuanji left on his sword. Jiang Shui raised her head and muttered, "I really hope I can see the scene of the Kunlun Origin Court attacking the Endless Universe." Xian Xianghua put an arm around her shoulders and smiled. "Don't worry. That day won't be long. The speed at which this brat grows is something we can never imagine." Zhou Shaoxian rubbed her chin and pondered. She was thinking about the difference between her and Zhou Xuanji. She had now begun to be independent. Although she had gained a lot of training in the Kunlun Origin Court, she was increasingly aware of how insignificant she was. Only when she faced everything alone could she truly feel how powerful Zhou Xuanji was. "Wanshan Great Thousand has an opportunity that I left for you. Go." Zhou Xuanji's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xiaoshuan's ears, which stunned her. Her eyes reddened, but she didn't cry. Instead, she laughed. Passing through the darkness, Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword. He played with the faded fate pearl in his hand, thinking about its profoundness. Little Sovereign, who was floating behind him, was also thinking. They were already obsessed with the faded pearl. Little Sovereign was even more frantic than Zhou Xuanji. At first, he was patient. He wanted to wait until he went to the endless universe before comprehending this treasure. But when he saw Zhou Xuanji meditating, his heart itched. This is not. Because he couldn't suppress his curiosity, he also fell into the trap. He and Zhou Xuanji could look at the faded fate pearl for many years without moving. The two of them walked aimlessly, their gazes locked onto the faded pearl. In the blink of an eye, they flew past dozens of planes and territories. During this period of time, they seemed to be frozen in time. Their eyeballs didn't even move. Boom! Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from ahead, startling the two of them as if they had just awoken from a dream. The Life and Death Emperor Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword instinctively appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji, guarding against any enemy attacks. Zhou Xuanji reacted quickly and stored the faded fate pearl into the supreme storage. Little Sovereign glanced at the red domain in front of him. There were countless stars scattered all over. Most of them were very small, like meteorites, but there were living beings living in them. These creatures had powerful chi and blood, but they didn't have intelligence. They were muddle-headed and couldn't escape the gravitational pull of the stars. "It's fine. It's just space-time collapsing." Little Sovereign shook his head. Just as he was about to continue speaking, his expression froze. Zhou Xuanji frowned as well. He asked, "Have we been targeted?" The space in front of him fluctuated, and a pair of scarlet eyes opened. Its pupils were larger than all the stars here. A terrifying killing intent swept over them like a tidal wave, drowning them. Zhou Xuanji's robe fluttered in the wind. He activated the sword fusion technique and raised his aura to the maximum. Without waiting for the other party to appear, he raised his sword and slashed out. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Boundless sword chi tore through the universe and shattered the pair of scarlet eyes. Roar. A roar exploded, reversing time and space. Zhou Xuanji's soul trembled, and violet light shot out of his eyes, freezing this shattered spacetime. Not good. It was a jade-eyed Yamatao. He was Gu Tianlin's mount. It was an ancient demonic beast that once dominated an area of the boundless universe. Cried Little Sovereign. His fear made Zhou Xuanji feel a sense of danger. Zhou Xuanji charged straight into the spacetime turbulence and into the absolute time realm to avoid the green-eyed Yamatao. No matter how strong the jade-eyed Yamatao was, it wasn't strong enough to kill its way into absolute time. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Was that demonic beast a coincidence?" How could he not think too much about encountering a rare ancient demonic beast? Little Sovereign hesitated and said, "I don't think so. After all, this beast has a master. Its first master is Gu Juejiu, who is also Gu Tianlin's father. You should know who Gu Juejiu is. He is a legend in the endless universe. He is close to the cardinal heaven realm." Ancient prodigies. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted abruptly, and his heart was in great shock. Gu Juejiu was an existence that shook the long river of history of the Kunlun origin court. If a cardinal heaven expert was praised as the strongest, there would definitely be people who would refute it. Moreover, only Gu Juejiu could stand side by side with a cardinal heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "Could it be that the ancient genius is here too? He has his eyes on me?" When Jiang Feili attacked, many supreme sages gathered outside the Kunlun origin court, but most of the supreme sages didn't show up. Even little supreme sages couldn't recognize their voices. Little Sovereign was also worried about the problem that Zhou Xuanji mentioned. Gu Juejiu was an existence that Jiang Feili could not compare to. If even he wanted to target Zhou Xuanji, it wouldn't be good. They could feel the killing intent of the jade-eyed Yamatao. The two fell into silence. What should we do now? Is there another way to the Thunder Alliance? Zhou Xuanji asked. He didn't know how to go to the Thunder Alliance, but Little Sovereign knew. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow and said, "Let's avoid it for a while. That guy can't always wait for you outside." Zhou Xuanji agreed with him. He immediately took out the faded fate pearl and began to observe it. Little Sovereign's eyes were also fixed on it as he concentrated on it. Once again, the two seemed to have lost their souls. They didn't say a word. After an unknown period of time, Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses and looked at Little Sovereign. He saw that this guy's eyes were wide open like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji angrily said, "Wake up, shouldn't we set off?" Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. He didn't notice it before. But when he saw Little Sovereign's expression, he inexplicably panicked. This is too terrifying. He suddenly felt that the faded fate pearl wasn't a supreme treasure but an evil object. Little Sovereign woke up from his trance and subconsciously replied, "Let's go." "Wait, don't worry." He furrowed his brow and began to think seriously. Zhou Xuanji's blood ran cold when he saw his reaction. The faded fate pearl could really make them lose their way. Even someone as strong as Little Sovereign would be the same. He immediately raised this question. The Thunder Alliance wasn't important right now. The key was how to deal with the faded fate pearl. Little Sovereign furrowed his brow after hearing this. His soul slightly trembled as he muttered, "Damn, it's okay if I didn't say it, but now." He also began to feel afraid. If the enemy attacked without anyone knowing and they were addicted to the faded fate pearl, wouldn't that be the end of them? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. He looked at the faded fate pearl with fear in his eyes. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a perfect treasure in this world. The better it is, the more dangerous it is, he muttered to himself. his expression was full of vigilance. Zhou Xuanji squeezed hard, trying to crush the fated fate pearl. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't crush the fated fate pearl. Little Sovereign took a deep breath and said, "It seems that we need to find Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Only an existence like him can understand the mysteries of the fated fate pearl." Zhou Xuanji asked, "If Rainbow Qin Saint Lord is also deceived, wouldn't it be a disaster?" Little Sovereign glared at him and snorted, "You can't imagine how powerful a Saint Lord is. If this pearl was really that terrifying, the Kunlun Origin Court would have long perished." Zhou Xuanji felt that it made sense. He then put away the fated fate pearl and prepared to leave the Absolute Time Realm. Chapter 909. After leaving the Absolute Time Realm carefully, Zhou Xuanji was not attacked by the jade-eyed Yama Taotai again. He took Little Sovereign and moved forward at full speed. In the future, he no longer took out the fated fortune pearl and regarded it as a taboo. Under the guidance of Little Sovereign, he passed through many planes and got closer and closer to the Thunder Alliance. Without the fated fate bead to attract their attention, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign felt very uncomfortable at first. But after they got used to it, they felt relaxed. "It's better now. I almost fell into their trap. Just thinking about it gives me some lingering fear." Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. It was he who instigated Zhou Xuanji to get the fated fortune pearl. Therefore, he felt ashamed about it. He secretly warned himself to never relax his vigilance. No wonder the fated fate pearl could stay there for so many years without being taken away. Its terror was not inferior to that of the blood bead black staff. Zhou Xuanji asked, "How far is the Thunder Alliance?" As a great supreme of the Second Court, he was already far stronger than before. Even at full speed, he still could not see the shadow of the Thunder Alliance. "Soon," Little Sovereign said perfunctorily. The endless universe was vast. In the past, he had found the Thunder Alliance by accident. Zhou Xuanji frowned but did not ask further. 10 years later, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign came to a strange universe full of space-time vortexes. These space-time vortexes varied in size. They were like eyes staring at them from all directions. This is close to the 10,000 domain demon lair. The 10,000 domain demon lair is huge, and there are many forces stationed around it. There are dozens of sacred grounds like the Thunder Alliance, but the Thunder Alliance is the most famous and has the longest history. Little Sovereign stared ahead and said leisurely. Without the jade-eyed Yama Taotai chasing after them, their journey was very easy. They didn't even encounter a Grand Supreme. Zhou Xuanji could already sense an aura that made him feel uneasy. It was similar to demonic might, but it was more profound and unfathomable than any demonic might he had ever seen. The Myriad Domain Demon Lair was a place where demons from billions of planes gathered. Countless demon bones were buried there. In the endless universe, the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was also known as the ancestral grave of the demon race. Little Sovereign began to tell him about the legend of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. The birth of the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was extremely long ago. It could be traced back to the era of the primeval sovereigns. The primeval era was an incomparably resplendent era in the boundless universe. At that time, the primeval era dominated the boundless universe, and countless heroes emerged one after another, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. It was said that the current Grand Supremes would be cannon fodder in the primeval era. The primeval era was a legend that was passed down by all living beings in the boundless universe. Countless cultivators took this as their goal and advanced wave after wave, hoping to create a new golden age just like the primeval era. It was rumored that the Myriad Domain Demon Lair was once a battlefield. The ancient demon race challenged the ancient venerables, but they were all annihilated. Their resentment did not dissipate, and now it had become a fiendish domain. Even Grand Supremes would encounter misfortune if they entered its range. Listening to Little Sovereign's narration, Zhou Xuanji also became very interested in the Prime Sovereign era. By the way, legend has it that Guzun also loved using swords. His sword was said to be the strongest in history. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and said meaningfully, Zhou Xuanji was determined to become the only sword emperor in history. If Guzun was still alive, he would definitely challenge him. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, Ancient Sovereign, Sovereign Heaven, and Ancient Absolute Genius, who is the most powerful? Little Sovereign rolled his eyes at him and snappily said, Do you still need to ask? Can Cardinal Heaven and Ancient Peerless Geniuses create their own era? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that no one in the endless universe could compare to Gu Zun, at least on the surface. Could it be that Gu Zun had mastered a sovereign's opportunity? After all, legend had it that if one had a sovereign's opportunity, they could dominate the endless universe. All grand sovereigns would have to obey their orders. Another half a year passed. Zhou Xuanji finally came to the Thunder Alliance's territory. The Thunder Alliance was very big and was made up of dozens of universes. There were countless living beings here, and there were countless floating islands. There were also massive cities that were as majestic as the sun. There were no guards in the Thunder Alliance. Any creature could enter and exit freely. Even so, Zhou Xuanji didn't see any fighting scenes when he scanned with his divine will. It seemed that there was some kind of extremely powerful force restricting the creatures here. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew toward a giant city ahead. Little Sovereign was still floating behind Zhou Xuanji. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. In the endless universe, he wasn't a big shot. He wouldn't cause any disputes. I haven't been here for a long time. I really miss it. Many great sovereigns indulge in this place. You have to take it easy, Little Sovereign said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing Little Sovereign's words. Looking at his smile, he was probably talking about some brothels. Soon, Zhou Xuanji entered the city with Little Sovereign. After landing, he strolled forward while glancing at both sides of the street. Not all the creatures here were great sovereigns. But the weakest was at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. There were all kinds of races. Even if they didn't speak the same language, their souls were powerful enough to understand each other. There were no stalls on both sides of the street. There were only overlapping pavilions selling all kinds of treasures. Zhou Xuanji felt the aura of hundreds of great sovereigns before he even took 10 steps. He sighed in his heart. Great sovereigns are really everywhere. A man in a blue robe quickly walked over from the front. He had 4 eyes but didn't look strange at all. On the contrary, he looked very handsome. He walked up to Zhou Xuanji and bowed. Senior, you must be the Sword Emperor, right? My Saint Lord sent me to meet you. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled. Although Rainbow Qin Saint Lord had invited him before, he didn't expect Rainbow Qin Saint Lord to give him so much face. He even sent someone to pick him up immediately. Could it be that Rainbow Qin Saint Lord is plotting something? He couldn't help but be vigilant. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Please lead the way. The man in the blue robe shook his head with a smile before flying into the depths of the universe with Zhou Xuanji. After flying over one giant city after another, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had passed. Zhou Xuanji saw a giant golden tower standing in the clouds. It was surrounded by giant cities in all directions. It looked incomparably magnificent. At the top of the giant golden tower was a fire phoenix with a wingspan of hundreds of millions of feet. It looked like a sun hanging high above, overlooking all living beings in the universe. The man in the blue robe led Zhou Xuanji to the gate below the giant tower. He respectfully said, You can go in directly. Follow the sound of the Guqin. The Saint Lord is waiting for you at the end of the sound. Zhou Xuanji nodded before pushing the door and entering. The inside was resplendent with gold and jade. An endless path appeared before his eyes. The walls on both sides were engraved with different portraits. They seemed to be recording some historical events. They were emanating a boundless aura. These murals have extremely powerful artistic conception. If you can keep comprehending them, it will be of great help to your cultivation, Little Sovereign exclaimed. He was even more in awe of Rainbow Qin Saint Lord. Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of the Guqin coming from the front. It was very weak, but it had a penetrating power that made his heart ripple. He immediately walked forward. As he walked forward, the sound of the Guqin grew louder and louder. The atmosphere also changed. Chapter 9-10. The sound of the zither was chilling. With every step Zhou Xuanji took, he felt an additional sound of the zither. After 100 steps, he felt hundreds of zither players playing at the same time. The sound of the zither was giving off a mighty pressure that was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. Hong Qin Saint Lord wanted to test him. Little Sovereign curled his lips. His awe of Hong Qin Saint Lord had diminished. In his opinion, Hong Qin Saint Lord didn't need to do this given his status. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord invited Zhou Xuanji to be a guest. But he still wanted to test him. Wasn't this bullying the weak and losing the demeanor of his ancestor? Zhou Xuanji didn't notice Little Sovereign's emotions. He began sprinting forward. He quickly came to the end of the corridor. In front of him was a golden spiral staircase. He looked up but couldn't see the top. He leaped up and quickly rushed to the top of the tower. In less than 2 breaths, he rushed into a corridor at the top of the tower. He looked ahead and saw Hong Qin Saint Lord at a glance. Hong Qin Saint Lord was sitting on a piece of red cloth, playing the zither. In front of him was a pool. The surface of the pool reflected the scenes of the cities of the Thunder Alliance. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the pool and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Saint Lord. Thank you for your help that day." Hong Qin Saint Lord looked up at him and said with a smile, "No need to thank me. After all, I used to be the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then began thinking about how to tell him about the Fated Pearl. He wanted Hong Qin Saint Lord to see what secrets were hidden in the Fated Pearl. Apart from dealing with the 9 absolutes of Qilin, the more important task is to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven. Cardinal Heaven deliberately left this legend of opportunity to make everyone crazy. In fact, he wants to resurrect himself. With his ability, the 9 absolutes of Qilin can't control him at all, Hong Qin Saint Lord continued. Hong Qin Saint Monarch continued. His eyes were so deep that no one could tell what he was thinking. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He asked in surprise, "Why do you want to stop the resurrection of Cardinal Heaven?" Cardinal Heaven was also the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He could be regarded as his ancestor. He was also a sovereign now. If there was no special reason, he wouldn't want to kill his ancestor for no reason. That's because Cardinal Heaven's ambition was too great. He wanted to surpass Guzun, but his methods were too iron-blooded and would bring disaster to all living beings. Back then, when he fell, he provoked countless enemies. I was one of them. Although we were dissatisfied with his tyranny, he had indeed contributed greatly to the boundless universe. So, we wiped away all of his dark history and only left behind his invincible legend. Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously, "In the endless universe, there were many fanatical believers of the Cardinal Heavens." He wanted to see through Zhou Xuanji. Would this guy be fanatical about Cardinal Heaven? Fortunately, the expression in Zhou Xuanji's eyes did not change too much, just a little. Hong Qin Saint Lord could understand. After all, a Cardinal Heaven expert was Zhou Xuanji's senior. Moreover, he had no obligation to bear this responsibility. "If you agree, I'll satisfy one of your requests. Anything is fine." Hong Qin Saint Monarch smiled. His expression was amiable, no longer giving off that oppressive feeling. "Of course, you can also refuse. I'm not forcing you." Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled when he heard this. He was weighing the pros and cons doing so might offend a Cardinal Heaven expert. If he succeeded in suppressing a Cardinal Heaven expert, it would be fine. But if a Cardinal Heaven expert was resurrected, he would definitely become the #1 target for revenge. If he was stopped by a nameless junior, he would definitely explode in anger. Hong Qin Saint Lord stopping a Cardinal Heaven expert was understandable. After all, Hong Qin Saint Lord's reputation was ridiculously high. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "Why do you need me?" He needed an answer. Hong Qin Saint Monarch replied, "Because you're weak, you won't raise his guard. However, your strength surpasses your realm, and you'll be able to catch him off guard and deal him a fatal blow. I'll restrain him head-on with the other great experts." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow upon hearing this. Why is this opportunity so similar to Jiang Feili's plan? Is he that weak? Zhou Xuanji was a little speechless. He glanced at Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign's face turned solemn. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Seeing this, Hong Qin Saint Lord smiled. He curiously asked, I still remember you. Back then, you were very similar to the Sword Emperor. But you were more high-spirited. If you really want to talk about who you are like, it's the Sovereign Heaven Path. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. The Sovereign Heaven Path? He glanced at Little Sovereign, only to see him smiling awkwardly. The Sovereign Heaven Path is overbearing. Could it be that Little Sovereign was also overbearing in the past? Didn't he love to cultivate geniuses without asking where they came from? Zhou Xuanji no longer thought about it. He looked at Hong Qin Saint Lord and said, I can promise you, but I have a treasure. I want you to help me identify it and help me comprehend this treasure. Hong Qin Saint Lord nodded. He even felt a little surprised. Everything he had learned was a great treasure. Couldn't it be compared to an artifact? Zhou Xuanji took out the faded pearl. Hong Qin Saint Lord glanced at it but didn't pay much attention to it. The next second, his eyes suddenly fell on the faded pearl. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. Little Sovereign didn't interrupt either. After a long while, Hong Qin Saint Lord asked with a complicated expression, I didn't expect you to find this treasure. Obviously, he knew about the faded pearl. What is the origin of this pearl? How long has it existed? Asked Little Sovereign. Now, when he looked at the faded pearl again, his eyes were filled with fear. Hong Qin Saint Lord replied faintly, the origin of this pearl is extraordinary. It has existed since the birth of the Kunlun Origin Court. Some sages speculated that it created the Kunlun Origin Court. No matter how high one's cultivation is, they will be attracted to it and unable to extricate themselves. No matter how evil the power is, it will suppress it. Strange, how did you get this treasure? It didn't resist you? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied, it didn't resist when I grabbed it. Little Sovereign rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Hong Qin Saint Lord sighed and said, it seems that it has chosen you. I can't help you with this because it is an existence that even I can't see through. Change your request. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. What is this? If even Hong Qin Saint Lord can't see through the faded pearl, who should I look for? The time is not right. One day, it will open up to you. All you need to do is wait. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't play with it if you have nothing to do, Hong Qin Saint Lord said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to take back the faded pearl. Little Sovereign gave him a look and said telepathically, in that case, learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao from him. Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao? What's that? Zhou Xuanji was confused, but he still made this request honestly. Hong Qin Saint Lord burst into laughter and said, I have been waiting for you to say this. It seems that you are not knowledgeable enough. You need someone to guide you. Zhou Xuanji smiled awkwardly. He was even more interested in the Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao. In that case, you will stay here and learn the Divine Rainbow Monarch Dao. When you reach the first level, I will let you out. If you can't do it, don't think about leaving. Hong Qin Saint Lord's expression turned serious. Zhou Xuanji looked confident and not worried at all. Chapter 9:11. Sit down. Zhou Xuanji nodded and sat down as well. Little Sovereign looked curious as he waited for Hong Qin Holy Monarch to preach. Hong Qin Saint Monarch glanced at him and smiled, don't look at indecent things. Little Supreme Being felt as if he had been hit in the head and instantly returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could only put the Lesser Supreme Sword into the Supreme Storage and wait for Hong Qin Saint Lord to preach. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao is a supreme sacred art that I created. It requires a firm heart. If one's will isn't firm, they won't be able to unleash the power of this Dao. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with an incredibly sharp gaze. He looked elegant and dignified, but he could always subconsciously give off a powerful aura that made Zhou Xuanji's scalp numb. Zhou Xuanji did not know if Hong Qin Saint Lord was doing this on purpose or if it was just an accident. Thereafter, Hong Qin Sage Monarch started to explain the sacred Rainbow Sage Monarch's way. Zhou Xuanji listened earnestly. Several years passed just like that. During this period of time, he and Hong Qin Saint Monarch did not move from their positions at all. They only moved their mouths and eyes. By the pool, Hong Qin Saint Lord looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, do you understand? Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied, I roughly understand. He slowly stood up and prepared to find a quiet place to comprehend alone. Just cultivate in front of me. There's no need to care about me. Hong Qin Saint Monarch called out to him with a thought-provoking expression. Zhou Xuanji did not retort and sat down again, closing his eyes and cultivating. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was a type of will's sacred art. It could continuously temper one's will, allowing one's cultivation to erupt in a short period of time. This kind of explosion would not harm the physical body or soul, and was extremely powerful. It could even influence the will of others. Currently, Zhou Xuanji had only learned the first level of cultivation, and he began to comprehend it seriously. In his opinion, the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was the pinnacle of a sword master's dominance. He was extremely interested in this divine ability. If he used the Sword Dao to establish the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao, then wouldn't he be able to make all the swords in the boundless universe respect him? What a bold idea! Even if he managed to cultivate the first level of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao, he wouldn't be able to do it. But he dared to dream. As he began to cultivate, his swordsmanship appeared, as if countless silver stars were circling around him. Rainbow Qin Saint Monarch smiled in satisfaction and thought to himself, "This kid's talent is indeed extraordinary." He actually directly understood the true essence of the Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao. He is truly an exceptional genius. At this moment, a ray of red light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head. It was the Fated Pearl. The Fated Fate Pearl covered Zhou Xuanji, and red light shone on Hong Qin Saint Lord's face. His eyes widened in shock. "This pearl, how could it be?" Hong Qin Saint Monarch frowned and murmured. His gaze became complicated. He suddenly had expectations for Zhou Xuanji. How long would it take for this kid to master the Monarch Rainbow Dao? Inside a pavilion, Yang Di was drinking wine when a man in golden clothes appeared beside him. He knelt down on one knee and cupped his fists as he said, "Your Majesty, the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji has come to the Thunder Alliance, but he was taken away by the Saints people." "Sage?" Sunlight Emperor narrowed his eyes and murmured, "It seems that the sage has chosen him." He sighed with mixed feelings. He sighed to himself. "Zhou Xuanji, oh Zhou Xuanji, why are you able to encounter great opportunities wherever you go? Your Majesty, do you still need me to wait for him to appear?" the golden-robed man asked. Sunlight Emperor nodded and waved his hand, "Go. Remember, do not offend the Sage Tower. Otherwise, I will not be able to protect you." The golden-robed man left immediately. Sunlight Emperor continued to think. He flipped his right hand, and a golden dove appeared. It flapped its wings and flew out of the window. He then looked out of the window and said to himself, "Qilin 9 absolutes. Even the sage wants to deal with you. It'll be hard for you not to die." The Thunder Alliance was vast. There was a world here, and there were undercurrents. The news about Hong Qin Saint Monarch taking in a disciple spread quickly. Hong Qin Saint Monarch was one of the most powerful cultivators in the Thunder Alliance. His sage tower attracted a lot of attention. That day, many people saw Zhou Xuanji enter the sage tower and did not come out again. If this wasn't taking in a disciple, what was? If Hong Qin Saint Monarch wanted to harm Zhou Xuanji, he would not dare to lure Zhou Xuanji into the tower in front of everyone. Soon, all factions began to dig into Zhou Xuanji's background. A powerful cultivator divined that Zhou Xuanji came from the Kunlun Origin Court and was the current sovereign of the Origin Court. When this news came out, it completely shocked the Thunder Alliance. Hong Qin Saint Monarch was once the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. This further proved that Zhou Xuanji was Hong Qin Saint Monarch's disciple. Hong Qin Saint Monarch never took in disciples. Zhou Xuanji would be the first. All the giant cities were talking about this. In one of the inns, people were drinking and talking about this. "TSK, I didn't expect the Saint Monarch to take in a disciple. So, the legendary decisive battle is coming." That's right. Gu Tianlin's name has already shaken tens of thousands of domains. How can Zhou Xuanji fight him? Believe in the Saint Monarch. His eyes are definitely ruthless. But how long will this unprecedented decisive battle take place? Back then, when Gu Tianlin was rejected by the Saint Monarch, he swore that he would kill every disciple the Saint Monarch took in. Gu Tianlin seems to be coming to the Thunder Alliance soon. In a corner of the inn, a woman was shaking a jade cup alone. It was Xianxia. Hearing the discussions around her, she said in amazement, "That guy really causes a commotion wherever he goes. I like it." She smiled and got up to leave. While the outside world was in chaos, Zhou Xuanji was still cultivating. He didn't know that he had become the focus of the Thunder Alliance. He didn't open his eyes. He was in a wonderful state. The sword's way was transforming. The sword's way, the sword that ruled everything. Not only the sword, but he wanted to rule everything. His will began to transform toward the divine rainbow monarch Dao. So fast? Hongqin Saint Lord said in amazement. His gaze fell on the faded pearl above Zhou Xuanji's head. The faded pearl gave off strands of red light that surrounded Zhou Xuanji like a river. It made him look so sacred and majestic. Hongqin Saint Lord fell into a daze as he looked at Zhou Xuanji. Another long period of time passed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. The faded pearl quickly disappeared into his body, and the surrounding red light dissipated as well. He looked at Hongqin Saint Lord and asked, "Saint Lord, did I succeed?" Hongqin Saint Lord nodded and said calmly, "You have great serendipity. You succeeded." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. He only smiled calmly. "What about the cultivation method after that?" he asked. He couldn't wait to continue cultivating the second and third levels. He was fascinated by the power of the divine rainbow monarch Dao. That's all. The divine rainbow monarch Dao has countless levels, but only one can be cultivated, Hongqin Saint Lord replied with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji understood immediately. Hongqin Saint Lord was telling him that he should create his own divine rainbow monarch Dao. After you leave, you must be careful. There is a cause and effect. You have cultivated my divine rainbow monarch Dao, which is equivalent to half a disciple of mine. You must bear this karma, Hongqin Saint Lord said with narrowed eyes. Chapter 9:12. Bear the karma? Zhou Xuanji frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "Saint, I didn't learn your Saint Rainbow Monarch way for nothing. I'm going to help you deal with Cardinal Heaven Saints, and yet you're saying this now. Aren't you digging a trap for me?" Hongqin Saint Monarch shook his head and said with a smile, "How can you say that? This is also your fortuitous encounter. After you leave, you can choose whether or not you want to accept this karma. If you refuse, the fortuitous encounter will leave. It's all up to you." Zhou Xuanji did not believe him. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Rainbow Qin Saint Lord waved his right hand and sent him out. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Saint Tower's gate with a deep frown. At this moment, he suddenly felt countless divine wills sweeping past him from all directions. He turned around and saw that this part of the universe was vast and boundless. In the distance, giant cities stood in great numbers, and countless living beings came and went. Everything looked so prosperous and harmonious, exactly the same as what he had seen before. However, at that time, he had not been the focus of so many divine wills. What happened? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow in confusion. Could this be the cause and effect that Hongqin Saint Monarch mentioned? He scanned his surroundings and flew toward a nearby city. As soon as he entered the city, he quickly found an inn to stay in. During this time, there were still many divine senses locked onto him. In the Thunder Alliance, there were many people whose cultivation surpassed his. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked Little Supreme Sword why it was like this. "Wait, I suddenly remember." Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Cold sweat began to overflow from his forehead. Seeing how nervous he was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more confused. It still related to that Gu Tianlin. When Gu Tianlin was young, he was peerlessly talented and considered himself to be extraordinary. He once wanted to become the disciple of the Holy Sage, but was rejected by the Holy Sage. Deeply humiliated, he swore an oath that if the Holy Sage dared to accept a disciple, he would kill the disciple. "Before I died, one of the Holy Sage's disciples was brutally killed by Gu Tianlin. Moreover, it wasn't a sneak attack, but a challenge. He killed him in front of everyone." He believed in Zhou Xuanji's talent, but what kind of person was Gu Tianlin? Gu Tianlin had been cultivating longer than him. How could Zhou Xuanji fight against him? Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, "The saint doesn't hate you? Or is it that Gu Tianlin is so powerful that even the great sage is afraid of him? Or could it be that Gu Tianlin's father, the peerless genius of the ancient times, was still alive?" Little Sovereign glared at him and disdainfully said, "This is an open and above-board battle. Life and death are up to fate. How can a highly respected expert like the sage take action?" Zhou Xuanji could not help but shake his head and said in a low voice, "You want to save face and suffer." Gu Tianlin was obviously targeting Hong Qin Great Sage. What was the point of talking about morality at this time? Don't worry about it too much. I reckon that the outside world has already regarded you as the holy sage's disciple. Gu Tianlin has his eyes on you and will definitely not let you off. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. Just the jade-eyed Yamatai alone was enough to make them tremble in fear, let alone Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji sat in front of the table and poured wine for himself. "Since it's like this, let's wait for him to come," he said calmly. He already understood sacred monarch Hongqin's intentions. To him, Gu Tianlin was both a crisis and an opportunity. He had just arrived, and if he could defeat Gu Tianlin, he would truly be the disciple of the Hongqin sage. At the same time, his reputation would skyrocket. In the future, when he led the Kunlun Origin Court to the boundless universe, everyone would definitely give him face. At that time, the Kunlun Origin Court would completely soar. Thinking of this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned sharp. Little Sovereign understood what he was thinking and frantically said, "Brother, don't think too highly of yourself. You are not Gu Tianlin's opponent at all. Even Jiang Feili couldn't compare to Gu Tianlin's strength. I know, but doesn't Gu Tianlin like to fight? In other words, the battle won't come too soon. I can stall for time," Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. After learning the Holy Rainbow Monarch way, he really wanted to see how powerful he was. However, Gu Tianlin wasn't a good opponent for the time being. Right now, he just wanted to fight the Qilin 9 Absolutes as soon as possible. At the same time, he also wanted to know who made the Qilin 9 Absolutes issue the Universe Kill Order. That guy shouldn't even think about living. Little Sovereign began to ponder. After a while, the door was knocked. Zhou Xuanji said without looking back, "Come in." The door was pushed open, and Yang Di stepped in. He said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, you are really amazing. You have just arrived and you have already stirred up a storm in the Thunder Alliance. Now, everyone in the outside world is talking about you." He sat on the stool next to Zhou Xuanji and picked up the wine pot. He didn't treat Zhou Xuanji as an outsider at all. "Since you already know, you still dare to come to me. Aren't you afraid of offending Gu Tianlin?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. He looked at Yang Di curiously. Is the soul really in Yang Di's body? Yang Di smiled confidently and said, "Gu Tianlin is looking for you, not me. He is proud and aloof. He cares about his face the most. How can he kill the innocent? Besides, Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. Before that, he will not cause trouble for you." Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Gu Tianlin also wants to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes? Previously, he guessed that Gu Tianlin had something to do with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. That was why he sent the jade-eyed Yama Taotai to deal with him. This is what happened. Since the establishment of the Qilin 9 Absolutes, they have issued the Universe Kill Order and accepted hunting missions everywhere. They have provoked countless enemies. One of Gu Tianlin's illegitimate descendants was also attacked by the Qilin 9 Absolutes. This has become Gu Tianlin's biggest joke. As long as the Qilin 9 Absolutes are not destroyed, it will be difficult for him to quell his anger. Zhou Xuanji shook his head after listening to Yang Di's explanation. Why are there still so many powerful cultivators who care about their face in the endless universe? The Qilin 9 Absolutes didn't care about their reputation. That's why they have such momentum today. "Why did you come to me?" Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. He couldn't wait to deal with the Qilin 9 Absolutes. The corner of Yang Di's mouth rose as he said, "Get ready. The Qilin 9 Absolutes have already rushed to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They are gathering their minions. They have already caused a lot of turmoil. Everyone thinks that they just want to kill their way in to find the sovereign's opportunity. Little do they know that their real goal is the sovereign heaven. Therefore, they didn't hide their actions. It is said that the martial dragon ape sovereign has been captured by them. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he gripped his wine glass tightly. Martial dragon ape sovereign? The Qilin 9 absolutes are already this strong? Little sovereign sighed. He had obviously heard of the martial dragon ape sovereign. Zhou Xuanji wasn't interested in the martial dragon ape sovereign. He asked, "When can we leave?" Yang Di replied, "We have to leave in half a year at the latest. This is also the reason why the saint released you." Half a year? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He didn't expect the Qilin 9 absolutes to move so quickly. He originally thought that the Qilin 9 absolutes would take some time to prepare. "Okay, you get ready first. I also need to find other helpers." Yang Di got up and left after saying this. Chapter 9:13. Half a year was very short in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji did not cultivate but wandered around the Thunder Alliance. Occasionally, he would buy things that he was interested in. The common currency in the endless universe was the Supreme Crystal. Supreme Crystals were produced by Supreme Divine Power and required special methods to refine them into pure energy crystals that could be used by other creatures to cultivate. In the Thunder Alliance, every single Supreme Crystal had to be inspected before it could be used to trade for treasures. Apart from that, one could also use treasures and divine abilities to exchange for Supreme Crystals. Zhou Xuanji's Supreme Storage had plenty of artifacts, natural treasures, and cultivation techniques. He did not need to consume his own sovereign divine power at all. On this day, Sunlight Emperor found Zhou Xuanji and prepared to bring him to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked in his heart, "Should I contact the saint?" Little Sovereign replied, "Don't worry. How could he not know?" That's right. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Holding the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand, he flew out of the Thunder Alliance's domain with Yang Di. Hundreds of figures were floating in the dark void in front of them. All of them were great sovereigns, and half of them were great sovereigns that he couldn't see through. "Sunlight Emperor, you are finally here," a Grand Supreme said with a smile. The other Grand Supreme also looked at Sunlight Emperor. Their gazes fell on Zhou Xuanji. In an instant, nearly half of the Grand Sovereign's faces changed. Sword Emperor, the disciple of Hongqin Sage Monarch. Zhou Xuanji understood their expressions and felt a little helpless in his heart. Even though Hongqin Saint Lord was highly respected and had unfathomable cultivation, Zhou Xuanji no longer wanted to take him as his teacher. He did not need a master. Even without the divine rainbow monarch Dao, he could still become stronger. After exchanging some pleasantries, the group continued moving forward. Zhou Xuanji received a lot of eager attention. He didn't put on airs in front of these great sovereigns and chatted happily with them. The Thunder Alliance was at the edge of the 10,000 domain demon lair. After flying for a short while, they could see the majestic scene of the 10,000 domain demon lair from afar. It was as if a huge black mouth was hanging in front of him, and its edges were suffused with red clouds. It was extremely bewitching. Myriad Domain Devil Nest, Supreme Being Graveyard. Since ancient times, how many heroes have died here? Sunlight Emperor sighed with a complicated look. But Zhou Xuanji saw a face flash across his eyes. It was extremely horrifying, but it disappeared in an instant. "What should we do? Should we force our way through or hide?" A girl asked. All the supreme beings gathered here had a blood feud with the Qilin 9 absolutes. Her Dao companion had been killed by the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, and her soul had even been refined into an elixir. At the mention of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, her gaze was incomparably vicious. Sunlight Emperor pondered and said, "Let's hide first. The 9 killers of Qilin have been loitering at the edge of the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I'm afraid their target is not the supreme opportunity. Let's see the situation clearly before we make a move. This time, it's not just us who are dealing with the 9 killers of Qilin." He did not reveal the true purpose of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. If other people knew that a Cardinal Heaven expert could control it, there would be a huge uproar. After that, Sunlight Emperor took out a stone and put everyone in it. Then he held the stone and flew forward. Zhou Xuanji came to a dark space. He and the other great sovereigns landed on a floating island and waited quietly. Before the battle, everyone stopped chatting and adjusted their state, ready to fight at any time. Zhou Xuanji walked to an empty corner with the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand. He leaned against a rock and asked in his heart, "Did you notice it just now?" Well, that guy's soul is indeed still there. The soul fusion inheritance is just a cover. Looking at his face, I estimate that it won't be long before Sunlight Emperor's body will be seized. This process is irreversible unless Sunlight Emperor is killed. Little Supreme replied with a solemn tone. He was afraid of the soul in Sunlight Emperor's body. He can perfectly use the soul fusion inheritance and hide his soul. I'm afraid his origin is more terrifying than I thought. After dealing with the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, you must stay away from Sunlight Emperor as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary trouble, Little Sovereign reminded. Little Sovereign, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would stir up trouble again. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart, "I'm not that bored. After dealing with the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, I still have to face Gu Tianlin." Although he and Sunlight Emperor were old friends, they weren't so close that they would risk their lives for each other. This cooperation was only because the two had a common goal. But then again, what was the hatred between Sunlight Emperor and the 9 absolutes of the Qilin? Did he really just want revenge? Zhou Xuanji was very doubtful about this. Every time Sunlight Emperor mentioned the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, it was more playful than murderous. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor flew straight toward the 10,000 territories devil lair. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, like a sun, traversing the void. After flying for a long time, he finally saw the giant ship of the 9 absolutes of the Qilin. From a distance, it looked like a giant beast crawling in the void. Ancient desolation of the Qilin, long time no see. Sunlight Emperor flew toward him and shouted in a loud voice. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of black saber chi swept over with great momentum, intending to cut him into ashes. The golden light on his body suddenly surged, counteracting all the black saber chi. He smiled contemptuously and said, "What? You 9 absolutes of the Qilin are so afraid of me? If you don't let me finish, you will attack." Facing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin, his eyes were sharp. His hands in his sleeves were clenched into fists. He was obviously very vigilant. "Who are you? We have met before, but I can't remember your name," Ancient Desolation's voice floated over. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice floated over, its tone hesitant. Sunlight Emperor wasn't worthy of his attention. In this regard, Sunlight Emperor wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "I know your plan. I can help you awaken the cardinal heaven." As soon as he said this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. It was the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin. He stretched out his hand, trying to grab Sunlight Emperor's neck. Sunlight Emperor's body flashed and turned into countless shadows, dodging his hand. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin cried out in surprise. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could this guy dodge him? That is, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin squinted his eyes. Seeing the face in Sunlight Emperor's eyes, he immediately thought of something and smiled weirdly. Looking down at the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin, Sunlight Emperor said, "I am from the Kunlun Origin Court. If you attack again, I will not help you. I will help others to awaken the cardinal heaven." His face was cold. He was trying his best to restrain the murderous intent in his heart. This guy is too presumptuous. He didn't take me seriously at all. The Ancient Desolation of the Qilin asked with a faint smile, "How can you help me?" Sunlight Emperor snorted coldly, "Jiang Feili has already told Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji about your plan. And in order to deal with Jiang Feili, Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji told all the sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you understand your situation now?" Having heard this, the Ancient Desolation of the Qilin's expression changed drastically. Although he was confident, he wasn't so confident that he was invincible. The thought of some powerful cultivators from the Kunlun Origin Court made him shudder. No wonder he had been feeling uneasy recently. Then how do you want to help me? The ancient desolation of the Qilin asked coldly, staring into Sunlight Emperor's eyes. Chapter 9:14. Sunlight Emperor transmitted his voice to Ancient Desolation. He was confident that Ancient Desolation would agree. Just as expected, Ancient Desolation's eyes flickered when he heard this. The atmosphere was silent. The surrounding void was frozen. In the distance, the 8 ultimate Qilin stood on the deck and looked at Sunlight Emperor with different expressions. After a while, Ancient Desolation looked up at Sunlight Emperor and said, "Okay, follow me." He turned around and flew toward the giant ship. Sunlight Emperor followed closely behind. And just like that, Sunlight Emperor entered the giant ship. He projected his vision into the world inside the stone so that everyone could see it. TSK, what did Sunlight Emperor say to Ancient Desolation? He dared to let us see it. It must be something important. Didn't he say to hide? Why did he go up himself? What did he say to make Ancient Desolation trust him? Ancient Desolation is famous for being suspicious. I think we still have to be careful of him. The great sovereigns discussed and became vigilant against Sunlight Emperor. Zhou Xuanji was also confused. What did Sunlight Emperor say to Ancient Desolation? Under the lead of Ancient Desolation, Sunlight Emperor boarded the ship. The two walked into a pavilion and began talking about the past in the myriad domain devil lair. They did not mention Sovereign Heaven and Sovereign Serendipity. It seemed that Ancient Desolation did not completely trust his subordinates. The two chatted for a while before Ancient Desolation left, leaving Sunlight Emperor to rest alone. Sunlight Emperor did not enter the stone space where Zhou Xuanji and the others were, nor did he take them out. Instead, he cultivated quietly. Time passed just like that. About 4 years had passed. Qilin 9 absolutes began to move. The giant ship flew toward the darkness of the myriad domain devil lair and was soon swallowed by the darkness. Numerous black shadows appeared on the giant ship like ghosts. Qilin 9 absolutes stood on the deck, side by side, looking ahead. Big brother, do you feel it? Killing intent. The other Qilin 9 absolutes looked solemn too. They had sensed the dangerous aura a few years ago. But they could not defeat Ancient Desolation. Moreover, it would be more dangerous if they left alone. The Qilin 9 absolute strength was uneven. Ancient Desolation was far more powerful than them. This was also the biggest reason why they relied on Ancient Desolation. For countless years, they had killed too many creatures and made countless enemies. Once they left Ancient Desolation, they would surely be killed. It's fine. Let's move forward, Qilin Gu Huang said with a calm expression. He did not panic in the slightest. His eyes were filled with passion. He couldn't wait to carry out his plan to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert. A majestic fog appeared in the darkness ahead. It was getting closer and closer like a sea of clouds. Take out the Opportunity Stone. The Qilin Ancient Desolation suddenly ordered. As his voice fell, countless Opportunity Stones flew out from the black shadows and floated above the giant ship. They were like billions of stars, emitting various colors of light, extremely resplendent. At the same time, the Grand Supremes in the stone space all stood up. Zhou Xuanji continued to meditate and looked up at Yang Di's vision. He asked in his heart, "Can you tell?" The Lesser Supreme Sword next to him trembled slightly, and Little Supreme Sword's voice entered his ears. "I can't see through him. His cultivation is still improving." 3 years ago, Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign noticed that Yang Di's cultivation was quietly improving. If not for the fact that Zhou Xuanji had learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Dao, he would not have noticed this. At the very least, the other Grand Sovereigns didn't notice it. This guy might have already used the power of the soul in his body. I just don't know if he is aware of the existence of the soul's consciousness, Little Sovereign sighed. Not only could he not see through Yang Di's cultivation, but he also couldn't see through this guy's intentions. The younger generation nowadays is really getting more and more extraordinary. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Yang Di had already gotten up and walked out of the pavilion. He then saw the vast sea of Opportunity Stones. He continued to ask in his heart, "Do you think he might have some other conspiracy?" Little Sovereign replied, "There must be. Be careful." The other grand sovereigns were also exhorting each other and exhorting each other. Not only do I have to be careful of the Qilin 9 absolutes, but I also have to be careful of Yang Di. Zhou Xuanji was inwardly surprised. Aren't they afraid that Yang Di will hear them? Yang Di has never explained anything. Could it be that he tacitly agrees? Let him out. The Qilin Ancient Desolation's voice interrupted Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. A black hole appeared above the giant ship, and a ferocious dragon head poked out. He had the body of an ape with exaggerated muscles. The black hair on his body swayed like flames. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. He was even bigger than the black ship. He spread his arms, shaking the surrounding clouds. Break through! Qilin Ancient Desolation ordered. As his voice fell, Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign opened his bloody mouth. There was a loud bang. A blood-colored beam of light shot out from his mouth, directly shattering the dark space in front of him. The nearby spiritual chi poured into the hole in front of him as illusions emerged one after another. These illusions were all scenes of some powerful cultivators roaming the myriad domain devil lair. When they gathered together, it was like a blooming epiphyllum. It was extremely spectacular. Go in. Qilin Ancient Desolation waved his right hand. Countless opportunity stones turned into a river and poured into the hole in the space. In an instant, the opportunity stones exploded one after another, turning into endless powder. The Qilin 9 absolutes raised their hands in unison as a black flag appeared in their hands out of thin air. A blood-colored face was engraved on the flag. Only the outline could be seen, but the face couldn't be seen. Universe Overlord, show yourself. Qilin Ancient Desolation furiously roared. His robe fluttered in the wind, looking extremely domineering. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign flew out of the black hole and slammed into the hole in the space, stepping into the Opportunity Stone powder. All the Opportunity Stone powder attached to his body, turning him into a body of light. The 9 black flags burst out with a blood-colored radiance, intertwining with each other before condensing into a blood-colored net of light that spread toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Those flashing illusions also drilled into Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's body. So that's how it is. Those are the memories of a cardinal heaven. Little Sovereign sighed. Little Sovereign sighed. He admired the ancient desolate Qilin's means. Zhou Xuanji was also seriously observing. He wanted to explore the mystery behind it. Qilin Ancient Desolation is really amazing. No matter how amazing he is, he still has to die. Who is the Universe Overlord? In all fairness, Qilin Ancient Desolation is indeed a peerless genius. No wonder he can develop the Qilin 9 absolutes to this point. What is he doing? Why does it feel like he is going to resurrect someone? The great sovereigns were in an uproar. Only now did they realize that something was wrong. Qilin 9 absolutes wasn't looking for a sovereign's opportunity but to resurrect an ancient powerful cultivator. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's figure began to change. His roar shook the myriad domain devil lair. He was in extreme pain. Just at this moment, a faint sound of a zither resounded. It sounded like an illusion under the roar of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Qilin Ancient Desolation's expression changed drastically. He murmured, "You really came." He immediately signaled the Qilin 8 absolutes to prepare for battle. Chapter 9:15. Hongqin Sage. Not only ancient Qilin, but the other 8 absolutes also guessed the other party's identity. Their faces instantly turned ugly. They had guessed that enemies would come to disturb them, but they didn't expect the first to be Hongqin Sage. Given Hongqin Sage's identity and status, if he made a move, it would definitely attract more enemies, and the danger would be unthinkable. Damn it! What feud do we have with him? Sage has made a move. Looks like someone is targeting us. Be careful, there are other murderous intents. Once our plan succeeds, we won't have to be afraid of sages. With Big Brother here, sages are nothing. Ancient Qilin regained his calm after listening to his subordinates' discussion. He was the leader of the 9 absolutes, so how could he panic? He glanced at Martial Dragon Ape. Martial Dragon Ape's form had changed completely. He looked like an ancient demon god. Within the light, he had 6 arms, looking extremely ferocious. Especially his eyes, which shone with a green light that even the Opportunity Stone could not cover. Cardinal Heaven, the overlord of the universe, was reviving. His aura rose steadily and was terrifyingly strong. At this moment, waves of peerlessly powerful auras erupted from all directions, surrounding the giant ship. "Prepare to fight!" a burly Qilin absolute roared. The black figures on the ship took out their magic treasures and prepared to fight. The experts who had been hiding for a long time appeared one after another. There were hundreds of them, all emitting tyrannical auras, causing the dark space of the myriad domain devil lair to ripple. Hong Qin Sage's music stopped abruptly. "Ancient Qilin, it's time for our battle to continue." Li Yingyo's domineering laughter resounded throughout the myriad domain devil lair. He, who was burning with flames, walked towards Ancient Qilin step by step. Ancient Qilin flipped his right hand, and a blood blade appeared in his hand. The back of the blade was dyed with black patterns, and the front of the handle was like a ferocious tiger's head. The tiger's eyes were inlaid with 2 purple crystals, emitting an ominous glint. "A bunch of rascals dare to stop me. Today, I will kill you one by one like the overlord of the universe and bury you in the myriad domain devil lair forever." Ancient Qilin laughed. As his voice fell, his aura suddenly exploded. All the supreme experts' expressions changed. A blood-red light shone in the myriad domain demon lair, and a violent saber chi raged in the dark void. The Grand Supremes used their divine abilities to defend themselves. The other Qilin 8 absolutes also made their moves, and a great battle broke out. Inside the spatial hole, Martial Dragon Ape Venerable was still roaring, but his voice was changing. His aura began to strengthen at an extremely fast speed, startling some great supreme beings into turning around to attack him. However, they were stopped by the Qilin 8 absolutes. The black silhouettes on the giant ship also attacked. Their cultivations weren't weak either. They flew quickly, and their speed was so fast that the eyes of the Grand Supremes couldn't keep up. The battlefield became chaotic. Sunlight Emperor stood in front of the railing and looked at the battlefield. He first looked at Ancient Desolation, then at Martial Dragon Ape. His expression became strange, and his smile was extremely cold. "Cardinal Heaven, you belong to me." He mumbled and leaped into the air, heading towards the Martial Dragon Ape. He walked at a steady pace, perhaps waiting for an opportunity. The Qilin Ancient Desolate's performance was very tyrannical. If he were to easily approach, he would definitely be attacked by the Qilin Ancient Desolate. Inside the stone space, Zhou Xuanji and the others were still waiting. Most of the great sovereigns were extremely anxious. "Why hasn't Sunlight Emperor let us out yet? Now is the best time for us to join the battle. I told you, he has ulterior motives." "Wait, did you notice? There's an array here. I can't even force my way out." "What? We are trapped?" Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown when he heard the cries of alarm around him. He used his divine will to touch the space and found that there was indeed some kind of power blocking them. "What does this guy want?" Zhou Xuanji frowned. He suddenly felt a little regretful. "Why did I trust Sunlight Emperor so easily?" Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his ears. "It seems that this guy is also plotting a Cardinal Heaven. He trapped you here? Could it be that he wants to use you as nutrients for the Cardinal Heaven?" Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened after hearing this. He can't be so perverted. He looked up and saw that Sunlight Emperor was paying attention to the battle between the Qilin Ancient Desolate. Li Yingyu was indeed powerful. The flames on his body made Sunlight Emperor's vision fluctuate. He and Ancient Desolation, Qilin, clashed wildly. All kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another. It was extremely spectacular. No one dared to approach within 100 miles. Ancient Desolation, frowning, said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect you to advance by leaps and bounds." Li Yingyu burst into laughter. His laughter was incomparably wild. With a fierce look in his eyes, he said with a cold smile, "Today, I will return the humiliation and the blood feud from back then." Boom. The flames on his body soared as he swung his fists. Countless fire dragons soared into the sky, crashed into the ground, or circled around. All of them madly rushed toward ancient desolation from all directions. The surrounding great sovereigns were all frightened. They had no choice but to pull away from the battlefield. Even Zhou Xuanji and the others inside the stone space could feel the scorching heat. The scorching heat that penetrated through time and space. Li Ying's fire Dao had reached an incredible level. However, even though he was so powerful, he couldn't suppress ancient desolation. With Li Yingyu as a foil, Zhou Xuanji could truly understand how powerful ancient desolation was. No matter how Li Yingyu attacked, the ancient desolate Qilin's aura continued to grow. Wisps of blood qi and black qi overflowed from the surface of his body, condensing into a terrifying giant demon above his head. 2 Qilins crawled on his shoulders, roaring endlessly. You want to take revenge with such little strength? Ancient Desolation laughed mockingly. He waved his right hand, and the giant demon above his head flew out like lightning. It swallowed all the fire dragons and took Li Yingyu away. Li Yingyu was swallowed by the giant demon and was being ravaged by a mysterious corrosive force. My supreme divine power. Li Ying's expression changed drastically. His supreme divine power was melting rapidly. If this continued, he would surely lose. On the other side, Sunlight Emperor suddenly sped up and charged toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. The Qilin demon flew over and kicked Sunlight Emperor. A gust of black wind swept across and sent Sunlight Emperor flying away. The next second, Sunlight Emperor appeared behind her out of thin air with a cold expression. Who do you think you are? Sunlight Emperor slammed his palm on the Qilin demon's back. The Qilin demon immediately exploded and turned into a puff of black smoke. Kill, 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 kill. Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign roared suddenly. His tone was filled with anger. Everyone, including Sunlight Emperor, spat out blood and was sent flying by a terrible impact before they could even react. Ancient Desolation Qilin also withstood the impact. But he only swayed a little and was not injured. He turned around and said in excitement with a crazed look, Universe Overlord, you are finally coming back to life. Chapter 9:16. The ancient Qilin's words echoed in the myriad domain devil lair for a long time. All the Grand Supreme's expressions changed when they heard this. Who was the overlord of the universe he was talking about? You want to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert? Dream on. Li Yingyu smiled contemptuously. His words were full of contempt. His words directly exposed the ancient Qilin's plan, causing an uproar among all the Grand Supremes. It turned out that the ancient Qilin's goal was not the cardinal opportunity. He actually wanted to revive a Cardinal Heaven expert. Was he crazy? The Grand Supremes were all frightened. Of course, some of them already knew the truth and immediately calmed down to fight. The ancient Qilin's expression changed drastically and he looked at Li Yingyu with hatred. You really want to die? The ancient Qilin said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant demon above his head rushed towards Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu was not afraid. Flames wrapped around his body and quickly condensed into a giant god of flames, which he punched. Boom! The 2 huge existences collided, like a primordial world crashing into a primordial world, destroying everything. Countless illusions appeared, dazzling everyone's eyes. The ancient Qilin rushed towards Li Yingyu. His killing intent had already condensed into a substance, and he vowed to kill Li Yingyu. The giant god of flames exploded. The ancient Qilin broke through the flames and stepped forward, squeezing the space and rushing towards Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu felt the danger and his expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to dodge, a palm fell on his chest one after another. The surface of his body cracked and blood splashed out uncontrollably. This power? How is it possible? Li Yingyu could not believe what he was feeling. He had fought with the ancient Qilin before, but it was not so terrifying at that time. After so many years, he had been improving, and so had the ancient Qilin. The ancient Qilin flashed behind Li Yingyu, and a black token flew out from his forehead. It burst out with black light and covered Li Yingyu. Li Yingyu, who was covered in blood, was instantly terrified. He struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Seeing that the ancient Qilin was about to kill Li Yingyu, The ancient Qilin suddenly caught a glimpse of Sunlight Emperor rushing towards the martial dragon ape Venerable. He immediately changed his target. When Sunlight Emperor saw that he was about to touch martial dragon ape Venerable, a horrifying power came from the side with a strong wind. It was unstoppable. He subconsciously turned his head to look. Smith. The Qilin Ancient Desolation sent him flying with a slap, then waved his sleeve and retracted his hand. He coldly snorted and said, "You want to fight with me with just this thing?" Sunlight Emperor was slapped so hard that his crown fell off. His hair was in a mess, and he was in a mess. Martial Dragon Ape Venerable's body began to shrink as the Opportunity Stone powder floating around him all entered his body. In less than 3 breaths of time, he had turned into a stone man with a silver-gray stone face. All the great supremes who were fighting stopped, and all the beings on the Qilin 9 Absolute's side stopped as well. Qilin Emperor King Emperor Emperor, and Martial Qilin, about Emperor Emperor is Qilin's Sacred Emperor is Heaven, Qilin King is going to be revived. Qilin of King of Qilin, Qilin Emperor is Qilin Qilin. Q Qilin. Qilin Qilin of Qilin Qilin Qilin, Qilin about. Qilin Qilin said. About Qilin. Emperor. The Grand Sovereigns began discussing. They were all terrified. There were countless legends about Cardinal Heaven in the universe. The longer one lived, the more one would understand the real Cardinal Heaven. The tyranny and brutality of a Cardinal Heaven expert was unparalleled in the long river of history. At this moment, Rainbow Qin Saint's zither sounded, which calmed all the Grand Sovereigns. Qilin Ancient Desolation, there are some powers you shouldn't touch. Rainbow Qin Saint's voice came. It was light and breezy, as though he was unaware of the danger and was not afraid of the Cardinal Heaven. The Qilin Ancient Wasteland was stunned and said coldly, "Hong Qin Holy Monarch, I never thought that you would bend down to personally deal with me. Very good, today I will see just how powerful the famous Holy Monarch is." Another giant demon appeared above his head. It had 4 arms, each holding a divine weapon. Activating its divine power, it produced a thunderous explosion that covered Rainbow Qin Saint's zither music. However, Rainbow Qin Saint's zither music suddenly became louder, intertwining with Qilin Ancient Desolation's divine power. The other creatures were mesmerized by it. Inside the stone space, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air, looking at Sunlight Emperor's vision. Holding the Life and Death Emperor Sword and Lesser Supreme Sword in his hands, he murmured with a sharp look in his eyes, "Have you thought of a way?" He and Little Sovereign were thinking about how to break out. Not only them, but the other Grand Sovereigns trapped here were also thinking the same. They could clearly see Sunlight Emperor's vision. This guy was charging at Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign like a moth flying into a flame again and again. Their hearts were pounding. It's crazy. No, this space is too stable. Only great sovereigns of the 5 courts can break it. Little Sovereign said, gnashing his teeth. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank to the bottom. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor took action again. Taking advantage of Qilin Ancient Desolation and Rainbow Qin Saint's confrontation, Sunlight Emperor quietly flew toward Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. "Stop!" Qilin Demonic Qilin shouted as she threw the flag in her hand. The flag turned into a sharp arrow and shot toward the back of Sunlight Emperor's head. Suddenly, Sunlight Emperor split into 2, dodged the flag, and landed beside Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign. Both he and his clone raised their hands and pressed on Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's shoulder. Not far away, Ancient Desolation Qilin was still fighting against Rainbow Qin Saint Lord's music. He noticed Sunlight Emperor's action. Instead of getting angry, he revealed a strange smile. Sunlight Emperor turned to look at him and burst into laughter. "Ancient Desolation Qilin, what did you say before? Did you see it? Cardinal Heaven has fallen into Emperor's hands. Next, Emperor will..." Ping! The stone surface of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign suddenly shattered as a golden arm stretched out. Its palm was like a knife, piercing Sunlight Emperor's throat. Sunlight Emperor's voice stopped abruptly. He looked at Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign in horror. The stone surface of Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's face shattered, revealing a golden eye that was bone-chilling. Cardinal Heaven! Sunlight Emperor was almost scared out of his wits. he said with difficulty. You? How can you be so fast? Seeing this scene, Ancient Desolation Qilin burst into crazy laughter. He raised his arms and laughed wildly. Ha! The overlord of the universe has been resurrected. No one can stop me. I will dominate everything. I will create a new era of unification. The other Grand Sovereigns were trembling with fear. Their eyes fell on Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's golden eye, and they all felt a chill in their hearts. At the same time, a golden crack appeared in the space of the stone, cutting across the void. Zhou Xuanji dashed out immediately, followed by the others. They passed through the space-time turbulence and came to the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. They turned around and saw the battlefield immediately. Sunlight Emperor's throat was pierced by Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign's palm. He could not move at all. The scene was dead silent. All living beings looked at Sunlight Emperor and Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign nervously, waiting to see what would happen next. Chapter 9:17. Good fella, the Cardinal Heaven will has begun to awaken. Little Sovereign's scream rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. It was filled with disbelief and a trace of fear. He had lived countless years longer than Zhou Xuanji. In his era, he knew more about the legends of Cardinal Heaven. Once the Cardinal Heaven experts were revived, it would be a true catastrophe. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice, "Since he's awake, why is there no movement?" Sunlight Emperor didn't speak either. Are they communicating? Sunlight Emperor and Martial Dragon Ape fell into a strange silence. They looked at each other and showed the same cold smile. Ancient Wasteland also sensed that something was wrong. He frowned and looked at Sunlight Emperor and Martial Dragon Ape Venerable. Hong Qin's Sacred Lord's zither music was still ringing out. It was getting louder and louder, becoming the only sound in the 10,000 domain demon lair. Qilin 8 Absolutes flew to the side of Qilin Ancient Desolation and asked nervously, "Big brother, what should we do? Can we still control the Cardinal Heaven? Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Could it be that they have some sort of connection? Why don't we retreat? Big brother, kill him." Facing the anxiety and urging of his subordinates, the Qilin Ancient Wasteland remained calm. His eyes were fixed on the Martial Dragon Ape Sovereign, as if he wanted to see through him. More accurately, he wanted to see through the Cardinal Heaven. Remember, never underestimate the power you once looked up to. Hong Qin Great Lord's voice resounded throughout the Myriad Domain Demon Lair, causing the 9 absolutes of the Qilin to be visibly moved. Qilin Ancient Desolation seemed to have thought of something and cried out in shock, "Impossible!" He suddenly flew toward the Cardinal Heaven. Sunlight Emperor suddenly raised his palm and slapped towards him. Hundreds of golden souls flew out from his palm, and all of them looked like Martial Dragon Ape. The Qilin Ancient Wasteland waved its hand, wanting to use its own supreme divine power to disperse these golden souls. In the end, it was directly stuck to by them and quickly pulled into the distance. At this time, wisps of blue air flowed out of Sunlight Emperor's eyes, which condensed into a hideous face. He stared at Martial Dragon Yuan Venerable and grinned. "Cardinal Heaven, you really know how to scheme." The golden eyes of the Martial Dragon Ape stared at him without saying a word. His eyes were still cold. Hong Qin Saint suddenly appeared in front of Sunlight Emperor. His body was trembling and his face was filled with shock. "How is that possible? You also," the Rainbow Qin's Sacred Lord said with a trembling voice, unable to maintain his calm expression. Sunlight Emperor glanced at him and said, "Long time no see, boy. I advise you to mind your own business." Martial Dragon Ape Venerable also glanced at Hong Qin's Sacred Monarch. Sacred Lord Hong Qin fell silent. All the creatures watching from afar were very confused. What does that mean? Saint Hong Qin knew Sunlight Emperor? Sunlight Emperor even called Hong Qin Saint a kid? All of this was too unreasonable. Wasn't Sunlight Emperor captured by Martial Dragon Yuan Zun? More accurately speaking, he was captured by a Cardinal Heaven expert. Zhou Xuanji was also confused. He asked softly, "What do you mean? The other soul in Sunlight Emperor's body has also awakened?" Little Sovereign replied, "Yes." His tone became extremely complicated as he faintly said, "That soul seems to know the great sage and the Cardinal Heaven expert. What exactly is their relationship? I keep feeling that something is wrong. Why don't you retreat? Retreat? Zhou Xuanji frowned and hesitated. It wasn't easy for them to get here, and they were going to leave just like that? But on second thought, no, I have no choice but to come here. The cardinal heaven had already awakened its consciousness. Looking at the Qilin ancient desolation, it had obviously lost control of the cardinal heaven. It was useless for him to stay. Are you sure? He asked again. I'm sure. Little Sovereign replied in a sonorous voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji turned around and left. Hunyuan Heaven, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Hong Qin's sacred lord's voice resounded. His tone was filled with anger. What? He is actually one of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens, Hunyuan Heaven. Full speed. Little Sovereign cried in horror. Zhou Xuanji was taken aback. Although he was puzzled, he still fled at full speed. He left the myriad domain devil lair as fast as he could. The other great sovereigns noticed his escape. Some of them immediately followed suit. But most of them chose to stay. After all, they had Hong Qin's sacred lord to back them up. What does the post-ancient sovereign three heavens mean? Zhou Xuanji asked as he flew. Could it be that sovereign heaven is also one of them? After the primeval sovereign era, there were three supreme experts, namely Cardinal Heaven, Hunyuan Heaven, and Hongmeng Heaven. Their strength was extraordinary, and they were collectively known as the post-primeval sovereign three heavens. They were born at different times, and their original bodies were formed from the heavenly Tao of the various courts. When cultivated to the peak, they were invincible. When cultivated to the extreme, they were invincible, Little Sovereign explained nervously. The strength of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens is equal. Sovereign Heaven has never been defeated, but they have never defeated Hunyuan Heaven or Hongmeng Heaven. After Sovereign Heaven fell, Hunyuan Heaven disappeared inexplicably. As for Hongmeng Heaven, its whereabouts have always been mysterious. It once fought with Sovereign Heaven and was equally matched. After that battle, it became one of the three heavens. Zhou Xuanji's heart pounded wildly. It turned out that the existence in Yang Di's body had such a great origin. No wonder it could hide its existence so perfectly that Yang Di didn't notice it. He asked Yang Di to revive Sovereign Heaven. What is it for? And that Hongmeng Heaven? What does it have to do with Sovereign Wuzhou? Otherwise, why would Sovereign Wuzhou name his opportunity as serendipity of the world? Could it be that he has seen Hongmeng Heaven? Many thoughts emerged in Zhou Xuanji's mind in an instant. This is big trouble. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven have joined hands. They are going to sweep the endless universe. Before I fell, I had never heard of an existence stronger than the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. Little Sovereign lamented. His tone was filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, they shouldn't be friends. Otherwise, why would Sovereign Heaven attack Hunyuan Heaven? Could it be that Hunyuan Heaven wants the power of Sovereign Heaven? Hearing this, Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. He felt that it was possible. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion came from behind him. Even though Zhou Xuanji was in the space-time turbulence, the explosion made him dizzy. He almost fainted. He looked back and saw that the space-time turbulence behind him had collapsed. Countless lightning bolts were wantonly twisting. Zhou Xuanji was horrified. What kind of power is this? It can even blast the space-time turbulence across such a long distance. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. Otherwise, I would be dead for sure. After thinking about it, Zhou Xuanji directly entered the absolute time realm to take refuge. In the absolute time realm of nothingness, Little Sovereign flew out of the Little Supreme Sword. He sighed and said, Mother Ker, you're poisonous. Zhou Xuanji was depressed. What does it have to do with me? Why is the endless universe in chaos as soon as you come? It was the same in the Kunlun origin court. Little Sovereign cursed. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Zhou Xuanji was even more speechless. He spoke as if it was all his fault. Little Sovereign's tone suddenly changed as he said, Now, only Hongmeng Heaven is left. 3 heavens have gathered. It will definitely be a golden age. Guess who Hong Meng Heaven will be and when will he appear? Chapter 9:18. Zhou Xuanji was attracted by the post-ancient sovereign three heavens mentioned by Little Sovereign. He even guessed that the serendipity of the supreme legendary sword system came from the Hong Meng Heavens. Will Gu Zun three heavens be able to find absolute time in the future? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He was worried that Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven would come here. On second thought, he did not have any enmity with the two heavens. His strength was unlikely to enter the eyes of a Cardinal Heaven or Hunyuan Heaven expert. I'm not sure, because I don't know how strong they are. Little Sovereign shook his head. He felt very helpless. He didn't expect that Zhou Xuanji would come into contact with a power beyond his imagination so quickly. Zhou Xuanji sighed. He could only hide here for now. He sat down in the void and began to cultivate the Holy Rainbow Monarch Dao. The Saint Rainbow Monarch Dao was the only cultivation path that could allow him to quickly improve. Even if he cultivated according to his own cultivation technique, it was still a long way off for him to break through to the great supreme of the three courts. No matter how monstrous his talent was, he still needed time. Just like that, time passed day by day. In the absolute time realm, there was no time. No matter how long Zhou Xuanji cultivated here, he could return to when he first entered. Witnessing the battle between Qilin Ancient Desolation and Li Yingyu gave him some insight. This time, he had stayed in the absolute time realm for several decades, and his strength had improved greatly. Only then did Zhou Xuanji prepare to leave. He chose to step out when half a year had passed in the outside world. Passing through the space-time turbulence, he arrived at the universe domain. As soon as he appeared, the pungent smell of blood wafted into his nose, causing him to frown. He turned around and scanned the area. His expression immediately changed. Countless corpses floated in the air, densely packed together. There were even more corpses than stars in the sky. They came in all shapes and sizes, and there were all sorts of races. As far as the eye could see, it was a ghastly sight. What happened? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. His heart was heavy. Little Sovereign looked over with a solemn expression and murmured, "It seems that Cardinal Heaven has been resurrected. Look carefully. There are quite a few corpses of Grand Sovereigns among them. The might of a sovereign has yet to dissipate completely." In front of a Cardinal Heaven expert, a Grand Sovereign was like a pig or a dog. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where should I go next? Back to the Kunlun Origin Court?" He felt that there would be trouble if he returned to the Thunder Alliance. After all, the Thunder Alliance was near the Myriad Domain Demon Lair. "Let's walk around. Anyway, it's better to stay away from the Myriad Domain Demon Lair," Little Sovereign muttered to himself. He was also a little confused right now. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert was revived, there would be no peace in the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately flew in another direction. About 2 hours after he had left, a figure drenched in blood flew over. His arms drooped and his head hung low. His messy long hair was tangled in blood. It was Sunlight Emperor. At this moment, Sunlight Emperor's eyes were white and lifeless, just like a walking corpse. "I can't," he muttered to himself in a trembling voice as he staggered forward. Whoosh, an air-piercing sound came from behind, and a large white hand suddenly grabbed him, directly grabbing him and quickly disappearing into the darkness. After returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji flew at full speed. In the first half a month, no matter where he flew, there were corpses everywhere. It was as if someone had purposely placed the sea of corpses there. Even Zhou Xuanji would not leave any corpses behind, let alone stronger existences. A battle between great sovereigns was absolutely destructive to the point of turning bones into ashes and scattering souls. It's really a disaster. These creatures might have come from some court realm. No matter who killed them, it proves that this guy is extremely cruel and unforgivable. Little Sovereign sighed. He couldn't bear to look at those tragic scenes. Zhou Xuanji looked straight ahead and didn't answer him. They were already far away from the Myriad Domain Demon Lair and were getting closer and closer to the Kunlun Origin Court. "If it's really impossible, I will go back. At least the Divine Rainbow Monarch Road is enough for me to cultivate for a while," Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. He was really worried about the Kunlun Origin Court. If the Kunlun Origin Court was like these court realms, he would definitely go crazy. Don't panic, the Cardinal Heaven is from the Kunlun Origin Court. He won't destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. You should look for your own opportunities now. Quickly become stronger so that you can protect everything you want to protect. Little Sovereign said, shaking his head. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji began to adjust his emotions. He continued moving forward. After half a month, they came to a dilapidated floating island. This island wasn't big. There was a mountain range on it. A waterfall fell along the mountain stream. The scenery was very beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's divine will covered the entire floating island and whispered, "There is the aura of a creature here. It just left not long ago." Little Sovereign rubbed his chin as he scanned the surroundings and said, "It should be here. The familiar aura I felt before is still here." 3 days ago, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura, which made him very excited. So, Zhou Xuanji brought him here. However, they found nothing. "Let's wait," Zhou Xuanji said softly. Zhou Xuanji said softly. After that, he found a place to sit down. Although the island was dilapidated, its ecological environment was still maintained. A gentle breeze blew past, making it very refreshing. Little Sovereign floated around him and said in amazement, "Your divine rainbow monarch road has become stronger again. Kid, you can still become stronger while traveling?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I was just thinking about the spirit of Sovereign Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven. I didn't expect it to be helpful for the divine rainbow monarch road." Little Sovereign only felt that it was incredible. He could also think about it. Why isn't it helpful for cultivation? Could it be that peerless talents are unimaginable? Little Sovereign couldn't figure it out. He was too lazy to think about it anymore. He drilled into the Lesser Supreme Sword to rest. After half a day, Zhou Xuanji felt an aura flying over. He immediately opened his eyes and called out to Little Sovereign. It was a child. He seemed to be only 5 or 6 years old. He looked like a porcelain doll. He had a white face and red lips. He was wearing a slightly large brocade robe. His hair was combed into 2 braids. He looked very cute. However, he was holding a head in his right hand. And it was the head of a woman. The woman's death was extremely tragic. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her face was covered in scars. She looked hideous and terrifying. The boy in the brocade robe entered the island with a smile. Just as he landed, Zhou Xuanji appeared in front of him. He was so scared that he immediately jumped back. "Who are you? Why did you come to my territory?" he asked in his childish voice, pretending to be calm. He couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. He understood that Zhou Xuanji was stronger than him. He immediately pulled the head in his hand behind his back and looked at Zhou Xuanji vigilantly. "Tieskese, this kid is really cruel. Not only does he eat raw people, but he also eats souls," Little Sovereign joked. Little Sovereign said with a teasing smile, but his eyes flashed with surprise. He transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. "This kid is not simple. Be careful, there is another aura on him. In other words, he has a backer. As long as we force him to take out that treasure, we can leave." Zhou Xuanji replied, "But you don't know what that treasure is. How can I force it out?" Little Sovereign furrowed his brow. He was thinking about what it was that made him feel so familiar.